enlightenment. Thank you. We welcome you to the panel that deals with safeguarding democracy and safeguarding parliamentary elections in Moldova this autumn. Actually, not more than some days have passed, one week, and some days from the electoral day. So we are here to give feedback on those questions, how the elections were prepared in Moldova, and what were the interference cases, what was the situation in Moldova and for Moldovan people and for Moldovan friends. Because we know that in recent years, following both presidential and parliamentary elections, in several cases, Moldova has repeatedly adjusted the overall course of its foreign and security policy. And in 2024, for the first time of history, a pro-European integration president was re-elected. So it wasn't first time when now 2025 the pro-European choice was re-elected, but reaffirmed. But since the early 1990s, Russia has sought to fully control Moldova's political progress and processes, and has developed a broad toolbox of influence operations to achieve this. This is what we would like to speak about, and how explain also how Moldova and Moldovan friends have managed to overcome and face and fight with this toolbox, and to share this experience, because Moldova is not the case alone. We are all facing the same interference attempts in our homes, in our countries, for our elections. My name is Kersti Luha. I am an expert and strategy advisor for Praktnet, a small NGO, International Practitioners Partnership Network, in longer words. And our aim is to support building resilience via building capabilities and capacities in Stratcom, in fighting foreign malign interference, and strengthening societal cohesion and awareness about the impacts of malign interference. And with me in the panel are experts who have been working with us and with whom we have made acquaintances and good cooperation in Moldova. It is Alina Radu, an investigative journalist and manager of Ziarul de Garda, ZDG. I hope that you have heard of this investigative house in Moldova that is the largest investigative reporting outlet. Alina is leading, and she can help us to understand what is the situation of societal understanding of media, and what is the real investigative media capable of in Moldova. Tarmo Juristo. Tarmo is a civil society activist and founder in Estonia. He has founded Liberal Citizen Foundation, shortly SALK, which advocates for liberal values, open society, minority rights, and free media in Estonia and across Europe. And he previously has also served as chairman of the board of think tank Praxis in Estonia. And Tarmo has played a significant role in Estonian debates on democracy, civil partnerships, and human rights. And Andrei Kurararu, public policy analyst and co-founder of Watchdog Moldova, is a policy researcher and disinformation analyst with experience for more than 15 years in the field, advising policymakers and exposing hybrid threats in Moldova. And he's also a widely known commentator for not only Moldovan, but also international media. But to start with, to explain what are the general trends and what is the situation in Moldovan society, what the society in Moldova was facing prior to the elections. We turn to the data, and the data man in our team is Tarmo. So let's start with an overview on general trends in Moldovan society, and then we will add up with different other insights with other teammates.
Is it on? Yes, now it's on. Thank you and good morning to everyone. The bar was set pretty high by Kersti, so that I should talk about the general trends in Moldovan society. So I'll scale it back a little, and first let's get started with the situation that Moldova is facing in a run-up to the this year's election. So. The thing to keep in mind was that there was two elections or election referendum last year in Moldova. And this is where there was just to get to the heart of things. So the surprising thing that did happen last year in Moldova was that there was a pretty significant double-digit polling miss. And this was unusual, as I hear from my friends in Watchdog, that historically the election polls and polls in general used to be pretty precise and trustworthy in Moldova on average. Of course, there's always been different pollsters and things like this. But last year, the surprising thing was that they were wrong, and they were wrong in a major way. So what was wrong there was that, I mean, every one of us has probably heard that polls have had difficult times predicting the outcomes of US elections and so on. But in case of US election, the polling misses have been in the order of magnitude smaller, so the around 2-3 percentage points. So in Moldova last year, they were, depending on a region, depending on the subgroup of population, 10-15 percentage points off. And they were off in a particular way that the polls were showing that the EU referendum will pass by a significant margin. In the end, it ended up passing by about 20,000 votes, which is a very, very narrow margin. The same thing happened with the second round of the presidential election, where Maia Sandu was predicted being far ahead. In the end, she did win, but by a lot smaller margin against Alexander Stoyanoglu than, again, the polls were indicating. And that was something that did clearly worry a lot of people in Moldova this year, as the situation was prior to the elections. So the polls were running, from the beginning of, from the end of last year, and they showed PAS being in a comfortable lead. So if you look at the data from August, from CBS polling data, then PAS was predicted within the countries, I'm disregarding the diaspora vote right now, being ahead about 52 percentage points. And diaspora is, of course, strongly pro-European, so this would have meant that PAS will win by a landslide. If you have taken a look at the election results, then in the end, that was PAS did win majority, but that was 50.16% together with diaspora. Without diaspora, the actual end result for PAS was 44%, 44.2% in Moldova itself. While, again, I remind you that in the end of August, the polls were showing that PAS will get a domestic vote with 52%. So there was, again, a 10% polling miss. And again, this is not a very difficult thing to figure out where to point fingers. So how this polling miss came about, what could be behind it. There are Andrei can probably fill in a greater detail later what were the differences between last year and this year election. There were some significant important differences, but overall the thing that most people were afraid of, and this was a serious thing to be afraid of, was the election interference coming from Russia. So there are different angles that Russia used there. One of the major ones, again, Alina can fill in there, is Elon's Your network. So this is a big player, big actor in that scene. But that was not the only thing. And to put it in a little bit broader perspective, so like Kersti was saying before, this is not an isolated issue for Moldova. So that is something that we see. I mean, our organization has been working. Last year, we were working in 8 different European countries. This year, we have worked in about 4, so in a little bit different capacities. So it's not easy to count, but and we see the similar patterns everywhere. So there was a Czech election this weekend, and again, you can see telltale signs of Russia being active, trying to influence the elections. One of the new things, relatively new things, which of course came into spotlight last year with the Romanian election, where the surprise candidate Georgescu shot into the lead, and this whole thing ended up with annulment of the election and so on, is that Russia is actively also tapping into diaspora vote in many of those cases, which is new. So that's not something that we have. I mean, it's a recent development, really, from the last year, and it's increasing this year. So this was the situation where we got in. So we were working closely together with watchdog people who worked with getting the data for us. And so what we did actually many different things, but the main thing was that we tried to give an honest view of what the situation on ground would actually be like if we assume a similar kind of a polling bias as we were experiencing in 2024 in Moldova. And how we did it was that we trained a model to learn the bias from last year, and then we adjusted this year's polls for this bias. And I'm happy to say that we ended up being really, really close to the actual results. So on the election eve, we predicted that BUS would get 44.13% votes. They ended up getting 44.2. 2 weeks before the election, we called that they were at 42%. So in the end, they inched up to 44. So yeah, that was, and then we also try to look into what are the groups that can be influenced both by Russia and by pro-European forces. So what are the, so to say, the low-hanging fruits for both camps? So how do you build resilience into your campaigns, into your elections, and so on and so forth. So, but I'll stop here right now, and so I'll happy to fill in later.
Thank you, Tarmo. This is actually the moment to hand over to Andrei, because this is where the knowledge Tarmo was digging out from the data was used. It was a watchdog who really approached the people in Moldova. And please tell us, what did you do? What did you see? How did you estimate the situation?
Well, thank you. I see a lot of young faces in the audience, so I would start with the fact that not many people know where Moldova is. There actually is a board game called Where is Moldova? And that shows that we are not necessarily the most important geopolitical actor in the world. Although if you look at the recent international coverage and type in Moldova into Google, you're going to see a lot of covering of these elections. And it's interesting because it's a David versus Goliath story. because a small country has shown twice that democracy can be resilient in the face of Russian hybrid warfare, and we estimate that this election only costed Russia $300 million. Not a small amount of money even for richer countries than Moldova. Where we were at the beginning of this election is that we already knew that they're going to try to buy votes here back home in Moldova. They were trying to use the church against the Moldovan elections, preaching at the altars about the how EU is decadent and we should not vote for pro-European parties. They had so-called influencers, and I think Alina could tell more because they actually penetrated this info leaders structures that they produced huge amounts of disinformation. Like they had a structure that amassed more than 1,000 people that needed to produce on separate accounts tens of thousands of pieces of disinformation per week. They have televisions. They have I don't know, a very complex, I would guess, Telegram infrastructure with an integrated app called Taito, where you log in with your ID and a selfie. I guess not dissimilar to like legal affairs, where you would sign a contract for being a volunteer, actually getting bribed for going to protests or going to vote for a party or another, where you would get lectures on and points on Russian propaganda and how to spread it online further. So this is what we were facing, and I'm going to talk a bit about what Watchdog did around this. We understood that the factor of social media is going to be bigger than ever, and we created a lot of content on a couple of themes that were, in a way, tackling what Russian propaganda was saying on Moldova. For example, one of their biggest fear-mongering was that you shouldn't poke the bear. We are going in towards EU. That means going towards NATO. That means war. Unfortunately, even NATO protection in different countries shows that, for example, penetrating your airspace doesn't mean too much for NATO these days. And for Moldova, it's quite interesting to tackle that element. But what we tried to spin this theme around was that actually getting closer to Russia means getting closer to war, and showcase how Belarus territory is used in the war, how Georgia is used to circumvent sanctions, how Transnistria, the breakaway region of Moldova, I'm pretty sure nobody heard about it, but as most ex-USSR countries, we had this landmine under our country where a breakaway region is used against us. We got around 20 million views in the last month before the election. We targeted it very specifically to 1.3 million people in Moldova. We didn't target everyone, but we think that this is a great result. But there are indications that only on TikTok in the last month they got around 90 million views for a country with the population of roughly 2.5 million of Moldova. That's huge. Everyone got the Russian narratives 5 to 7 times on TikTok, and I'm pretty sure that most people here in the room have heard of TikTok or use it to doom scroll every day. Given time and resources, we could reach that point, but we don't think that we could amass the same type of reaction that they do, because what they do is tap into emotions. They create so much disinformation that it's rather not to inform them people in the wrong way, but to create confusion and to create distrust in any type of messaging that is coming our way. Coming back to what we did, we used stuff that the young people here don't necessarily use, TV stations, and we were present more than 1,000 times on local TV stations in regions at national level and so forth. We used billboards where we drew some caricatures of Mr. Putin being the puppeteer of some faceless politicians, and it was like a Schrödinger, or how that's called, a test where everyone could fit the politicians that they thought that are being conducted by Putin in this game. We used a lot of get out to vote messages around diaspora, which is a stabilizing factor in the case of Moldova, unlike Romania, for example, where they usually vote far right rather than, let's say, more pro-European. And we tried to convey the messaging also through influencers. We used a wide array of people who have a following. We didn't give them information that they should be spreading, but we gave them notes and said, you have creative freedom, do something around this. We think this is important to be spread amongst your followers, and they did so. And we also amassed around 10 million views using the Moldova. It's quite easy to replicate anywhere. We saw even on our networks, for example, there is this international media operation called Pravda, where they create a lot of AI slop. And I'm sure many of you know what AI slop is, like poorly written articles or videos made with AI in order to convey their messaging. They're flooding the system with this type of information, some of it to reach directly people, some of which to influence the way engines operate. So if you type in Moldova, you might get the Pravda version of Moldova rather than the actual version of Moldova. And monitoring for Moldova, we saw influences on Polish elections last year, or we saw influences on the Czech elections this year. Everything that is done in Moldova is replicable in other countries and other elections, and you should be aware that elections without foreign interference in Europe most likely won't happen in the next 10 years.
Thank you. How investigative quality media is playing the role, and Alina's ZDG's example is one of the best I could bring in that case. So Alina, please explain, how did you see the society and what the journalism should have done, and what did you do?
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody who is here. I know it is rainy and it is rather better to stay at home with a coffee. And I know Moldova is far from anything, and it is difficult to think about Moldova when you are here. That's why I would like to make together with you an exercise. Just imagine that you are now in your house. And just imagine that your house is clean and cozy as you like. And suddenly at one moment, someone starts to throw mud at your house. And it is constant mud thrown and thrown. And at one moment you clean and clean, but then you find yourself or your kids or your family, everybody is covered with mud because there is more and more mud thrown. And at one moment, members of your family start to say, we are so muddy and our neighbor Russia is muddy. Maybe we should unite. We are all in mud, in dirt. Why do we need that Europe? It is too clean, but they also have too many gay, too many LGBT, but Russia has churches and Russia has guns. They may kill anybody. It means power. So this is the metaphor where we live. And we, as investigative reporters, started from the point that we had seen that some people are questioning democracy, and some people started to say, maybe it is better with Russia because Europe is with those standards, with cleaning mafia, cleaning everything. Why do we need clean society? And people were not understanding that this throwing mud army is paid to do so. They thought it is something natural, and it is how Russia is paying people to say that Europe is bad and Moldova has to join Russia back. what did we discover during last elections? We discovered that Russia was paying armies of people and they were carrying bags of cash via planes and buses to come to Moldova and to pay, to bribe everybody to vote against the pro-European referendum and the pro-European candidate, or to vote for the pro-Russian candidate. Then we had seen that police started to do something and to catch those bags of cash. And Moscow didn't stop. They just opened an application they created an application of a Russian bank, and they were sending to Moldovans money. Was actually because of a digital campaign on TikTok and so on. So for the next elections, we were really afraid that we lose because Moldova doesn't have any control on social media. Moldova is a small country. Nobody cares from big tech platforms about what happens, what the messages are. And actually, we see a lot that Russia is using American platforms, Chinese platforms to do their campaigns because Russia pays. And if you put anything paid on Facebook, it will stay there. If I put my opinion, but not paid, nobody see it, or very few people see it. So for this year, Russia started, we had elections in September, and Russia started to work for these elections, to disturb these elections last November, just 2 days after our presidential elections. Why do we know that? Because our reporters were still inside the ring, and 2 days after last year elections, they got a message, hey, we have to start preparing for the next year parliamentary elections in Moldova, and all the instructions started to come together with the money. How the money are coming? I told you that the application was closed, the cash of bags are somehow limited, but they never stop. They are very creative. For this year, they started to use other bank applications, and at one moment, our reporter, and we have the proofs, and we filmed the whole process, how our reporters working undercover were paid. So at one moment, our reporter says to the head of the ring, look, I have to be paid, but I am afraid that police will see that I receive money from Russia. And the guy from Moscow says, yes, the money are coming from Russia, but not directly from Russia. They go via Europe. So you'll receive your money via any European country you want, and nobody will know. So that's why I want that any of us is aware. Russia is already in any European country to send money to the places they want to corrupt. In this case was for Moldova, but be sure if they have the scheme, they will use it. At the end of the day, our reporter just wanted to experiment and said, well, I want to receive my money in Bitcoin, and it was available, possible, and our reporters were paid in Bitcoins, and we have money from Russia. Of course, we exposed at the end everything to the public, but it was clear that we have to fight a digital army, a hidden army that is throwing mud to Moldovan democracy in huge quantities. Sometimes we don't manage to care about our internal things because we have to devote a lot of forces and time to clean ourselves. Russia has only mud to throw. They don't care about their internal democracy. That's why we have to stay together to keep ourselves clean from their interference.
Thank you. Maybe we can think or ask, if I'd ask how Moldova had learned from this experience of 2024, and also internal security organizations who this year just earlier or just shortly before the parliamentary elections actually organized several clear-ups and revealed the plans of several interference Do you see that your state organizations are also stronger for now, or how you would explain the situation, what you have come through?
For sure, we saw that the police and the National Anti-Corruption Center started being active between the first and the second round of the presidential election last year, when it was clear how big this money scheme was, and that allegedly more than 140,000 people were bribed in the last election. This year, it started way earlier. It started months before the election, although there are still criticism, and something that they should be thinking about not to do in the next elections is taking out some parties for illegal financing. At the last moment, we had two parties that were drawn out of the race in basically the last 3 days of the election. That is not a good practice, and that is something that we were heavily criticized upon. They started communicating better, and I think that was one of the key elements that has thwarted some of the vote buying attempts in Moldova, as in when you see every day people being searched, people being detained for bribing other people or taking those bribes, your availability to do the same is going down. They put on many of the intercepted conversations between these people who are basically afraid but still going in for the scheme. We saw a lot of internal corruption happening, and that is the funnier part, because the money going from Moscow to reach the grandma in Moldova, they would lose up to 60% of the money in between with the intermediaries that were there in the system. We saw, funnily enough, sanctions being applied and working. One of the main culprits in this scheme, Ilan Shor, he's running a coin called A7A5, basically for laundering Russian money that is under sanctions and buying drones and other equipments from China, not to get Chinese firms under secondary sanctions. A side project for him is buying votes in Moldova, but that shows the complexity of the issue here. After his coin going under US and UK sanctions, it basically fell down 100%. So if people kept their money in that coin, after receiving it, 100 euros turned into €1. And what I think was also paramount is that the whole of society has managed to mobilize themselves, civil society, investigative journalists, even simple people, saying that this is a crucial election and we should be fighting back towards this phenomenon of vote buying and illegal activities. We should be defending our democracy. And that was powerful enough to mobilize people both home and abroad to show up to the polls and to vote.
Yes, I would confirm that we learned a lot from all the attacks of Russia. And now I would confirm that we are more resilient. And it was not easy because our democracy is quite new, and we built with a lot of pain during last 30 years, let's say, the right to protest. And it is beautiful to have the right to protest. But some years ago, we had seen that in the center of our capital city, Chisinau, there were daily protests of some strange people who were shouting, "We don't want Europe, we want to unite with Russia." And we knew that it is something wrong, but actually nobody had proven that it is wrong. And actually we couldn't imagine that someone pays so much money to bribe all the protesters to say that. But, you know, the authorities were like, okay, everybody has the right to protest. Let them protest if they want to protest. And for me, it was absolutely bad to see that at one stage, when I had seen more and more titles in the international media saying that Moldova wants with Moscow, And I remember talking to one a foreign reporter saying, look, it doesn't mean if, no, but I had seen protesters in the centers for so many days. It means for me that people want to go with Moscow if they go openly in the street. And then we decided to make an undercover investigation at that moment. 4 of our reporters infiltrated into that ring, and they were there, and they had seen how instruction are given. You have to go and shout that. You don't talk to media because you don't know what to say to media. So just skip any media. You just shout, we want with Russia, and come back, and you are paid, and our reporters were paid. And after we discovered and showed to everybody that scheme, finally the whole society started to talk about, yes, we need the right of protest, but we don't need that someone pays protesters because it is fake. And then we had seen that society is looking somehow else. But also after our investigative stories about how people are bribed to vote, we had seen the beauty of unification of the society against this big bad thing. We had seen how society is sharing an investigative story, how they are discussing that. We had seen that many TV stations are rebroadcasting our investigative story. We had seen that people started to make pressure on police and authorities saying you have to do something because it is corruption and interference from another country. We had seen that police was more and more encouraged by people. They were not criticized that they, kill a protest, but they encouraged to fight with this corruption coming from a foreign actor. And at the end, during elections and after elections, actually, I had seen that, everybody of you had maybe this feeling when the society shows unity, the society shows a kind of success because we all together did something. Civil society, journalists, police, and many were the big majority of citizens.
Thank you. Tarmo, you
I would just like to pick up from what Elina said. In the end, I would have to say that in the data, I would still say the Moldova is far from being a unified country in most of the aspects. So there's a deep divides and strong polarizations. But the thing to keep in mind, what Elina said, I think is really important. So our Moldovan friends are saying that Moldova is so small and doesn't matter. It matters a lot. So in terms of there's a lot to learn from what happened there, and there's a lot to learn for us Estonians, the European countries, because the like Alina said before, what Russia did in Moldova, they are trying to do elsewhere. So they are probably not trying to buy votes in Germany. By the same schemes that were used in different places, but they are trying to use in very inventive ways. So Russia is clearly adopting. We could see that what they tried last year in Moldova, it was different what they tried this year. Just to bring an example, one of the things was that last year European election or the European Union referendum and also the presidential election really boiled down to whether you go for the EU or the the Russian Union, the EU. So that was the thing, and that's where the election tipped towards the EU. So this time around, Russia had a different strategy. So they approached it this way, that they tried to split the pro-European vote. So they had a number of parties that were regularly visiting Moscow and then conducting their strategy meetings there, who were, on the face of it, they were pro-European. Mm-hmm. They said that we think Moldova should join EU, but we should go carefully. We should be aware of the LGBTQ, and we should stick to our traditions. We should go like Orban is doing. So we should go with our own proposals and things. We shouldn't rush headlong into the EU, but we are in favor of the EU. So this was the clear strategy of trying to pull over some people who were strongly pro-European, but who didn't particularly like PAS or didn't particularly like Igor Grossu or were concerned about inflation and so on. Another interesting thing, which I think very, very telling, we weren't only polling who's going to win the election. We were conducting also lots of issue polling. So we were looking into narratives and issues that were, spread and held by Moldovan people. And one of the things, there's an interesting sort of a parallel or contrast if you compare Moldova and Georgia. So in Georgia, Georgian Dream has absolute majority of the parliament. So but they are kind of skeptical towards EU, and their opposition is really fractured. So liberal opposition is fractured, and the pro-Russian government is unified and big. In Moldova, it's the other way around. So this is where you have the pro-European PAS has absolute majority, and the pro-Russian opposition is kind of on the face of it fragmented. They are less fragmented than you would think, looking at that. But this is the situation. Now, the interesting thing is how Russia spins the story. Mm-hmm. In case of Georgia, they say that this is the will of the people. So Moldovan Dream has absolute support of the absolute majority. So this is democracy. So that should be upheld, and that's something that people in Georgia want. Now, how they approach the Moldovan case is that there's a distinct narrative that is being spread, especially by Russia, also among diaspora. That Maia Sandu is trying to instigate dictatorship. So this is the dictatorship narrative, that she's trying to shut down the opposition, outlaw the other parties, everyone else, and just have the absolute power. And this is something that has a lot of traction also in Moldovan society. It's not that it's only a small part of Russian speakers purchased to this story. So it is being taken seriously, and that's one of the examples how Russia plays it. And again, referring to what Alina pointed out very pertinently before, our societies in both in Moldova and in Europe are ill-equipped dealing with that sort of attacks, because we think the elections and public protests and everything else is sacrosanct. So that's not something that we should touch. So we shouldn't interfere. We shouldn't do with it. This is up to people. And Russia is using it very cynically. So they try to undermine the integrity. So, for instance, with what Andrei was mentioning before, in the closing days of the election campaigns, Victoria Fortuna's Moldova Mare was shut down, and the other party was blocked from the electoral bloc of socialists and communists was blocked from participating. On one hand, this was a loss for Russia, because those were clearly pro-Russian forces, political forces, that were eliminated because of the technical issues of election campaign funding reporting. However, Russia very quickly reacted to this and turned it around and said that this is something that it's shutting down the opposition, again the dictatorship narrative and everything else. So Russia was winning even if it was losing in that sort of situation. So they can very quickly adapt and turn these things around. So they can use this thing to sow distrust, and that's why it's so important. What Elina said before is that building the election resilience around elections should not be something that you deal with the final 30 days when you get into elections. That should start from the next day when the previous election ends. So, and it's becoming ever more important everywhere in Europe. So that's in Romanian case. Andrei was saying before that in Romania the diaspora votes far right. Yes, in the last election, but it didn't used to be that way. Diaspora used to go to USR in spades. So USR won, the Liberal Party in Romania won the elections in diaspora by far. But now suddenly in Germany, majority voted for Gheorghiu. In Italy, in France. So that was a striking difference that happened in a short period of time. So again, the point that I want to make here or underscore is that this is something where, like Alina was saying, Russia started 2 days after the last election. We should too.
Yeah, this is the case of building resilience throughout the year and clock in our society, and the awareness what is at stake and how to protect our hearts and minds. So is there any opportunity or a wish that you would like to ask any question from our participants, or we will... there is one.
There's another.
There is another.
Yeah, there's one.
And there.
Yeah.
And there.
Is there a
Is there any microphone there in the public's?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Alina knows that.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, it's because we generalize somehow, and then we think that everybody in Moldova is corrupt and willing to take money. Well, from one point of view, of course, Moldova is a poor country and people have less incomes, and maybe Russia will not manage to do that in a rich European country. But from other point of view, this is a classic and very deep manipulation. So, for instance, in our last investigation, we show that Russia didn't come to the ring and say, I pay you and you go and vote against Russia. No, they said in November last year, dear people, we offer you a training. We just want that you are good on social media, you know how to promote yourself and your messages. So we organize a team of digital training, and who will be the best will get even bonuses. And this training is for free. We offer you all this knowledge. And people were gathered and they were provided knowledge how to open 1 or 2 accounts on TikTok or on Facebook. How do you put, maybe you open a fake account, but how do you make that people believe that you are a real person? And then there is a contest within the ring. Now we post things about Happy New Year with the music, and let's see the impact. And now we in Moldova have a problem with gas. The gas is not cheap and the authorities promised cheaper gas. So let's make all together a post about the gas, that we want a cheaper gas. And then the next day they make analysis and say, look, you are great. You are doing great. You are the best social media people we know. So who will get the highest audience next time gets a free mobile phone. And then people work to get this prize. You know, there is a competition, there is an alive group, people are kept together, and they are not, there is no criticism, there are only beautiful words. And then later they say, okay, let's criticize a bit this government because they don't do that. And you are paid for that because you are doing great results. And at the end, you find yourself a kind of member of this group. And then they say, we provide you more money if you bring more people to this group. And then I say, okay, I'll just get more money. And at the end, they receive money for the vote only at the end. But they make people devoted to this group during a year or months or maybe many years. So be careful. It starts with something innocent.
There, I see you.
Yeah.
What has the reprisal been from Russia for the candidates that have lost, or for the, shall we say, the 300 million euros that you said were wasted? Because I'm assuming Russia doesn't like that. So have you seen some abandonment of those candidates, or considering them not viable for future actions? Thank you.
I think at this point we see first reaction towards Transnistria, that is has gas for less than 10 days left, provided by Russia. Transnistrians voted in a smaller number than last time. There were some let's say questionable tactics on the Transnistrian vote. The voting stations were moved from the security zone, this zone on the administrative border with Transnistria, inwards into Moldova in order to secure them. And according to the police, to document better the coming to the organized transport to these polling stations. But it's clear that Transnistrians didn't provide the numbers that Russia wanted to have, and we have now a growing humanitarian crisis there. But we know that Putin always delays these types of sanctions. We might be seeing a shift in between the leadership of this pro-Russian bloc, but there's a crisis in that bloc anyway. They all of their leaders are in a way reshuffled, reused. They even brought back a prime minister from the 2000s to run in this campaign, showing that there is a crisis in leadership in that bloc, and that also contributed to their poor results. But I think Tarmo also wants to change.
Yeah, I want to address the premise of that question. I don't know if the amount was 300 million or less or more, but what I sort of want to challenge there is that I'm not entirely sure that Russia sees it as money wasted. I think it's much more likely that they see it as money invested. So yes, this time it didn't turn out this way. It went better for them in Georgia. And they are not done. There will be another elections. There will be election coming in Latvia next year. So they can use what they learned and what they developed in Moldova in subsequent places and elections. And as we know, Russia has a lot of money, and they are willing to throw it around to purchase influence, to gain influence. So they can, what they learned in case of Romanian and Moldovan elections working with diaspora, they can use in European elections, as they did in Czech election case. I think it's useful to keep in mind there that this was not a single one-off thing that you throw 300 million, you hope to purchase a country. I mean, Putin certainly would have loved if it had gone this way, but I'm quite sure that there are smart people around who planned this thing, and they know that it's a probabilistic thing. So it was close. It was actually really close. They got close. This time they didn't succeed. They will try harder next time.
Yeah, I wanted to add that we had seen some movements and change and shifts around the Putin circle, because we knew that some vice presidents are responsible for an area like Moldova. The biggest challenge was the network of Ilan Shor, who is very close to Putin. And we as journalists had seen things in the Ilan Shor digital ring. There were many voices saying, oh, the money are not coming anymore. We don't know when the next payments will be done. It means Shor might have troubles there in Moscow, and he doesn't have that big money to send to Moldova again. But it doesn't mean that if Ilan Shor didn't manage to do whatever Putin wanted, it doesn't mean that Putin stops. He will find other people, or he will put more people to work, or he will involve more money. He will change his strategy, and I am sure he will improve his strategy to get troubles to Moldova. So we have to be aware all the time.
Thank you. We have two more questions, and then now third, and we know that the time is over. So let's take all the questions and have the final circle, and then thank you so much.
Yes, so Uldis Mikls from the MFA of Latvia and former ambassador of Latvia to Moldova. Congratulations, first and foremost, on the results of elections. I think first from the point of view of stability of policy, very important, and second, successfully countering the Russian interference. And I think the fact that the so-called team which worked with Moldovan elections at the Kremlin administration was fired straight after, that just shows that success. I'm interested in your view, how applicable are the lessons learned from these elections to other countries. And perhaps in particular, if I look to another actor of where Russia wants to keep its influence, and that's Armenia, where elections are coming next June. So how applicable those lessons learned are? Thank you.
Okay. Please. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, I'm representing Journal Geopolitics from Georgia. As you mentioned, Georgia's and Moldova's cases are two different cases because Moldova has pro-European government and Georgia does not have these governments. But my question is there any specific lesson Georgian opposition or civil society can learn from these elections, since elections in Georgia is no longer fair or meaningful at all? So what would be your answer to this question? Thank you.
And then the last question from Martins, please.
Yeah, very interesting panel. Thank you for your insights. I have a rather possibly politically incorrect question, but I will go with it anyway. You talked much about what civil society did, what investigative journalists did, but the election results, do they resemble in any way, or if they do, then to what extent the actions by the actual party, by the government, by president? How would you characterize those? Were those on spot? What were the? How would you evaluate the communication, the strategic communication? Me representing NATO Center of Excellence for Strategic Communication, so I would want to hear your views on that. Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. Really, really brilliant ones. So let's start from Andrei and come from to here and add up whatever you have on in your heart still to say, and then.
Starting with lessons learned, I would start with everything that is exportable from Moldova. If you have fringe parties that promote some kind of nationalistic view or let's say, mainstream view, it's most likely that Russia will try to fund them. And in the case of Moldova, one of these parties was a party that was claiming that part of Ukraine should be Moldovan, because I don't know when in history it
times of Rurik.
Yeah, same type of logic. Yeah, it belonged to Moldova. When you have a strong religious organization in your country, it might be weaponized against you, and it doesn't necessarily need to be linked to Russia, by the way, because in the case of Moldova, there's a direct link, but it's not necessarily. It needs to be corruptible, and it needs to be able to be weaponized against your country. Regional grievances, if you have a region that might want bigger autonomy or something linked to it, it also could be used. And somebody was asking about Armenia. In the case of Armenia, we studied that case, and we are in contact with our colleagues from Armenia. And I think the internal displaced people in Armenia could be a force that could be exploited by Russians, because they have their grievances towards the government, and they could be weaponized against the democratic process in Armenia as well. Technological elements of it, the Telegram network, more for organizing rather than for sending messages. You don't need to have big channels that promote propaganda. You need the same type of organization that you listen to pro-Russian rhetorics, and you sign in to go to protests and get different amounts of money, depends on the region how much. The possibilities for using crypto, especially in the last period of time, has grown. And on the positive side, I would mention the participation and the voice of civil society, getting, for example, Georgians to believe that elections actually matter, and even there's institutionalized bribing in Georgia for different categories of people that get handouts from the government to vote. Even the protest movement could be re-energized by some results in elections. And even if it seems that elections are already lost, you should be still fighting to raise your voice and to raise the dignity of the people, and the revolution of dignity actually showed that.
Yeah, to pick up from that, so you just had your local elections in Georgia, so I guess this was a moment of reflection of where the country is and how things are. So clearly there's a difference. So there's a distinction. So once you have lost the meaningful free elections, then there's a whole big, hole to climb out from to get back where you can start having these sorts of conversations that Moldovans are lucky to have right now. So yes, I think it's a fair point that it's a different situation. I was just using it as a contrast between these two different places. I absolutely agree with everything that Andrei said. So there's a lot of things to learn. It's not a one sort of a set of tools that Russia is using in different places. One of the things that Alina was mentioning before, that what Russia is clearly doing is that they are trying to create this false analogy and say that all democracies are somehow corrupt, and there are no fair elections, and everything is a power grab, and so why should you care? So worry about what's the price of the gas, and use your right to oppose the government and voice your dissent. And they are trying to do this everywhere. In Germany, in France right now, as they are trying to, blow at these embers of discontent and try and see if they can get the flame out somewhere, undermine the integrity, undermine the trust in public institutions, in democratic processes, and so on. Say that everything is, corrupt, everything is possible to purchase, and you shouldn't look at Russia as being a bad example. Everyone is the same everywhere. And they are getting a lot of success. They are making inroads by... we have this thing in Estonia right now going on where Estonia took a rather strict stance on the Russian Orthodox Church. And that is, again, something that is being used against us, not only by Russian Orthodox people. It is a contentious issue. It's an actual question to ask, how do you balance the religious freedoms with democracy, demands of democracy? But this is the attack vector that is being used, so you should never forget that.
Thank you. Shortly, the Armenia question. Look for the Russian money. Be careful where the Russian money are. And specifically for Armenia, the Russian bags of cash were coming via Armenia to us because Moldova doesn't have, since the Russian war in Ukraine started, Moldova doesn't have any direct flight with Russia. And the way to fly from Russia, very much used, is Moscow, Yerevan, Chisinau. And a lot of money were coming this way. If they come via Armenia, be careful now that the money will stop in Yerevan. And authorities should pay attention to that. And it was also mentioned the role of church. Congratulations to Estonia that you don't have so many issues with Russian church in Estonia, but Moldovans and Armenians have kind of very strong tradition of Russian-controlled church in the country. We had seen last summer issues with the pro-Russian church and some people arrested. So work on this because it is really important. With Georgia, actually very sad about Georgia. We as journalists had to learn from Georgia. We had seen what happened in Georgia, and I just stressed everybody I could stress in the country, saying, look, Georgian independent media is under arrest, under block. They have to go in exile to do their job. I was born in Moldova and worked forever in this country to build this democracy. I don't want to be arrested now. I don't want to go in exile. So let's do something. We avoid this. So it was a sad lesson, but we used to stress people to understand the risk for democracy. Now, as a journalist, I just would encourage Georgian journalists to show what Russian money are doing to destroy democracy in Georgia. And for the last question, I'm not here to praise Moldovan government, but we had seen a lot of progresses in explaining what happens, in explaining the risks, and in explaining what the government is doing, why police is doing that. And we had seen that the image of police, despite all those arrests and despite of those unpleasant movement in street protests and political parties, we had seen that the image of police is rising and the image of elections bodies is increasing. And I think this is the right way to clean your house from Russian mud.
Thank you. Thank you for all your attention, and you have stayed, although we are over time. And thank you for our distinguished panelists. And just to answer this Stratcom question from as a final word from my side, that thank you for all your insight and support for whole of society approach who have done these things, because of course it is not investigative journalism alone, it is not NGOs alone, it is everybody, included government communication and Stratcom, to build awareness and strength in our societies. So that is the reason why PRACnet is also working there in Moldova. Thank you so much, and have a nice conference.
No. Let's see. Is it okay if I grab myself a chair? Welcome, good afternoon to our side event on connecting two regions from the far ends of Europe, the Western Balkans and the Baltics. This side event is done in cooperation with the Heinrich Böll Stiftung office in Berlin. And part of our speakers from the Western Balkans that have made it to the Riga conference, joined by a couple of colleagues in the audience, are part of a Western Balkans advocacy group we work together as a group advocating for European integration of the Western Balkans. We are honored today also to be joined by distinguished speakers from the Baltics, the Deputy Speaker of the Latvian Parliament and Ms. Golubeva. And we will start promptly because we are 17 minutes late. But we will try to keep it 10 minutes longer than the foreseen agenda, just so that everyone is in the loop. So we have about 15 minutes to accommodate 6 speakers, and we're going to do our best to be rather short and without many long introductions. So I'll won't introduce everyone at the beginning. I'll introduce them as I give them the word so that we make the maximum of our 47 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. First with us, we have Zanda Kalnina-Lukaševica, the Deputy Speaker of the Latvian Parliament and head of the Latvian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Thank you very much for making the time, for joining us at our panel. Given your position, but probably it's also good to start, given that you are the host here where we're located. Can you give us a sense of how potentially do the Baltics view the Western Balkans from the enlargement lens, from a security lens, and in the second round, for which we will hopefully have the time, we will go back also to recommendations and potential venues for cooperation. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure and privilege, and I think it's a really great topic to start this conference for us. And indeed, as you ask about the Baltic perspective on Balkans, let me structure my brief intervention in 3 parts. So the Baltic perspective, reforms, and resilience. So if you look at the first topic, so it's I think quite clear that Latvia and the other 3 Baltic states have each our own unique history to share, stories of resilience, perseverance, and desire of freedom. And also, we joined the European Union more than 20 years ago. I still can quite vividly remember the many narratives that were pushed against EU membership at that time. And to be frank, even today, we can see targeted disinformation campaigns against Latvia and Baltic countries. And so to remain resilient and strong, what is important is that we must be clear-eyed and also think critically and be ready to act swiftly against these forms of foreign interference. And we can see them now in Baltics and also in Balkans. So the experience of the Baltic states showed that resilience is not built overnight. It is a result of education, also civic engagement, and strong democratic institutions. And strengthening independent media and also supporting public trust in reliable information sources is crucial. But of course, our work is not finished, and it cannot be finished. We are being challenged every day. So turning to the Western Balkans, I see there are still many challenges, of course. But the good news is that the one thing that helps and the strongest driver to overcome these challenges is actually the aspiration to join the European Union and this prospect of integration in the European Union. So if we talk about the reforms, yes, the EU provides countries with a strong incentive to reform and also to build really good relations with neighbors. But in every reform process, however, there are always targeted campaigns against both reforms themselves and also the individuals implementing them. And I believe it's important to recognize that. So politicians, therefore, must act like lighthouses, guiding the way forward even when it's unpopular and can come at some personal costs at the same time. So in today's world, we need actually true statesmen and stateswomen, leaders who drive their agenda, not shaped by yesterday's public polls, but has this courage to lead and inspire people towards their mission and the future of the country, not the past. So the EU enlargement process, I think, is about these shared values, the rule of law, also the stable democratic situation in the countries. And countries on the path towards the EU must feel supported. That's very important, to feel supported, but also encouraged to implement reforms and keep the high standards. And to conclude, it's clear that Latvia is ready to provide support. It's also important that enlargement must remain merit-based, but the timing is crucial. So as we have seen already previously, if accession takes too long, then the momentum and motivation can be lost. So countries that do their homework, that advance reforms, must be rewarded. But they must also align with the EU common foreign security policy, and that's super important. So in short, European door is open, but each country must walk through this door by its own, on its own. And of course, also resilience is more than important. Not only these reforms, but the resilience in difficult situations. And maybe we will still have a bit of time later on to discuss how to build the resilience, how to stay strong in the situation where social platforms are driving the agenda. Also, disinformation campaigns, huge foreign interference activities, how important it is to find a way how to stand against them, and also how it is important that other countries support the countries being targeted. And I think one key aspect is transparency. So transparency of who is behind these foreign interference campaigns. That's crucial. And here, we must support each other, because quite often there are separate events in many countries. But when we connect the dots, then we can see the pattern and see who is behind. And I will make a comma at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much also for setting an example with the time. We heard a lot of key words that are very important for us: values, building resilience. And on that note, we are actually, when we discussed the organization of this panel, we wanted it was very important for us to be in the Baltics as the countries that have actually set an example, also the transformative power of the European integration. So you touched upon that, and now I'm going to give the floor to our colleagues from the Western Balkans, starting with Dalibor Kauljarevic from the Center for Civic Education in Montenegro, the country that's probably the next in line. Daliborka, your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Simonida. Indeed, the Western Balkan path has been a long and often discouraging test of the credibility, both for our national governments and for the European Union, because we have on one side citizens who remain largely pro-European, but they are also kind of losing a faith into the process as such. And too often the enlargement has been a technical exercise or some kind of the bargaining chip within the geopolitical context, rather than this transformative process based on the values that you have pointed out. And this vacuum has opened space for illiberal, clerical and pro-Russian influences that drive on disillusionment. And this is what we have now as one of the challenges. In that context, the Balkan states can stand out as our natural allies. They know from their own experience, which you also highlighted, what it means to reform under the pressure, to build resilience, and to defend democracy while at the same time facing external threats. The Baltics can help restore the credibility of the enlargement process in Brussels, and this is very important because we don't need only to have the talks in favor of the Western Balkan. We need to see demonstrated how membership based on merits and democratic consolidation strengthens both national sovereignty and European stability. And this is exactly what could be a strong bridge between our regions, not only at the governmental level, because there are talks, but also the level of the civil society, academia, media, because we need all of these exchanges. And there are a number of the topics that we can interrelate, such as cyber security, countering disinformation, green transition, civic education. And I'm very happy that you mentioned also education, because we are forgetting how important that is for resilience. From Montenegrin perspective, the message is clear. Despite being former frontrunner, our institutions are fragile. Democratic backsliding is visible, and it is in contradiction with the European progress that we hear from the messages from Brussels. And political elites are often misusing the whole language of the European integration. And this is why the European conditionality must remain strict but fair, and why allies like Baltics should also support not only our institutions, but also to hear the voices from the civil society, which are actually pointing out to this, to the importance of the values. Finally, I think that the Baltic story shows how the small states can punch above their weight. And this is something which is very important for us, as we have all of these countries in the Western Balkans which are individually quite small. And but you did it because you had these shared values and strategic vision. And this lesson is vital for us, I think, today. We need to rediscover that clarity of purpose, that reforms are not in favor of the Brussels, but in favor of our own democratic consolidation.
Thank you. Thank you, Daliborka, also for sharing a positive view, actually, and looking forward, which is not often the case in a lot of the panels that involve the Western Balkans. We now move on to Agon Malici, who is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Agon, 3 minutes.
Okay.
No pressure.
Thank you, Simonida. I'll also try to keep it on the positive on what can be done. So, not just overanalyze the problems. And I'll start with what Madam Deputy Speaker said, when she said, rightfully so, that if you connect the dots, you know who is behind all of these attacks against both of our regions. I think this is why we're kind of here, because I think it's important to connect the other dots, sort of the other side of the battle that of the actual war that Russia is waging against Europe. And we see a lot of commonalities between our regions, because I think this part of the world understands the strategic objective of enlargement and how important it is for us to do this. I'll focus on one aspect of why the region is being held back, and that is the issue of bilateral disputes being sort of misused to block enlargement. What Russia is seeking to do in the Western Balkans is to prevent or sort of, preserve its sort of veto power over what happens in the region. It does not have its sort of, any direct territorial ambitions, because we're still we're further away. But it wants to preserve this veto power in these sort of negotiations, in sort of aggression against the West, and it's constantly trying to undermine, for example, Kosovo-Serbia normalization efforts, democracy in each and every one of the country, but it's the way it's one of its main tools in this is internal EU divisions. And we need countries like the Baltics who have a principled approach to enlargement, so who are firm on issues of alignment with common foreign and security policy, who are firm on democratic principles, to sort of counterbalance the role that certain countries like Hungary, for example, play. There are a lot of vetoes that are misused. For example, the case of North Macedonia, and Simonida is from North Macedonia. It is being blocked from moving forward, not because of not fulfilling any criteria, but because of a historical dispute with Bulgaria that has nothing to do with sort of democratic standards. Kosovo, where I come from, it cannot even get candidate status because it's not recognized by 5 EU member states. So we need supporters of Kosovo, of North Macedonia, of our countries of our region, to use their weight in the council more to prevent these sort of unproductive obstacles, these negative obstacles in the region, while standing firm on the positive, so on the positive conditionality, which is on democracy. Thirdly, I think at least 3 of the countries of the region are NATO members, so there's ways and platforms within NATO to do a lot of the sort of resilience on the cognitive warfare that is being waged. But I do think that there is a need for more platforms and avenues for cooperation at other levels, so let's say think tanks, community, civil society, because of this common interest, and because I do believe it's in the Baltics' interest also for the Balkans to move forward together with Ukraine and Moldova. Obviously, we don't see any sort of competition in this front between the two. Actually, we feel that it's very complementary, and that we both benefit from moving forward together. And NATO's role in the Balkans is critical, while the EU, because of internal divisions, has its challenges. If there was no NATO presence in Kosovo, for example, if there was at least no NATO, Montenegro and North Macedonia, if they hadn't joined NATO a few years ago, we would have had a much bigger security problem in the region right now. So we hope that the Baltic states can, through NATO, continue to play a very positive and constructive role in at least preserving, making sure that this, from a security perspective, the region is resilient. So I'll end there in the interest of time, and we can touch upon other aspects later.
Thank you, Agon. We move on to Serbia, actually, after Kosovo. Bojan Ilić is a journalist from Serbia. So, Bojan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simonida. Thank you all for being here and showing interest in what's going on in our part of the world, in Europe. So, coming from the Western Balkans, I will focus mostly on the battle of narratives. And coming from Serbia again, I will mostly speak about the Russian influence in Serbia and in the region. And maybe to start from the fact that the Balkans or the Western Balkans now is usually seen as the proverbial powder keg of Europe, where a little spark can, set this powder keg on fire, and then everything goes to pieces. And then, especially after the onset of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, many voices in Europe or people were concerned that this might set off wider scale conflict in our region, and that Russia might play a role in it. And I think I'm here maybe to give a more nuanced picture about how Russian influence, foreign information manipulation, interference works in the region, primarily through Serbia as the main factor in the region, I have to say, because it is the biggest country and it has the biggest troublemaking potential. And maybe I think it's also, this is probably like a false image that this relationship between Serbia and Russia is very close, and it is close to a warm, brotherly Slavic embrace. It is not. To a great extent, it is also a very calculated relation that seems more like a marriage of interest than what I described before. So what is the interest of Russia in the region? It is mainly creating instabilities and using Serbia and the region as potential region where they can cause troubles for Europe, for NATO. And Serbia is particularly important because of the troublemaking potential it has, and it has shown before. And what is the goal of Serbia in this relation with Russia is mostly relying on Russian support for its geopolitical position, which is on one hand related to Kosovo and the dialogue that is going on, and on the other hand, it allows Serbia to maintain this balancing act sitting on 2 chairs. Being on one hand the candidate country in the EU accession process for close to 12 years now, and at the same time maintaining close ties with Russia. And why this is rational, calculated thought, it's because after the onset of war in Ukraine, you could see that Serbia has diversified its international portfolio, moving, for example, closer to China. And last year, Xi Jinping visited Serbia. A range of strategic agreements were signed, including this year, for the first time ever, there were joint military exercises between Serbia and China. So this is how it looks from the outside. And then Russian interference in Serbia, do not get fooled, because our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been trying to paint it like that it's impossible to resist Russian interference in Serbia. It's not like that. In Serbia, we have Russia Today, we have Sputnik in Serbian language, which looks better and more balanced as a news outlet than some national Serbia media. And to just give you a picture about this, on the day after Russia invaded Ukraine, on Informer, the most widely read tabloid, front pages read, Ukraine invaded Russia. This is the level of disinformation that is homemade, native to Serbia, and that is mostly promoted by Serbian taxpayers' money, because these outlets receive money from Serbian, from the Serbian government, from the public budget. So it's a much more complicated situation than you would think it is looking from the outside. But also, I would say that solutions are also very easy, and how this could be fixed. But maybe let's leave that for the second part of the. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Bojan. I think you're getting the sense of the diversity, but we'll open up for questions soon. Last but not least, from the Western Balkans is Edo Kanlic from the Transparency International Bosnia. I'm not sure it was wise to end with Serbia and Bosnia, but here we are. So Edo, the floor is yours.
You're kind of used to it, actually. Thank you, Simonida. Thank you for having us at the conference. I agree with everything that colleagues said, but I would like to point out that this year we mark the 30 years of the Dayton Peace Accords that stopped the bloody war in Bosnia in the 90s. And I believe that at the point when we are about to reach a peace deal in Gaza, but also with all the peace efforts to get the peace in Ukraine, it's relevant to talk about the consequences of these arrangements that are very much important. A role of international community has to be underlined in all of this. So in Bosnia, we have 30 years of peace. If we ask me what sort of peace it is, for sure a negative peace. We don't have armed conflict, but we still struggle a lot with all the challenges that we had prior to the war and in the war period, with ethno-nationalistic parties in power, which still misuse all the traumas and bad memories from the 90s. We still struggle with the functioning of state institutions, with a very fragile and fragmented political system in the country. State is captured with high level of corruption, brain drain, which is one of the biggest in the world. But still, in all of this, it's good that we have a peace, and now it's definitely time to do some assessments and to see how did it work in the past 30 years, and what was the role of the European Union and all the other international actors in all of this, which is relevant for the rest of the region as well. What we had from Brussels and from European institutions in the past was a appeasement strategy that was present there for years, and that is also valid for other countries in the region. We had autocratic leaders who actually blackmailed the European Union, and who unfortunately almost always got the concessions and what they wanted actually in return to preserve some sort of stability in the region. While at the same time, we had some actors who directly undermined the constitutional order of the country. In this year, we had a lot of issues with secessionist steps of the authorities of the Republika Srpska region, and Milorad Dodik as its leader, who's openly the biggest Russian player in our country, but maybe even in the region, who often visits Moscow and consult the Russian authorities about every steps that he planned in our country. And what we saw in return was the lack of unanimity on the EU level to actually act sharply and to try to stop these acts. So we could rely on the individual actions by member states. In all of this, it was very important actually to underline that we still feel the gap in power that was left when the US administration that is now in power came to the White House, because we do not have an acting American ambassador for almost a year now, and we do not see that European Union is really willing to step in and to actually show that there is a European vision for Bosnia and Herzegovina and for other countries. And in all of that, it is very much important to have not only usual suspects from the member states, but also member states who are far from the region and who can, realistically look the broader picture, and who can actually offer some ideas and constructive approach that can help us to maybe overcome all these failed strategies from the past, which are still being kind of the main approach towards our countries. What is important to mention here as well is the security component. We still have European peacekeeping forces in our country, And the problem is that its mandate is being renewed every year. It will be the first week of November, and this is also a tool for Russia and for other members of the Security Council of the European Union, of the United Nations, to actually instrumentalize it and to use it as a political tool to destabilize the country. It is also being instrumentalized by the domestic actors to actually, create narratives of what could happen in the country if this mandate is not renewed, and who would actually fill the security vacuum that then comes to the country. So a lot of questions are still on the table. Bosnia is struggling on its European path because we did get a green light to open negotiations, but because of the lack of political will on the local level and the lack of agency on our side and the ownership of the process, we still do not see all the necessary reforms that should actually get us to the first intergovernmental conference and all the additional steps on the European path.
Thank you. Thank you, Eda. Ms. Golubeva, chairperson of the board of the Baltic Initiative for European Reform. You've heard the expectations, the diversity of views that our colleagues shared. So how feasible do you see some of the recommendations, and can we reflect a bit on what you heard, connecting it to the Baltic perspective? Thank you, and thank you for being with us.
Thanks. I'll try to be a little bit structured because the time is short. I think we're speaking about three different sets of expectations. One is the geostrategic alignment, which is important for the EU, given the challenge from Russia and the international situation, the gradual crumbling of the international liberal world order, if you wish, and everything that comes with it. So Europe, of course, would be interested to have candidate countries that are now both in the east and in the south as part of a stable, aligned European Union, which supports the same values, but it's not that easy. Then there comes the issue of native elites. I mean, the elites of each candidate country, and in some cases you have a very strong geostrategic alignment with Europe. In some cases you have a different vision of where the interests of the country lie. And sometimes you also have, as someone mentioned, on a smaller scale, but nevertheless, some authoritarian tendencies. And then, of course, you have the European Union member states, which are also not always playing ball, not just in the sense of being slow or putting too many barriers or keeping some countries in the waiting room for too long. And you know how it is when you are in the waiting room for too long, then you appear on the stage, you already have signs of fatigue on your face, there is less spring in your gait, you are less prepared to face the challenge. So it's not good. And we see in North Macedonia what that means. That really is a dispirited population not believing EU accession anymore. But also there are individual interests of some member states which actually are not themselves so sure about their geostrategic alignment. And I think there are players inside the EU that affect this process for the Western Balkans. I mean, I don't think it's a big secret if I name Hungary, but we'll see how it goes in the future with, for example, what kind of stance will the new Czech government take, right? What stance, I mean, so far Slovakia doesn't seem to show much interest in obstructing Western Balkans in any way. But I mean, let's see what kind of coalition builds there. I think it's highly important at this stage for the European institutions to try to facilitate and to accelerate the decision-making processes. I think Antonio Costa's proposal is very good. The question is how realistic it is that the EU member states will accept it. I think it's very important that there is accelerated approach to solving those issues, those political issues inside the EU, to facilitate, and especially regarding countries that are good at preparing and opening and even closing chapters like Montenegro and Albania. It's hugely important that there is response and there is openness on the European Union side. And we are going to see that in the near future, whether that is going to be the case. Another thing, of course, is indeed Russia's cognitive warfare in the region, maybe not as focused as in Moldova, for example, but nevertheless very, very present. And undermining exactly the geostrategic alignment which Europe would want to see in this part of the world. So that is something that cannot be fought without engagement of civil society in these countries. I absolutely agree. It cannot be fought just by governments, especially if governments are not always themselves clear about the geostrategic alignment. So it's hugely important that civil society is empowered by European institutions, but also by private foundations, for example, in the EU that would like to see Europe stronger, as this discussion is supported by one, I think it's hugely important and hugely relevant.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a wonderful time to open the floor, given that we have 20 minutes until the end, and we do have an audience. So I would really like to get questions in, or even we will even accept short comments from the audience. The floor is yours before we move on to the second round, so that we don't have a rush for the questions. Am I just to make sure?
It was all clear.
It was all clear. Do our colleagues from the Western Balkans group potentially have something to add? No, there is still time. 1, 2, 3. No, we go back to our second round. Then first with the Deputy Speaker. You've heard also our expectations. There was a lot shared here. I think that lastly, NATO was also mentioned. I myself am a European Union scholar, so I tend to be very Eurocentric. But having in mind also your position in the Council of Europe, I think all of these countries are also members of the Council of Europe. So if there's any, except Kosovo, if there's anything you can reflect also in the broader context of the building alliances between the Baltics and the Western Balkans would be actually much appreciated.
Thank you. And indeed, also in the Council of Europe, we follow the struggles, we see the challenges, but we try to find ways how to help. And there is a similarity with the Baltic countries. So we are not blind-eyed, but we really want to find ways how to better help in different levels. So from the parliamentary level, for example, we provide training for some of the parliaments, for the staffers of the parliaments on the EU integration process. It's might be seen as a teeny tiny project, but it's a practical support. Then also we see this broader context, providing support in strengthening the ability to fight against disinformation. And also the NATO STRATCOM Center located here in Riga is, I think, a huge help to many countries, sharing expertise, sharing knowledge, and sharing also the ways how to face these terrible situations.
If we just follow up on Ms. Golubeva's last point, can we also reflect, are you in a position to reflect maybe a bit on the positions of the Baltics on the accelerated integration and also Mr. Costa's proposal in terms of maybe qualified majority down the road?
It's a difficult question, Maria knows it. If I separate it, so as I mentioned, so the time matters, and if the enlargement process goes too long, so the momentum can be lost. Of course, also it shall stay merit-based, so the reforms must be implemented. The alignment with the common foreign security policy must be ensured. There cannot be compromises on that. Sorry, but cannot. But we can support as much as possible to implement these reforms, to find a momentum to move forward. So on the qualified majority vote, it's a huge debate in the Europe as such, on the enlargement or on the common foreign security policy, on parts of that. So the official Latvian policy is saying quite strong that we still keep the position that the need for a consensus is crucial from different aspects, and I think we will not have time to debate it into the detail. So it's much stronger message if we find consensus and move forward. And just one more aspect. So it was said by our colleague from Serbia that these relations with Russia is as a marriage of interest, and actually that the Russia's interest is creating instability. And I fully agree that Russia's interest in general, in Balkans, in Baltics, in Europe, is to create instability. And if you think that the general goal of the European neighborhood policy and the European foreign policy as such was to create and is to create a ring of friends around Europe instead of the ring of fire, So if Russia is our adversary, which it is, it's clear that Russia's goal is the very opposite: to create instability, to create unrest, to create problems. And we see it in Western Balkans. We see it even Russia's role in the Middle East, etc., etc. So, and it means that if we see these signs of instability, so first of all, for the sake of the countries, we need to find the ways how to fight against that. But it's also for the sake of being able to stand against aggressor, not to allow it to reach its goals with creating tensions, instability, and conflicts inside democratic societies.
Wonderful. I think this is a good point maybe to bring Bojan, because he said that he has a couple of recommendations or what needs to be done.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Lukashevitsa, for bringing this back to Serbia. Right, so I fully agree. And I think my recommendation is that actually it would be very easy to deal with Russian influence in Serbia if there was actually a government with a democratic mandate that had on its agenda to counter or contain Russian influence, because it's really tricky to even assess to what extent Russia could really flex its muscles in Serbia in an environment where it's welcome everywhere and they don't even need to try really hard because there are other actors, proxy actors, media outlets that are very friendly towards these positions. And then from Serbia again, being used as a hub, the whole region is destabilized. I forgot to mention that in the first round, including through Serbia, pro-Serbian political parties, Serbian or Russian money going into funding these proxies in Montenegro, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, most of Republika Srpska, in North Kosovo, destabilizing the whole region. And going back to what you mentioned about the autocracy towards the end of your expose is actually, I think this is how we should fix the issue, because right now Serbia is in a, again, I'm not sure if you follow the news, it's the Serbian regime, Aleksandar Vučić, the president, who has been declared as one of the most fastest autocratic regimes in the world by the VDEM Institute. This year on the Media Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders, Serbia reached lowest ever score. We are a hybrid regime, titled by Nations in Transit report for 5 years now. And for the 11 months, or close to a year, we had this really pro-democratic anti-corruption protests in the country that have mostly fell on deaf ears in the European, among European audiences. Obviously, it's understandable. There are several wars ongoing, some issues that are more pressing, but investing in democracy, having real democratic actors in power in Serbia would help democratize the region, because without democratic Serbia, we can have democracy in the region and we can have peace in the region. Going back to this democratic peace theory, you know, the democracies don't go to war with each other. This would, in long term, stabilize the region. And of course, there would be at least a forum where you could address foreign information manipulation, interference by Russia in such a space. Right now, it's impossible to do so with the current regime in Serbia.
I think that we need to try to find together this exit from the roundabout, in which the Russian influence that we have mentioned, which is also felt in Montenegro, is not seen at the same way from all of the member states. You from the Baltics do understand it. But for instance, we have a speaker of the parliament who is a Russian representative practically in Montenegro, and he's been acknowledged in his position and well received by most of the representatives of the other member states, because the imperative is now to have Montenegro fast track to the European Union. But do you want Montenegro in the European Union when this guy will be the next prime minister, representing Russian influence and being maybe even more of the troublemaker than Orban? I mean, this is why the values are important, and this is why we need to have certain kind of the consensus in this process, because it's not about the technical issue. It's more about this transformation of the whole society, which includes also building of this resilience, which is making a mess in our society. I mean, and this is something where the current approach of the European Union is not helping at all. And this is something I suppose that we share more of the understanding and could find more of the common ground.
Just to, again, tag along on this issue of the cognitive warfare we're faced with Russia. One of the key messages Russia is trying to convey in the region that Europe doesn't want you. And sometimes with some decisions or things that the EU does, it's a kind of indirectly confirms and supports those narratives. So we need help from from within the EU to counter this narrative. That's why, for example, the issue of the QMV on enlargement steps is important, because look at the case of North Macedonia. They went through a very delicate negotiation, changed the country's name to try to move forward in EU accession, and then they were blocked then later on by Bulgaria over another issue. And this, for example, in the case of North Macedonia, kind of confirms the Russian narrative. So it's very hard for actors like us in civil society then to push, we're used to having the EU and EU conditionality as an ally, This undermines conditionality in a way, because then no matter how much you push for democratic reforms, you don't get anywhere closer to the EU. So we need this sort of help, and by help I mean using the political capital that countries, even the smaller countries in Europe. That's why we're here, because as in the Balkans, we're used to kind of discussing about enlargement mostly with Berlin, with Paris, with the bigger sort of countries. But now the power is kind of shifting within the EU, and Eastern Europe, the newer, you're no longer new members, already old members, but you have the leverage, the weight, but most importantly, the principles. For the kind of enlargement that we want to see, and we would hope to see a bit more of use of this political capital on these issues, and to understand how what's going on right now is helping the Russian narrative and helping Russia kind of hold the region back. And by holding the Western Balkans back, it's also holding all of Europe, so destabilizing all of Europe. So I'll just end there.
Maybe just to add, is it working? Yeah. Maybe just to add here that what we hear from all the member states across Europe, it's like the need for the internal reform of the EU is kind of a consensus. But what we don't see is who's going to push for that, who's going to be the actor who will initiate it apart from the big European institutions. And there I think that we need member states with experience of negotiations with the EU, those who still have good examples of how your countries improved actually through this process, but also through the membership process over the past 20 years, because you have figures now that we can compare and that we can use as an argument for the enlargement. And that's why we need to broaden the discussion about enlargement, because it would be pity to wait another 20 years and to have only Baltic states talking about Ukrainian accession process, because it is what happened to us actually. We have only those usual suspects from our neighborhood, from countries where we have a huge diaspora who are still talking about our countries and the need to enlarge, and therefore we needed to be a much broader discussion that will be merit-based and in which we have a clear strategic communication, because that is what is missing right now. We see that some old red lines are being crossed, but we need really to be honest in this process, and honesty does not mean you're not ready, sit and wait, and we don't have anything to offer to you at this stage. And maybe at the end to say that since we have a lot of autocratic leaders and very strong figures in our countries, it is very important to underline the importance of the parliamentarian oversight of the process. And that is something that is missing in my country, and I believe in all the others, since we have a representative of the parliament. We need parliaments to be much more involved as directly elected representatives of the citizens, to be there not only to vote for these reform laws, but to oversight the implementation, and to really be a conscience of our society that can underline and remind executive powers and all the rest of the society about the needs for the reforms.
Thank you. Ms. Golubeva, reality check. From all these expectations.
Yes, my sad role in this discussion. I think basically two main points as a response to what I heard. One is inaction has a cost, just like action can have a cost. I think we already see in Georgia what it means when Western partners, including both NATO and European institutions, did not take the need to speak out and to be much more vocal, seriously enough, at early stages of the U-turn, and then it's too late. So do we want that to happen in any of the Western Balkan countries? I think not. And that means sometimes sacrifices. So sacrifice the safe position of the mental framework of an administrator where you are afraid to make actions that might be risky, so you just prefer for stability's sake, not to do any risky moves. This might actually, in the end, cost more. I always suggest to those in Germany, for example, who oppose Ukraine's accession by 2030 to think of the price of non-accession, the cost of non-accession for us all. So the same concerns the cost of non-accession for countries in the Western Balkans that are now moving fast on the way to closing and opening chapters. Of course, with some countries where there is less political will, that's a bit more tricky, and I would be more careful there. Second point, strategic communication. I absolutely agree. I mean, who is managing the expectations of citizens in countries that have been waiting for more than 10 years? Nobody's seriously really doing that. I was very happy to see some administrators from all 7 countries in a training recently where they were preparing to strategically communicate about reforms in the EU accession. I think that's exactly more of this should happen. But it's also quite important that the European Union also remembers about strategic communication. I mean, the usual thing is that very often when there is lots of EU funding going into something and then the communication, for example, of Russia's proxies is much louder and much more successful than the communication of European Union and pro-European Union actors among the elites of the candidate countries. And that is something that is unfortunately the case both for Moldova, Ukraine, but also for Western Balkans. So that has to change, I think.
Thank you. You have made my job extremely easy because you moderated this discussion amongst yourself. One last chance for a question or a comment. Wonderful. Yes, and then two now. Now we will be kicked out at 1:10. So please.
Good afternoon, Roman Kovalchuk. I'm Secretary on Foreign Affairs of Belarusian Christian Democracy, and I have a question to Serbian and Bosnian representatives. So, in my country, honest opinion polls are not conducted for many years, but I have a question about the aspirations of Serbian population, both in Serbia and in Republika Srpska, which is an integral part of Bosnian Federation. The aspiration of EU membership and aspiration to have a unique position in the Balkans as a center of Slavic Orthodox civilization and closer cooperation with Russia and China internationally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you just pass the microphone here in the second row? Now we just take questions, no more comments. The first round was...
Antis Gobiņš, European Movement in Latvia. I would like to avoid the taste of blaming the EU, which was a little bit the standpoint of several speakers. And I would say that actually the main learning lesson perhaps from the Baltic states to the Balkans was that actually when Latvia was kicked out of the so-called first round of EU accession, we did just the opposite than to resignate. We did double up our efforts, and we managed to get into the first train of accession countries. So that, I don't know how we managed as society, but we managed. And that would be more or less, I think, the lesson to learn, also not to resignate, but do double up. And at the end of the day, there was no choice at the EU level. They had to take us because we were even better than the Estonians in several aspects.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful for your last comment. I'll hand the floor to Bojan and Edo, and then we will all have 1 minute just to wrap it up. Yes.
Yeah, very quickly. So when it comes to the public opinion polls, Serbia unfortunately fares the worst in the region when it comes to the support for the EU integration. And up until 2019, there was this silent majority above 50. And these are polls, I'm quoting, conducted by the Ministry of European Integration. However, ever since then, they'll be around 43 to 5%, depends on the year and depends on the circumstances, because it's very responsive to the developments taking place. However, there depends also what you ask the citizens. For example, if you ask the citizens who are the biggest friends of Serbia in the international relations, as of Corona times, China comes on top, then Russia, then Hungary, around 80–70%. These are the top three. EU member states and EU are below 50 again. And then for Republika Srpska, I mean, again, this is all very heavily influenced and curated by very terrible situation in the media. I mean, it's really important to underline how terrible media situation is in Serbia. I actually call for a special international tribunal to be established to go after editors of Serbian media outlets, because this is really impossible to have any kind of discussion or opinion about this. So maybe Edo, and then maybe the second question somebody else can.
It's very much similar in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I mean, countrywide, it's still below above 70%, but in Republika Srpska, unfortunately, that number is dropping every year, and it's a clear and direct consequence of the anti-EU narratives of the ruling party in the RS. And again, I'll repeat the same about the media situation. We have a media blockade in the Republika Srpska, and that's why it's so important to push for the legislation on transparency of the media ownership that is missing in my country, and that should be high on the agenda on this path.
Thank you. Agon, you had something. Yeah.
Just very briefly on the question of, we obviously have our frustrations with bad leadership in the region, and a lot of it is responsibility comes from the region. But in the Baltics, you had an enlargement process where it was a kind of productive competition between the countries in the region, and there was conditionality was actually working. We're talking here about obstacles that have nothing to do with democracy and improving your governance. We're talking about obstacles that in 5 countries not recognizing EU countries not recognizing Kosovo, for example, or in the case of North Macedonia, disputes over history. So these are very difficult obstacles for which kind of are external. So that's why we kind of want to emphasize this. We want that productive competition and that dynamic that conditionality creates. And right now we have that momentum actually in Albania and Montenegro, who are opening chapters quickly, and we really hope for that to progress very well, because it will send a different message and narrative to the other countries in the. It might create that dynamic where other countries in the region will now want to tag along because they will believe that there is a credible process underway.
Are there any pressing? Yes.
Thinking of this belief in Europe and willingness to implement all the reforms, let me connect to 2 dots at this point. That actually in Latvia, we believe that we have done our work and that we have developed a strong and systematic ability to respond to the Russia's propaganda. But we are challenged right now again. And also, we believe that the European values are so strong here in Latvia that it's like a given. Mm-hmm. And this belief in European values are being challenged again. So actually, from one side, we in Latvia and in Baltics, we are ready to support the Western Balkans reform process. At the same time, your fresh belief in the European values and willingness to join the European values, I think can also again help us to renew and to strengthen our own beliefs in European values, because they are being challenged every day. So we can help actually each other.
This is a wonderful conclusion, unless we have something pressing from our 2 speakers. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us. Thanks to my panelists. I think they deserve a round of applause for making this discussion in such a short time. Thank you. We are going to be around during these 2 days. If there's anyone that wants to talk about the Western
I think we can begin. Madam Prime Minister, ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to the Riga Conference 2025. We are at the House of Sciences of the University of Latvia this year. My name is Tomas Pildegovic. I'm here in my private capacity, but together with Latvian journalist Eva Johansone, who will be joining us very soon, we will be guiding you through the next 2.5 days of discussions, spirited debates, side events, and closed-door sessions. The theme of this year's conference is unity, security, and resilience in a fragmented world, which, in my view, sounds a bit ominous, a touch dramatic, but as Finnish President Stubb recently remarked on his visit to Riga, nostalgia is not a strategy, and clinging on to a world that no longer exists can be costly and dangerous. This conference was founded in 2006, 2 years after Latvia joined the EU and NATO, to mark the occasion of Riga hosting the NATO summit for the first time. The transformation this region has undergone since then has been remarkable. But to be honest, I'm a bit too young to really credibly reflect on that. I will leave that for the people with experience. But events are accelerating, and I think in order to focus our conversations in the coming days, I think it's useful to very briefly take stock of what concretely has transpired since last year's conference in October 2024. So first, since last year's conference, Russia has lost another 300,000 troops killed or wounded, bringing its total of casualties to over 1,117,000. On the other side of this bloody equation, this year, Russia has only managed to conquer 3,800 square kilometers, so less than 1% of Ukrainian territory. Second, Russia is clearly provoking us, testing our resolve in new ways, and the number of Russian non-conventional or hybrid attacks against NATO member states has tripled in each of the past years. And as we've seen in the recent events in Estonia, Poland, Romania, Denmark, these attacks are becoming increasingly violent, increasingly reckless. Third, China has chosen to increasingly openly support Russia's war to further its own geopolitical objectives. And I could go on and on. Since last year's conference, the Assad regime has fallen in Syria. Iran's nuclear program has been set back. There is a breakthrough towards peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And of course, in the Middle East, President Trump's Gaza peace plan is gaining momentum. Unbelievably, but also this past year alone, I promise I will end soon, the EU has implemented 4 more sanctions packages against Russia, with the 19th one soon to follow. It has announced an 800 billion euro rearmament plan. So Europe is taking ownership of European security. On the NATO side, allies have historically agreed on a 5% defense spending target at the Hague summit, a figure all 3 Baltic states will reach next year already. NATO has also launched 2 new missions in this region, Baltic Sentry and Eastern Sentry. We also managed to start and end a transatlantic trade war. And last but not least, the Baltic states have completed their quest for energy independence, fully disconnected their electricity grids from Russia, and joined the EU grid. So in sum, a lot has happened, and all of these issues and their future ramifications will be at the center of debate in this year's conference. The goal, of course, being not to reminisce, but to understand how we can move forward and act from a position of strength. Finally, just a few mandatory technical notes. First, there is truly a packed program this year, so please be sure to check out all the options on the conference website and really make the most of all the opportunities. Second, please share your thoughts and insights from the conference online using the hashtag RigaConf, and use the QR code to receive a live text translation of the entire conference. This is a really unique service provided by the leading Latvian AI translation company, Tilde. So with that, I wish everyone a memorable conference. And I now give the floor to the head of the board of the Latvian Transatlantic Organization, Jānis Kalsbergs. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. And you know, when you lose youth, you gain experience. Thank you for compliment. I'm happy to take it over. So, Your Excellency Prime Minister Viksilina, Your Excellency Minister Baiba Braja, definitely I would like to say as well, Gundars Verziņš, thank you so much for having us here. Distinguished guests and of course, so many friends. And I was, unfortunately, we had some queuing, so many guests that we are a bit of queuing problem here. So welcome from my side to Riga conference. Last year we held it in Castle, so we were somehow digging back into the past. Today, thanks again to our very generous host, Latvian University and the Science House, we are going to look hopefully to the future. And hopefully the future will be a bit brighter. There is some kind of symbolism in it, and I think we will look into it. As a host, I have few but very important things to say. First, thank you all being such trustworthy friends of Riga conference. In fact, there are double as much as we were expecting, so registered nearly 1,200 people here. And the second important thing, I really must acknowledge all our great partners without whom this event really couldn't take place. So event as always is co-organized with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Baiba, thank you so much for your personal involvement. So that's sometimes we're tough, but I think we'll see how we are going. And of course, Ministry of Defense. So thank you so much. And our long-standing partners. I must read because I really don't want to miss one. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the European Commission, and embassies of Sweden, Canada, Germany, Spain, France, the Netherlands, Israel, Turkey, and nicely we have a new ones as well, and definitely we are looking for more for the next year as well. Heinrich Böll Stiftung, Pracnet, International Practitioners Partnership Network, Globsec, and Latvian Institute of Foreign Affairs. To our business partners, Latvian Mobile Telephone and Latvian Mobile Telephone Defense, Patria, GDLS, or General Dynamic European Land Systems, Edge Autonomy, Atlas Airspace, you can look some of exhibits as well, upstairs and in front of the doors, New 21, Miltech Association, Rail Baltica, and of course, all our many multiple media partners. Your presence and trust means really a lot. Thank you so much. So, Thomas, where you started 20 years ago, and I really, as a host, I should say this as well. Summit took place here in Riga, and very first Riga conference, and I was responsible for security at that time of event as well. At that point, Baltic states had already been in 2 years, as Thomas mentioned, and there was, speaking of sense, that the job is done. Finally, we are among the strongest alliance in the whole world, and European Union as well. So those were two things we joined together in parallel. The question is, in retrospective, was the job done? And my answer would be yes and no. Just to remind, agenda of those days and topics NATO Summit addressed and we were addressing at that time was basically about power projection, but not in power projection as we understand it today. So basically, in our first basket, when we discussed the summit agenda, were operations. We had operation in Afghanistan, we had in Iraq, we had in Kosovo. Second basket was dealing with all partnerships. And among partners, we had Ukraine and we had Russia as well. And only the third basket was speaking about defense capabilities. We call those days transformation. What really meant by transformation? Let's be honest today, looking, force reductions. And few later, there was a NATO command structure review. We lost some of our force at that time as well. But here in Latvia, we took everything very seriously. Just an anecdotal case, when we look as well organizing summit, Riga was closed. And there was, you could find on I don't know sure whether YouTube, but there were speed records. On a Rīgas street, our main street, somebody did around 200 kilometers per hour. Of course, police stopped. So we took so seriously that there were 10,000 police officers and soldiers on the streets. And without kidding, at that moment, there were 3 nuclear powers, including decision makers here in Riga. And then, with our allies, we had to make all security arrangements. We had no fly zone. We were prepared for renegade situations. Only a week ago, and I know Prime Minister was coming back from Copenhagen, and there was no fly zone as well. Kind of similarities, but there is a generation in between those events. So what has changed? Defense is no longer niche only for professionals in uniform. Threats are not anymore virtual. They are real and they are here. And they affect even those who considered that Ukraine is another continent. Paralyzed airports, blackouts, arson, cyber attacks, name it. In fact, we were afraid that there is a small cyber attack on our homepage as well, but hopefully it's not so. At the moment, everything with our streaming is working. It's a new playbook for our enemies. So in Riga, 2006, NATO Secretary General of those days said, Jaap de Hoop Scheffer, nothing could demonstrate more clearly how much Europe has changed for the better. And the fact that this summit is taking place here in Latvia, a democratic Latvia, and that is free Latvia, and that's still true. That's still true. We would not be sitting here and today if there would be not NATO umbrella. And it's worth to remind, and again, to those who portray NATO as a weak, nearly dead organization. Russia loves this narrative. But is the job done? Of course, job is not done. Far from it. Ukraine is not part yet of NATO and European Union structures, but they are defending our freedoms and our world. Security and defense job will be never finished. But the next pit stop for us should be fully embracing Ukraine in NATO and European Union. And finally, despite nearly full moon, I trust that our conversations will be dynamic, controversial, but most importantly, constructive. Thank you for being here. And with this, I'm very honored to invite our Prime Minister, Evi Kasilin, to have a real speech. So, thank you.
Dear Jānis, thank you for invitation to give a speech. I hope everyone who was still standing in the line has arrived here. Dear Professor Gunārs Bērziņš, dear ministers, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, dear colleagues, friends. I'm honored to be part of the opening of the Riga Conference 2025. It's really a big honor. This event remains me one of the most important annual conferences on foreign and security policy. It's a forum where we can find the solutions to our region's challenges. I would like to thank the team for organizing it and keeping the quality of discussions and participants high level. The fundamental goal of Latvia's foreign and security policy has been the same since Latvia regained independence. And the goal is that we are fully integrating ourselves in the Western world. For some of the ambassadors, it may sound strange, but for us, we know what it means, what the cost we have paid, what the price it takes. Latvian interests, values, security, and development are aligned with modern, democratic, and forward-looking part of the world. Our message is simple. Latvia stands together with its friends and allies, stronger, safer, and more united than ever. We do not face threats alone, we shape our future together. This kind of strategic clarity is grounded in 3 factors. 1, Latvia's historic experience, our geographic location, and confidence in Latvia's future. I am enormously proud of Latvians. We are fast learners and sharp thinkers. We are able to adapt and act fast. That is our advantage. As a smaller country, we can make a real difference faster. With courage, vision, and determination, we are building our future today. In 2 years since my government started to work and I took an office, Latvia has definitely become more secure, more independent, connected, resilient, more competitive, and more inclusive. This government has taken bold steps to make a difference despite so many and difficult challenges also created by Russia and its war of aggression against Ukraine. Latvia is more secure, and when I'm abroad, many my friends and my colleagues are asking me how you can make 5% of our GDP to be allocated for defense. Because yes, in 2023, Latvian defense budget was 2.23% of our GDP. But today it's 3.8, and starting from next year, it will be 5%. Is it easy? No. Latvia makes our national as well allied partners' deterrence and defense stronger, and we know why we are committed to do it. We invest in our defense capabilities in both equipment and personnel. We have made bold steps in developing a national defense industry, starting from almost nothing. Recently, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Rheinmetall, aiming to establish an ammunition production line in Latvia. We invest in security of EU and NATO, but with a special responsibility to our external border with Russia and Belarus. Because I believe Europe as a whole must take the next step. We must build stronger and more integrated industries to become more competitive and resilient in the world. Especially if we talk about the defense industries that unites our capacities and encourages innovation. Too often, our progress is slowed by fragmented markets and overlapping systems. We, those colleagues who are work within Europe, we speak a lot about fragmented markets. Because I believe we cannot afford anymore, we must act together. We have the key to financial resources, and those resources must be mobilized now. We must turn Europe's savings into Europe's security. We, the European leaders, must act as partners, as allies, and as co-creators of a European industrial strength. We are already building these bridges. We have had many discussions on the EU level about developing industries together. We must aim for a borderless European defense industry, open, collaborative, and competitive globally. I am happy to see how far we have progressed already, but more needs to be done. Faster, in close coordination with regional partners and for sure with Ukraine, which has developed crucial experience and knowledge. Part of it is to develop drone and anti-drone capabilities to increase security of our airspace. That is my top priority as the Prime Minister of Latvia, that our people are safe. Because living next to Russia and Belarus, safety, deterrence, defense cannot be on politicians' agenda. We must have this on our agenda because those are our everyday questions. And people are safe because the governments are ensuring actual results and our people have hope for a better future. I can say Latvia is more independent. In February this year, Latvian energy sector disconnected from BREL, Russian and Belarusian electricity grid. Instead, we fully joined the electricity grid of continental Europe. Even before that, we stopped buying Russian gas, and now 75% of our LNG imports come from the US partners. Could we be thinking like 3-5 years ago it is possible to be done in such a short time? No. But can we do it? Yes, if we have a politician's will. Energy prices are steady with a tendency to decline. Our goal remains to produce more electricity and to become a net exporter of energy. Latvia is more connected right now because we continue to develop Latvian transport sector connectivity with other parts of Europe. And just recently, the German aviation giant Lufthansa invested in our Air Baltic. And despite some challenges of governance and funding, as well as regional cooperation, Rail Baltica, which is a railway project, is as well on a track. It's a large and complicated project, but it's very important for our military mobility. And I can say that Latvia is now more resilient. Latvians always has been strong and capable of surviving and even thrilling through difficult times. Today, Latvian society is more aware of different kinds of threats, including hybrid ones. We, as a society, know the tactics of our enemies, and we want to be, and we are, prepared. At the same time, we are constantly improving. We are strengthening our cyber and informational space. We continue building this whole society approach to our security, linking all stakeholders and different phases of crisis management. We have seen how resilience of democratic systems has been constantly tested. We know it by our experience. Because as well, most recently, we all experienced the parliamentary elections in Moldova. Despite enormous pressure, Moldova successfully held transparent and credible elections. We as well shared our knowledge and expertise in preparatory process of those elections. Now, Moldova has the experience to share with us. Latvia is more competitive. In the last 2 years, my government has focused on strengthening our economy and making it easier to grow and to invest. Now, Latvian banks give more loans to both companies and individuals. Our real estate market is developing faster, with Riga overtaking Tallinn in development and purchases of new homes. And we have a second most competitive tax system, and we continue to reduce bureaucracy both nationally and on EU level. Because our goal is to create an economy that supports innovation, industry, and strategic investment, especially in high-tech and defense sectors. This is how we position Latvia and Europe for the next decade as leaders in technology and defense industry. Why defense? Because, as you remember, we live in persistent threat which is coming from Belarus and Russia. It's just our everyday calendar. That's on our schedules, that's on our tables. But we learn from that experience, and we are able to share that experience. We already have so much to be proud of. Latvia is a digital country. More than 90% of public services are available online. We can start a company completely online without even leaving your office in Germany or in Switzerland or even in US. We have established a National Center for Artificial Intelligence, and we see AI as a crucial part of Europe's future as well. To conclude, Latvia and Europe must look forward to a future where security, innovation, and collaboration define our continent. We must act boldly as politicians. Sometimes those decisions which are not made today can be a big consequence in the nearest future. Therefore, I am a loud voice in Europe's committees and meetings, protecting my society's rights, Europeans' rights, against threats from Russia and hybrid threats. Because I believe today, we are not just fighting for our physical security, but we are fighting for values of democracy. And democracy is not something which is just here. We need to fight for it. Because there is no better option for us as to live in a democratic society. So Latvia stands confident and forward-looking. We will continue to support Ukraine with allocation of 0.25% of our GDP. The Latvian voice and the European voice must be louder, smarter, and more credible than ever before. We must use it to build a safer, stronger, and more united Europe with Ukraine and Moldova as a part of it. And I wish you all good discussions, change contacts, and I believe in stronger Latvia, in stronger society, and in stronger democratic society in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for your words of wisdom, for your opening speech. I would now like to give the floor for one final opening speech to the man who has very generously led us into his home, so to say, the rector of the University of Latvia, Professor Gundars Bērziņš. Thank you.
Excellencies, Prime Minister, distinguished ministers, honored guests, and welcome to University of Latvia. Welcome to Riga, where October usually brings frost, but not today, but also some of the year's finest and clearest thinking time. We are grateful for you to choose spending these days with us at University of Latvia in the House of Science, built for exactly these kind of hard conversations. This is a 20th Riga conference, 20 years of essential transatlantic dialogue, and never has a dialogue been more urgent and more complex in the same time as today. Over the next 3 days, you will address questions that define Europe's future. Can we sustain Ukraine, not just military, but also as a functioning state? Where do we find resources for reconstruction, and should they come from frozen Russian assets? How do we accelerate defense production when procurement procedures are in line for years, but threats come in months' time? Can democracies compete technologically when authoritarian powers move without democratic constraints. You bring remarkable experience to those discussions. Defense ministers, EU commissioners, central bank governors, and NATO military leadership, intelligence professionals, and civil society defenders. The insight developed here will inform policy across Europe and Atlantic. These aren't academic questions. There are operational realities you face daily. Just last month, our researchers presented findings at Helsinki Security Forum, opened by President Stubb of Finland. The study examined crisis preparedness across 7 cities: Helsinki, Riga, Tallinn, Vilnius, Berlin, Hamburg, and Munich. The findings were sobering. Only a small percentage of urban residents can remain self-sufficient for even 72 hours during infrastructure disruptions. That means that puts huge strain on government's ability to function in these conditions. Everything you'll discuss here today and tomorrow and day after tomorrow, mobility, military mobility, crisis resilience, social cohesion, depends on this information and ability to function as a strong government in any situation. You have chosen to hold this conference in Riga, the city that has survived empires, occupation, and attempts of erasure. We don't speak about security threats as theoretical abstract. The undersea cables you'll discuss run through our waters. The disinformation campaigns you'll analyze target our citizens. The question of whether democracies can deter aggression, that's not a theoretical question for us. The lived experience shapes our research and teachings, and what we can offer as your host, the understanding that comes from being at frontier, and urgency that comes from knowing what a failure costs. This house of science was built for difficult conversations grounded in evidence and data. Over the next 3 days, I hope you'll challenge assumptions, demand specifics, and leave with actionable insights. Welcome to Riga, welcome to University of Latvia, welcome to this essential work you do and all of you do. And thank you very much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time for the first plenary session of the conference. The quota of speeches has been fulfilled. The first panel will be titled, What Next on the Road to Peace Through Strength? Of course, with no indications that Russia's ready to stop its aggression or even meaningfully revise its war aims. What are the next steps to pressure Russia towards peace? What vectors of pressure, military, economic, technological, will be the most effective? And I hand over the floor to the moderator of the panel, US national editor and columnist at FT, Edward Luce, to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here. I think I'll just get the speakers on the stage. Minister Brazé, Ambassador Whitaker, Admiral, how are you? Lovely to see you. Admiral Bauer, Jack Watling, Ambassador, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
We have a hybrid microphone situation here.
Good to see you.
I don't think any of them need any introduction, but I'll give you a brief one before I set the table, as it were. To my immediate right, Latvian Foreign Minister Baiba Brazē, a well-known figure to all of you, needs no introduction. To her left, Ambassador Matt Whitaker, the US Ambassador to NATO. Again, no introduction necessary. Admiral Bob Bauer to his left, formerly chair of the Military Commission of NATO, just retired recently. And to the Admiral's left, Jack Watling of the Royal United Services Institute and expert in all things war and Ukraine. So that's the panel. It's a very important topic. What next on the road to peace through strength? I think, it's a good question, but it's more of an aspiration than a description of what's happening. So I'm going to use my journalistic prerogative to just rephrase to what I think we all want to talk about, which is what is Russia up to and what can we do to stop it? That's basically the theme of this panel. And just to sort of recap where we are, we've heard a little bit of this, but clearly there is a lateralization of Putin's war on Ukraine going on. We've seen, of course, the closure of Munich airport recently. We've seen the breaching of Estonian airspace, drones in Poland, drones in Romania, Denmark, Germany. We've seen a lot of hybrid warfare, more than normal. And we've seen discussion even this morning in my own paper of NATO weighing up whether to shoot down Russian MiGs, whether this will now be an escalated posture in response to future incursions. So an extremely volatile and dynamic situation that we're going to be looking at. And of course, at the same time, Ukraine extending its range, striking Russian oil refineries more than 1,000 kilometers away, up to a third of Russian capacity at any one moment being taken offline. A pretty extraordinary Ukrainian sort of improvisation going on here, which is hitting Putin's bottom line. And then finally, the great sort of, perhaps the greatest imponderable across the Atlantic is where the President Trump has finally sort of got religion on Ukraine. We have seen moments where we thought that, and then that hasn't been the case. And it is sort of, I think, more than 5 months now since President Trump said to Putin, ceasefire within 2 weeks or else. And we've yet to see what that all else is. So this is a very, very important imponderable as well, all of which I think we're going to get into. I am strongly biased against opening statements, but I appreciate that the two senior government people on this panel, Foreign Minister Braze and Ambassador Whitaker, have slightly different needs to the two non-government people on the panel. So they will make opening statements. I will sort of prompt you with a question. Let me start with you, Minister Braze. You've recently participated in the NATO summit in The Hague. You've promised 5%, well, 3.5% to be precise, on defense. You're getting there, as the Prime Minister just outlined, and other Baltics and Poland, but most of Europe is nowhere close. How soon, if ever, is Europe going to seriously operationalize as a coordinated military force, as opposed to having lots of little armies that duplicate each other? When can we expect, how quickly can we expect speed and scale of what was pledged in The Hague?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. 10 years ago in Wales, we had a declaration on 2% in 10 years for defense spending. And we also had the Wales declaration itself, which was more than 13,000 words. In The Hague, we had the decision to spend 5% of GDP on defense, and the declaration, which was barely 400 words. So what I mean is, it's not about words, it's about action. So that's what we are doing, and that plan is pretty straightforward also for the others. By 29, there is a review, and then another 5 years, and it should be 5% on defense spending. And again, when you look at what type of capabilities we need, we are all interdependent. And as Sekur, the Supreme Allied Commander, points out, he doesn't really care how you take a tank out by javelin or by armed drones or anything else. But those capabilities need to be there. because the planning that NATO has done is against the Russian capabilities of 21. So for a while we are okay, but Rob can tell more about it. He was the one actually planning all that. But clearly for the national understanding is we all have concrete capability targets that we need to reach. And then within NATO's framework, there is a planning and evaluation process. So the planners and evaluators come back to you, where you are, what you need to achieve. And then we test it on the ground. And that's how the big exercises, that's how the multinational deployments in our country and other countries take place. It's exercising, it's testing, it's being ready, but you need capabilities for that. It's not for the payment of pensions, those 5% or 1.5% for the resilience. So this is, I think, where all of us sort of understood that what we all decided needs to be implemented, and that feeling of the threat to European security is real. But again, NATO is bigger than just Europe.
I mean, from Putin's point of view, though, having a joint action review in 2029, that doesn't sound too scary. I mean, how quickly will potential gaps, if the US does draw down in Europe to some degree, and I'm about to ask Ambassador Whitaker that as well, but how quickly can these gaps be filled? How much urgency do you feel that your colleagues have? I mean, you're sitting here, on the edge, bordering Russia. You obviously don't need a kick up the backside.
We are all on edge.
You're all on edge, but there are parts of NATO that do not have the same feeling.
That I can't say. You have to be more precise. From what I know, we have our Turkish friends here. They are also on the front line. It's a different front line, but it's a front line. And they very clearly are investing in defense, and they've been doing that before the Hague decisions. Obviously, it's not an easy process. As the Prime Minister said, we are cutting budget. We are cutting foreign ministry's budget. We are cutting, very realistic payments to people to certain other branches. Plus, there is more borrowing for defense capabilities. Because there are needs. Mm-hmm. But it will return to the economy. Economy is also changing. The technologies, the dual technologies, the production, it is a different mindset, but it's also a different type of economy that is being created through that. So it's not like it's lost as a water and sand. And in the same time, yes, there are different capability targets for different countries. Those further, away from Russia have different ones. But it doesn't mean that they don't have to invest. They have to invest. And Luxembourg has said they will invest. So that's why there is a review process, because actually you need an understanding who is doing what. Because at the end, yes, those are national armies, but we are all in it together in terms of NATO. So, and that's why I compared the Wales Declaration versus the Hague Declaration, and the realism of those decisions.
I'm in favour of brevity. Less is more in terms of your Wales-Hague contrast. Ambassador, that's really the same question to you. And you were in The Hague, of course, as well for this summit. It is a pretty dramatic pledge on paper, but as by far the largest and the sort of the pillar of the central pillar of NATO, what is the American perspective on whether Europe can finally put not just its money where its mouth is, but operationalize that money in a really meaningful way that would be noticed in Moscow quite soon?
Well, great question. It's good to be with you, and thanks for moderating this. It's good to be with my good friend, the minister. It's good to be with the admiral, the doctor. I feel under-credentialed to sit on this panel. So we got a lawyer and a journalist. This is kind of a start of a joke, I guess. And I do have some remarks here, and I want to cover some of these important points because this discussion is crucial. It's one of the main reasons I'm traveling so much, getting around the alliance even during a government shutdown, because right now we're in year one of the Hague Defense Commitment, and it's going to be crucial that it is every year operationalized, and that the growth and the accountability which we built in to this process and the capability targets, which are different from the Wales Pledge, is brought to life. And it can't be. I just want to state the obvious. It can't be divorced from the war in Ukraine. I think if you talk about Europe's credibility and commitment to continental conventional security, it's directly related to Europe's commitment to what's happening right now on the ground in Ukraine. And so, that's the first test, really. If you talk about sort of how much Europe is leaning in, willing to take this over from the United States and share the burden, equalize the burden, and strengthen the alliance, you can point to the support for Ukraine as almost a direct proxy for that, I would say. A couple other things that that I want to mention is I think in all of this conversation about Europe stepping up, Europe spending money, Europe increasing their real war fighting, whether that's lethality, whether that is brigades, whether that is tanks, artillery, sort of real war fighting capabilities that contribute to our collective defense. I think we also have to acknowledge, and I don't want to dismiss, 5% is defense and defense related. And you're right to say it's 3.5% on NATO capability targets. But the 1.5% is at least as important, if not more important, as we see every single day here in Latvia and across really the European continent together with the United States. Border security, relevant. It's being, migration is being weaponized by our adversaries. So that is clearly a national security issue. Infrastructure, cybersecurity, there's just so many things that we all need to invest in that we're seeing the results of if we don't invest, what could be our future. And I think I always refer to my friends here in Latvia as a model ally, and there's a reason. It's because they're doing everything that they should be doing for their individual defense, and according to the Washington Treaty, therefore that investment in their individual defense is what makes the collective defense strong and lethal, and really make sure that NATO is relevant, for decades to come. The Hague was mentioned. I think that was a massive win for the alliance. I think it did demonstrate at least a political commitment. But every single country and every single budget has to demonstrate that each individual ally is serious. One of the things we had. I gave out some gifts as all of our European allies came back from many of them. Take some time off in the summer. It's not a tradition we have in the United States, but anyway, I gave them all an American football helmet, a mini-sized American football helmet. And one of the things that I did is I put a NATO flag on it, I put a U.S. flag, and I put their country's flag on it. But then I also put gold stars, 1 star for each % of GDP they're spending on defense. And I have a lot more gold stars to hand out as we see the increase. And I'll be glad to have those ceremonies, in my office, is to give out those gold stars, because it is an important reminder of where some of these countries are at and where they need to get. And so, I think that was important. But we're expecting, and the United States is expecting, that all these countries take this pledge very seriously and do invest year over year. United States obviously is at about 3.5%, depending on how you count the one-time money that made last year's defense budget. Since we're in a new fiscal year, about $1 trillion. And so when people sometimes suggest that the United States isn't exactly at sort of what we're requiring from our allies, I say, well, you can meet us at $1 trillion then. Either way, we need everybody to spend a lot more money. And then, finally, I want to point and highlight one other thing. This morning, the foreign minister and I were able to go to Edge Autonomy here in Riga, which is manufacturer that makes drones. They're American owned, but they have the facility here, and have Latvian employees, and innovation, and making sure that as we defend every single inch of the alliance and keep our 1 billion citizens that live in NATO territory safe, that we are innovating and that we're not having to. I'm a state school grad, so I don't have the credentials, nor do I have the education of many of those here. But nonetheless, we have to find more efficient ways to defend ourselves. We cannot spend $1 or $2 million on a missile to take out a $400 drone. That's, and so we're going to have to continue to innovate. And that's another area where I think, as a model ally, my friends here in Latvia, and the reason I'm back here for the second time, so it's the only country I've come back and visited twice in my first 6 months in office. Yeah, I'm going to come back every 90 days, we've agreed, just to check in and see what's going on. But the innovation and the technology and the ability to then test it within the NATO territories. I mean, there's just some really exciting things going on, whether it's the exercise grounds that are being developed here, or whether it is the eastern line of defense, whether it's our enhanced vigilance activities. This is when NATO's working. It is doing these types of things. And so you talk about sort of the message for Vladimir Putin. The message is that, not only are we preparing, but we are going to be so strong that strength is going to ensure the peace, because nobody is going to want to challenge NATO, because we're politically aligned, we're friends, and the alliance has invested in the necessary capabilities to be credible and real deterrents. That's only half my prepared remarks, but
you did well. You did well. You've both done very well. Thank you for shrinking your prepared remarks. So I'm hoping for an unprepared answer here. And just two quite brief follow-ups. One is, you mentioned Ukraine is where the rubber really hits the road in terms of this 5% target. And talking of Ukraine, there is now discussion in Washington, or more than discussion, of Donald Trump approving the sale of Tomahawk cruise missiles to Ukraine, 1,500-mile or so ranges. Pretty, at least on a symbolic level, a pretty dramatic potential signal that Trump really is changing, really has got religion on Ukraine. Is this going to happen?
I'm not going to front run any announcements from the White House. I've learned long ago.
We need to see it on the battlefield.
That the last thing to do is to suggest that President Trump doesn't have the absolute authority to announce that at an appropriate time, what his decision is. What I would tell you is that obviously having a bigger payload further down range is certainly something that could change Putin's calculation, but so is more interdiction of the shadow fleet. And likewise, the entire prioritized Ukraine requirements list packages that are now moving at pace, I think, is another demonstration of the resolve of NATO and our allies and the United States of America, because this is not only air defense to protect the Ukrainians, but it is also very significant weapons that can be used on the battlefield by the Ukrainians as well. So I think that there are a lot of things that we are doing now that we were not doing when I got here in April that are going to continue to increase the pressure on Vladimir Putin to show up and negotiate peace in Ukraine, because that's really ultimately what President Trump wants. I mean, we now have news reporting that we have an agreement on Gaza. That's a huge victory. That, again, depending on how you're counting, and I know you're a skeptical journalist, so I'll suggest that's the 7th or maybe the 8th peace deal that President Trump has helped with, brokered, or otherwise
arranged. This includes the one between Cambodia and Armenia.
Yes.
Yes.
And
cheap joke. I apologize.
That's a very cheap joke, but you never know. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, I think there's, if you think about the Gaza war, that certainly is a dispute that has been decades in the making, and the Ukraine war again, depending on how you look at it, could be centuries in the making. From why Vladimir Putin decided the time was in 2022 to ultimately invade, even though after he had already taken Crimea. I grant it, and sort of no reason. We all know the facts. We don't have to get into sort of exactly what happened. But my point is that some of these settlements are going to take a little bit of work, and we always expect sort of an instantaneous, like Donald Trump makes a phone call and we have a deal, and sometimes that is what happens. But in this case, obviously Vladimir Putin is deciding to be recalcitrant, and we're going to have to continue to increase the pressure, and that's what is happening right now, and we still have many more cards to play, as President Trump has said.
So the other follow-up I'll reserve till later, because I want to get to Admiral Bauer. Admiral, you've got a reputation for being a blunt speaker. You're a military man, and you're Dutch, so I guess that's kind of overdetermined. But your best assessment of this lateralization that we've been seeing by Putin in the last few weeks, is this a sign of confidence or a sign of desperation? Is it because he fears that these increasing the effect of Ukrainian restrictions on the oil export, the money machine that's fueling his war, are becoming more effective? Or is it because he sees Europe and the West in general as weak and worth probing? Or is it both? What's your best assessment of what's in Putin's mind right now?
I think in a way is good news what he's doing, because it shows that our support to Ukraine is effective. If it wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have done this. And so in many ways, this is a sign of desperation. And for many sad reasons for him and good reasons for Ukraine, this is about the Ukrainians being more effective to hit him at home in his logistics, in his military capacity to fight the war and continue to fight the war. We are approaching the point where a 3-day war will be longer than the First World War. And that's not too far away. So as long as the Russians fight, the Ukrainians have to fight. That's the simple truth. I mean, if the Russians stop the war today, pack their gear and go home, the war is over. If the Ukrainians stop the war today, they've lost their country. So there is no equal footing for the two. So if Vladimir Putin is doing this, he is in a way desperate. I'm absolutely convinced. And what he's doing actually, and this is not the first time he is testing us with hybrid actions. The summer of 2024 was also a busy summer where we saw even assassination attempts on the CEO of Rheinmetall. We saw arson, we saw the packages on the DHL flights, we saw cyber attacks, we saw drones as well. So this is not the first time per se. We've seen fighter aircraft approaching our airspace and infringing our airspace. So in itself, it's not new. So that's something we also have to remind. Secondly, I think it is extremely important the way we have responded, because you cannot necessarily prevent someone to fly into your airspace or sail into your sea. That's not possible to prevent that at all. So the most important thing is that you have to show that you actually see them and that you then respond. And that's actually what happened. And not just Poland, but NATO. In Poland, it was an Italian AWACS, it was German Patriot, it was Dutch F-35s, and of course the Polish fighter aircraft. So this was a combined response. You don't necessarily have to shoot down everything. I keep reminding people as well. It's a decision by the government. It's not a necessity per se, because we have to be careful not to overreact. I mean, an infringement in your airspace is not good, but it doesn't mean it's the start of a war. So the fact that we have responded, I mean, the Italian F-35s guided these two fighter aircraft out of Estonia after having visual contact. Mm-hmm. And so the Russians are not stupid, and the Russians are not there to start a war with us. I'm absolutely convinced. They are out there to make, to basically try to start a debate in our nations to say, why should we give all these weapons to Ukraine when the threat here goes up. And then they point, and everybody points at the
that
drones.
would imply that he's trying to raise the cost of spending at home in order to divert it from Ukraine.
Yes. So, but we shouldn't be diverted by this, because first and foremost, this is not the start of a war. This is a tactics to change our minds, or the minds of the people in our nations, because of fear. We shouldn't be fearful. We shouldn't. We have responded. We have responded in the right way, together, in unity, with strength. And it doesn't mean with strength killing everything. So the fact that the drones were not shot down in Denmark had other reasons. It's a decision by the government, nobody else's. So I think we should rest assured that the alliance as a whole, the individual nations' armed forces are responding to this. Now, the one thing we have to become better at is shooting this down, if we want to, with cheaper weapons. And that is an industrial problem. And to the point of Ambassador Whittaker, that I think by now, the money issue, it's not solved per se, but the decisions have been taken and the nations have to do what they have promised, all of the nations. But money is less and less of a problem. There's a lot of chiefs of defense with fat wallets, and then they come into the shop and then there's empty shelves. So the industrial production capacity issue is something which we haven't solved yet. And we are 3.5 years into the war. And if we don't solve that, and by God, we are the richest part of the world. We have everything to do this. We have the money, we have the creativity, we have the minds of all the people, we have the hands and the people. So why are we not solving this? Why? Because it is still not seen as a crisis. When COVID hit us, from the king or the president to the people that pick up the garbage, everyone could get COVID. And therefore, we saw this as a national crisis. And then we started to act. And public money and private money together made it possible to come up with a vaccine in 8 months' time. We can solve these problems easily. I'm really convinced of this. But we have to focus.
Yeah, I think that's a very timely and clear message, and I'm going to sort of pass it on to Jack. In terms of the capacity, the industrial capacity, and the politics of getting to common industrial capacity, we're seeing France and Germany yet again falling out over the joint strike fighter thing. That was announced by Macron and Merkel years ago, 8 years ago, I think. They're now sort of falling out again. They're supposed to be fixing it. But if this were urgent, surely the leaders would be overriding. And then, of course, we have many parallels to that example. Another recent one is Ursula von der Leyen suggesting Europe build a drone wall. Now, maybe that's a Maginot line in the air, and that's just sort of the wrong image to use. And I think she was corrected by some people to that effect. But it suggests that what the Admiral's just been saying, that there isn't a sense of urgency amongst the European publics. Therefore, that political transmission mechanism to governments isn't yet strong enough to get the kind of urgent spending we need. And then, secondly, Putin sees the 6th French prime minister in 21 months. He sees Nigel Farage leading the polls in Britain. He sees populists and NATO skeptics on the rise in most of Europe in some form or another. Isn't there strong grounds to be skeptical that, in fact, what was pledged in The Hague is still worth it only on paper only? And it's my job to play devil's advocate. I'm just... sorry.
Can I just insert one fact?
Yeah.
I just looked at my notes. Within the last year, we have added 10% of real money to the spending.
Okay.
Across European allies. Only across European allies.
That's a fair correction.
Which is 43 billion euros.
Yep.
So that's in real money that has been allocated for defense spend.
Fair point. Jack?
I think the thing we have to recognize is that not all solutions are quick to implement, and you can't immediately translate cash into capability. The reality is in Europe, we have a very, very strong scientific base. We can design and build exquisite weapons that completely overmatch Russian capability in most areas. There are a couple of areas where the Russians have a particular advantage. But over the last 30 years, we have stripped out the second and in particular the third tiers of our supply chains to the point where if you go to our manufacturers and say, I want to double, triple production, here's the cash, I actually have the cash, they don't have any raw materials to draw upon. Those raw material extraction routes are very constrained. If we were to desperately manufacture drones, right, and line the eastern flank with UAVs, it would be great, but you would be buying all of the batteries and the motors from China. And looking at the US's defense planning assumptions, that would not be wise, right, as a basis for our security. We can build ammunition filling plants, all we like, but if we haven't secured the supply of cotton and nitrocellulose and nitric acid so that we can actually make the explosives and the propellants, then all you're going to do is drive up the price of shells. You're not actually going to increase output. I'll give you another interesting one. You know, aerospace is an area where we have a huge advantage, right, over the Russians. But the European aerospace industry, and actually the US aerospace industry, still relies on Russia primarily as the source of refined titanium, which is incidentally why the manufacturers of most of Russia's missile fuselages and core components in a lot of their weapon systems are unsanctioned. Okay? Now, the Ukrainians might cause problems for both Russia and us by sanctioning them in more tangible ways in the near future. But the reality is that you can't just build titanium refining capacity overnight. Yeah? And so if we want to get after these problems, the thing to watch in a lot of cases is how much of that 1.5% is being put into the backbone of industrial resilience so that we can show the Russians that we can't just wipe the floor with them on day one if they pick a fight with us, because we do overmatch them, but that we can keep that capability going. And so the real tragedy, I think, is that we didn't make those decisions in 2022, because none of the math has changed, right? We knew what needed to be done in 2022. Money got poured into stabilizing energy prices and other crises. We drew heavily from stockpiles rather than investing upstream in the supply chain. And so now we're in this situation where there is finally political agreement that there is a need, but there is a lag in our ability to translate that political clarity into tangible output. And the more we can do to narrow that gap, the better.
Okay, we're going to return to this and develop this, but I just want to ask you, Minister, this debate about having a stronger, a more robust latitude for European air defences in terms of the next MiG incursions. And you mentioned Turkey. Turkey did actually shoot down a Russian plane a few years ago without any massive retaliation. Are you part of this debate? In which side are you on it, and where is it going to end up? Are we going to get stronger? Are we going to get stronger permissions for European air defence personnel?
So we had that discussion with the new Secretary, General Grinkiewicz, who was here actually also 2 times already. And
twice for everybody. This is my first time here, by the way.
I hope you get to see something. The procedures are pretty straightforward. So I think for a politician, the best answer I have heard is President Trump stop again. He was quoted here is, no, we don't shoot them down. We first identify, we evaluate, and then we decide what to do with it. And that depends on what is actually happening.
So
that is something that the Turkish allies did quite a number of times with those Russian planes that were violating again and again. Then they notified them that their processes and procedures have changed. And then they did what they did. And the Russians were not surprised.
Ongoing, huh?
And there was no war.
There was a war ongoing.
And the Russians were not surprised because they knew Turks had changed the procedures. Okay, so, and it's very clear, I think, for politicians not to get involved in this military sort of reality, because we have to rely on the military advice. Yes, we give political guidance, how we evaluate together with our intel people. You know, there is a joint threat assessment, there is evaluation on the ground on a daily basis, what is happening, this and that. But at the end, for politicians, it's important to give political guidance, but rely on military advice. Do we need to step up? Do we need to change those procedures? Because again, as Rob said, it's you don't want to do something just by accident, right? So that is, I think, the most important thing.
I mean, some politicians, I confess I admit he is a more plain-speaking one, but Radek Sikorski has said publicly that this permission should be there.
I think what Radek said was to his Russian counterparts, if you continue to infringe upon NATO airspace, do not be surprised if you are shot down, i.e. indicating that the decision could be made, but he didn't say any aircraft that enters our airspace will be shot down.
I appreciate the distinction, but I think what was heard was what was heard. Let's get to the.
But it's important because deterrence actually is about not telling exactly what you're going to do.
Of course, which is peace through strength. I understand that concept. Ambassador, the elephant in the room here is whether President.
I don't weigh that much.
And no, you don't. You look very svelte.
I think it's bullying.
Svelte to me.
No,
I think it's bullying.
It's the chair. It's a small chair.
You are evading the question, but it's still coming. The big, so far unexplored topic is whether President Trump really has, following Alaska, following Putin's habit, this pattern of escalating every time Trump calls for a ceasefire, which seems to be to deliberately, rub his nose in it. And it seems like Trump might have reached a process of exhaustion with this dialectic, and that we might finally be at the point where he sees this war from Ukraine's perspective for what seems to be like the first time, and that he's also clearly impressed by Ukraine's ability to take out Russian oil refineries. What's your best description of where your president's mind is right now?
Yeah, this is always dangerous again, and so
Sorry,
I'm gonna answer it from my perspective as the U.S. ambassador to NATO. I cannot, this is when I was Attorney General in the last Trump administration. I'd often, a tweet would come out because it's back in the Twitter days, and I was then asked to interpret it, and I quickly learned that the answer is that the tweet speaks for itself. President Trump communicates a lot, and all you have to do is read what he's saying, because he doesn't have he has strategies certainly in his own mind that he's following through, but like where you are on sort of his plan to execute his strategy is kind of what he's telling you, and there's no sort of. He doesn't hide the ball when he's communicating, let's say. So that being said, I think where we're at right now is you're seeing it. I mean, he's talking about providing Tomahawk missiles to the Ukrainians. He's talking about additional sanctions. He's also talking about real leverage, which is European allies to stop buying Russian oil. And we've had there's been a great transition away from European Russian electricity, Russian gas, Russian oil. But there's a few allies that are still, because of legacy pipelines mostly, buying Russian oil and gas, and we're working with each and every one of those to help them transition as quickly as possible, because that's the right thing to do. And again, it makes, not only does the United States have a lot to sell, especially in the LNG markets, but it also, I think, it creates sort of the way an alliance should work. The way NATO should work should be not only do we fight together, but we trade together, and we're friends and allies. And that's the culture that I'm trying to bring with my interactions as well at NATO. So President Trump is certainly sees with his own eyes what's happening in the war in Ukraine. I think his recent optimism that Ukraine quite possibly could take back territory. I mean that I think that does signal something. We're just going to have to all wait and see where that gets us. But ultimately, he just wants the killing to end. I mean, I see the same numbers that he sees, and he is, comments about how 7,000 Russian soldiers every single week. I mean, it's just you can't. We couldn't even fit 7,000 people in this room. If we were all touching each other. I mean, that's how it's just such a massive casualty rate every single week. That he feels for just the human tragedy that's happening on the battlefield in Ukraine, and obviously through our Prioritize Ukraine Requirements list and so many other programs that we're making available. I think he is helping Ukraine defend itself. Ukraine is fighting bravely, and we're just going to have to see if this combination in the ever increasing pressure that the United States, together with our allies, that's the most important thing, that we all put the pressure on Vladimir Putin to get him to end the war.
Okay, I want to sort of stay on this theme for a moment, but let me just check the time. I don't know who's it. Oh yeah, who's in charge here? Because we started.
I'm in charge.
We started a few. Okay, and
I paid for this microphone.
We started a few
Just
minutes
let's
late.
keep
right?
talking because they will get us off the stage when necessary. Yeah,
Okay, so I'm assuming I'm telling whoever is in charge that we're finishing at 3:30, not 3:20, because we started 10, 15 minutes late. But Admiral, the same question to you. It is a deep concern across this continent and in the United States that the center may not hold, that Trump could change his mind, and that therefore the contingency planning that Europeans ought to be, that America's NATO partners ought to be undertaking, should be even greater than what we've been discussing. Is that fair?
I think there's this sort of idea sometimes in Europe that the Americans let us down or are letting us down. I think it's the other way around. We have let the United States down for decades because they had to take the brunt of the work. And the point has come where the American people say, and it's not a Republican, President Trump, MAGA issue, it is across the political spectrum, that the American people are sick and tired of Europeans and Canadians that do not take responsibility for their security. So that's one. So this will not go away. And therefore, we need to do more. And actually, the good news about The Hague is not just the 3.5% or the 5%. It is actually that we have agreed, the nations have agreed, that what was like this, the United States contribution to NATO and Europe and Canada, is going to be like this, as it should be for many, many decades already. So what will happen is that European nations, if they invest in the right things as agreed with NATO, because there is a very practical shopping list per nation, what the nations are going to buy, should buy. Now the money is there, the industrial capacity issue we talked about, so if all that comes together, they should buy these capabilities. And if Europe and Canada do that, then actually Europe and Canada get capabilities that now only the US has. And if that happens, then Europe and Canada become more capable to do things either in Europe or in their own nation or wherever. There's never going to be a European army. I get this question every day. There's never going to be a NATO army. There's nations that have armed forces. And they either give them to UN, to EU, or to NATO, or keep them for themselves. That's the reality. So if that happens, then Europe becomes more capable. Then the US, as they have to, refocus and reprioritize part of their armed forces to wherever place they want to reprioritize it to, most likely in the Indo-Pacific, then we can look after Europe. And that doesn't mean the US is not with us anymore. US is not leaving NATO. US is not leaving us alone if there's less forces in Europe, that's something else. But the US is still part of NATO and is still part of this promise that they will come to the rescue if we have an Article 5 situation. So I'm not concerned about that at all. And the United States is more than President Trump. That's also something we shouldn't forget. There's a Congress which is very much in favor of NATO and of everything that is connected to that. So I take President Trump very seriously because actually everything he promised his voters he has done in the past. So we shouldn't think he's kidding. You can disagree with what he says, but actually he's doing what he promised. So we should take him very seriously. And the way he then communicates is something sometimes maybe confusing, or it's not always clear exactly where it eventually will lead to. But as President Zelensky said, President Trump is now supporting Ukraine in a just way, because I think in the end it is absolutely clear for the whole world, except for Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, and some other nations, that Russia started this war, this unjust war, and they never should win this war, and actually they should lose it.
Okay, so I'm just warning the audience that I'm going to give you about 20, 25 minutes of questions, and assuming we'll ending at 3:30, that means I'll go to you quite soon. Jack, one way the Europeans can rapidly put their money where their mouth is this $200 billion of Russian frozen central bank reserves, and where that plan is being developed. It sounds devilishly clever, ways around Belgium's objections and the Euroclear stuff. But $200 billion is real money. Ukraine says it needs about 100 billion a year or euros. Do you think this is going to happen? And if it does it buy some of the things? Does it fill some of these empty shelves all on its own, just by the pure financial scale?
I mean, finance is not my area of expertise, right? I'm a military analyst. So I'm just going to reflect what people I've spoken to have pointed out, which is that the Russians do have a desire, and you saw Lavrov talking about a new world order. What he is referring to is something that the Russians also discuss internally quite extensively, and it is an attempt to fracture the international community, where there is a Russian dominant pillar that has significant control over natural resources and supply chains, and therefore leverage over other countries. And they talk about de-dollarization and the breaking of the international financial structure as a critical target, right? This is why they talk about a BRICS currency and all this stuff. Now, if we want to accelerate the fracturing of the international financial system, going and setting a precedent where if you have a disagreement with another country, you just seize outright the assets that are in your country, it may well be one way to do it, right? And it would be interesting to see how many countries that have claims against members of NATO for historic disputes, whether it be territorial, whether it be over slavery and issues like that, decide that actually our sovereign assets around the world are also just seizable, right? And so I don't think that we will go down that route, because I think it opens a Pandora's box in the eyes of a lot of officials. It's very attractive, but the reality is, I think we have the money. I don't think that's the real issue. As I said before, I think it's our capacity to translate money into the equipment the Ukrainians need.
So my understanding of why this is such an ingenious method is precisely that it isn't seizing the money, it's borrowing against it.
Right, which is a different thing.
Against future reparations. It's like securitizing future revenue streams.
But this is why
so legally that is allegedly satisfying the Belgians. But I'll ask Minister Braze about this, because I know you're involved in these discussions. This is a really, really important signal of whether Europe's serious.
Absolutely. And again, there are certain situations when those discussions are best conducted in private and not screaming loudly in public, and to find that solution. But quite clearly, everybody has a consensus in Europe that that money is not going back to Russia. whatever we call it, it has to be used for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. So that is the most important thing on which we agree. The rest is techniques. The rest is technique. And I am not gonna be there to create those solutions. We need to rely on the professionals, and we have the bankers, we have the legal advice in the banks, and we have quite a number of people who have those solutions. And they had it at the beginning of the war. It's not a new type of prescription, but we will have the whole, I think, discussion at some moment here at this conference also on that. So we support the Commission's proposal. Again, it's important to do it in a proper way for the reasons both Jack has said, but also overall, not to have because, you know, politicians say something like that. No, but actually to have it properly done. But also I would like to refer to some things that both you and Matt alluded to, which is the peace in Ukraine that we all want, and the peace that should be both just, that should be lasting, that should make sure that Ukraine is as a strong, independent country with sufficient self-deterrence, self-defense capacity, with a deterrence, and so on and so forth. And I think it's very obvious, and I think President Trump clearly sees that there is only one person between him and that peace, and that is Butcher in the Kremlin. And I think that very clear message. There is also the discussion about the Nobel Peace Prize, and there is also that one person, I believe, between President Trump receiving Nobel Peace Prize. It's the same person. It's Putin. So very clearly, we support POTUS, we support President Trump in his quest for peace in Ukraine, and that peace has to be such that Ukraine is a strong, both militarily, politically, democratically country. And we'll do whatever it takes from us, from Latvia, both nationally, but also to make sure other allies, our friends in the US, partners around the world, global partners, actually understand that.
Okay, we've got 20 minutes for audience questions. I don't know if somebody has microphones. You've got mics over there. Just in terms of questioners, if you could say who you are briefly, not a life biography, and get straight to the question, that would be brilliant. So just show your hands if you're... Was there somebody over there? Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Hanna Shelest, Ukrainian Prism. You've been talking a lot about the efficiency of the drones' interceptions, procedures, and everything. But don't you think that Russians also try to check not only the procedures, but also the capabilities that you had? And the F-16 against the drones was the worst message that could be sent over there, because at least when you followed out the Russian sources, how they reacted to this, it was a demonstration that the big power really overusing their resources for the small hybrid tasks. So what would you do when the task would be of the same high level?
That's a very interesting question. Who wants to take it?
Yeah, let me be the one. Of course they say this. We always put a lot of emphasis on what the Russians say and then we jump into it. The most important question for me is that we did respond with force and that we actually shot down a number of these drones. Again, I said we have to become much more effective when it comes to shooting down a large volume of cheap weapons with cheaper weapons. And that's where we have to go. And again, I think we can solve this problem if we really put our mind and our money to it. But we have to remember that a lot of the nations on the Eastern Front, and people always talk about the front, and that's the closest to the Russian or the Belarusian border, there is actually no front anymore. With cyber, with hypersonic missiles, everyone is living at the front now. But there's a lot of things changed in those nations along the eastern flank, because after they left the Soviet Union, a lot of these nations changed their laws in a way that the military actually had no power whatsoever in peacetime. for reasons that are understandable. And now, in a time where it's not peace, but it's not war at the same time, in the sort of gray zone, you need some wiggle room. And when the first drones came into Romania years ago already, they found out themselves that they had legal restrictions with regard to shooting it down. And then you can cry about NATO, but if you can't do it yourself, then it starts with that. And the same in Poland. Laws were changed in Poland to allow the defense of Rzeszów. It wasn't possible in the beginning. To give away part of your airspace to a military commander was not possible by law. They had to change the law. So all these things are happening due to what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. So the Russians can laugh what they want. We are readier than we were 3.5 years ago. The Russians will lose a war with NATO. I'm convinced they will not start a war with NATO. But we have to, as the ambassador said rightfully, and Secretary General Rutte said it as well, deterrence works, but we have to make sure it works in 3 to 5 years as well. And that's where we need to invest, as was agreed in The Hague. That's why we need more military. That's why we need those cheaper weapons against a larger volume. Right. So we shut it down with what we have. That's true, and you can laugh about it. And the Dutch media, of course, said the same to me. So it's stupid to shoot with a 600,000 missile, a $20,000 drone. Yeah, that's fine, but we shut it down. Now, you cannot continue doing that over a longer war because it takes that missile takes about 8-9 months to make. So it's not only a money issue, it's also a production issue. So again, this should be a sign for us to become better in terms of fighting this cheaper threat. But we shouldn't pay too much attention to the Russians when it comes to what they say.
Jack.
There is an important caveat, which is that when you are in the Ukrainian air defense centers and you see these salvos come through, it is true that the Ukrainians are intercepting with relatively cheap effectors, interceptor drones, but these systems have a very, very short range. And the enemy decides which axis they take. So you almost never have enough of them ready on the axis that the drones come over. And the result is the Ukrainian military has to move its interceptors along the line. And so you might be whittling down the Shahids or the Garans over 150, 200, 300 kilometers, right, in Ukraine, and still some get through. Now, the issue for us is that we can't just replicate Ukrainian methods because the Baltic states don't have that much depth in their airspace before you get to the critical targets. Which means that while I think the question is actually quite correct that we do have capability gaps, we also need to think through our solutions so that we can take, let's say, a more Israeli approach and project depth in our ability to write these threats down, interdict launch, and demonstrate those kinds of capability, because just having relatively shallow depth with cheap interceptors will very quickly get overwhelmed. So it's not just about replicating Ukraine's solutions.
And we have to understand that we should learn the right lessons from this war. NATO is not going to fight this war the same way as, unfortunately, the Ukrainians have to. Because the Ukrainians do not have a number of capabilities that NATO has. So we will fight the Russians in a different way. And so we will fight the Russians in Russia in a different way than the Ukrainians now are doing. So that's not to say that the Ukrainians are not fighting the war in the right way for them, but we have different capabilities than the Ukrainians, and therefore we will fight this war in a different way. And if the Russians make that mistake, that we are Ukraine, then I'm not sure they will continue to say the same.
Just give some example of a different way.
F-35s.
Yeah, F-35s, deep precision strike.
B-2s.
Deep precision strike, The reason that the Russians are seriously nervous about the Tomahawks is a good example.
And cyber warfare?
Well, cyber warfare, of course. Tougher sanctions.
SEAL teams.
Special
I could
forces.
go on all day.
But not in Russia. I mean, we're talking about fight. Okay, at the back there. There's a mic coming to you.
Good afternoon, Toby Horton, Royal Australian Navy at the NATO Stratcom COE. We've spoken a lot about battling Russia and supporting Ukraine battling Russia, but this war is not against Russia alone. Russia is supported by a cast of enabling countries, organisations, corporations. The title of the panel this afternoon is What Next on the Path to Peace Through Strength. NATO takes pride in the strength of unity. What more are we doing or could we be doing to force or persuade those enablers to stop supporting Russia to get to peace quicker?
Great question. And I was going to, if I'd had time, pose the China question specifically.
To me,
Jack.
Okay. I'm actually going to circle back slightly and frame this in relation to China, because very often we talk about a US reprioritization as reducing our security, right? But the reality is, when you look at those missile salvos coming into Ukraine, you are, terrified by their scale, inspired by the skill of the Ukrainian air defenders and how they knock them down, and it's also horrifying how many get through. But I can tell you right now, it pales into insignificance when compared with the salvo weight that China would generate if it was in a war, all right? These two threats are orders of magnitude different in terms of industrial capacity, depth of magazines, etc. Now, the US has been very clear for a long time that their primary defense assumption is that they need to deter Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific from 2027 onwards, right? It is not in Europe's interest or NATO's interest for a war to break out in the Indo-Pacific. Just think about the economic impact on us alone. We could go into everything else. And so the US actually taking on the lion's share of that deterrence problem is in our interests. Of course, how things transition and how quickly they transition, and whether we are able to take up the slack, because this is a problem that will consume most US capacity, is a really important discussion. And it's a necessary discussion. And I think we have to keep that front and center when we're talking about these debates over how much we spend on NATO and the balance of commitment, which speaks to your point that we are dealing with a collaborating group of countries who are enabling this aggression. And the Chinese have been actually publicly quite clear that they are comfortable with this conflict continuing because it fixes their adversaries and it depletes our stockpiles. And it actually enriches them, right? So the challenge you then get into is that if the Chinese feel that what's going on is completely within their interests, then are you able to deter that through punishment or not? I mean, Australia has plenty of experience of how quickly you get into a aggressive and costly trade war when you start to push back on those things. And so, yes, I think we can do it, but in certain areas, but it will come at a very real cost, and a real cost which might impinge upon our economic ability to generate the defense capabilities we need. So the starting point for me is we need to understand that we are dealing with a large, complex problem, and that these issues are interrelated, and we shouldn't see activity in the Indo-Pacific as inherently trading off against the European theater, because they are very deeply connected.
Do you have any China sort of observations to make?
Well, the last piece I read was actually Jack's piece on how Russia will train and supply Chinese airborne battalion. And I think it was pretty enlightening if that is indeed something that is happening, with consequences that will be there. with the Chinese capabilities that they don't have currently. So for us, of course, in NATO, China is not a threat. It's not defined officially as a threat in the strategic concept. Okay, so the defense planning, and again, I refer to Rob, on the military side, the defense planning is absolutely different. Yeah. So, and for the EU, it's a challenge both in terms of security with regard how it enables the war in Ukraine. It is competitor because indeed, with its practices, with its subsidies, with its cross subsidies, and so on and so forth, it's very clearly competing unjustly on different rules with Europe. But it can also be, on selective cases, a collaborator. And in the UN, there have been a couple of cases where China was on the same side. So again, it's far more complex. It's far more complex also in political terms, in trade terms. We have countries in the EU who trade a lot. Our case is not such. We have pretty small trade with China, with which we also feel comfortable. So we don't have dependencies on any single country per se.
So I saw a thicket of hands last time. Yeah, the gentleman here in the third row. Oh, does he? Oh, sorry. He's speaking too loudly.
Thank you. Klaus Wittmann. I'm teaching contemporary history at Potsdam University. I'm a former Bundeswehr general. In Germany, we have a popular saying, if you want something, you find ways. If you don't want it, you find reasons. In my view, that is applicable to the frozen assets. I often held it publicly against our Chancellor Kohl in the Taurus cruise missile question. And there are other things. And in that context, I would like to come back to the discussion we had and the speculations about President Trump and Ukraine. I would hope that his growing disappointment with Putin's constant deception would lead him to use the same power and force in that case that he uses successfully, I hope, in the Middle East. And my concrete question to you, sir, is something that was already mentioned. What do you make of the observation that already the mention of the possibility of Tomahawk for Ukraine has led to frightened, almost panicked reactions in the Kremlin?
I assume he was looking at me. It's hard to tell. We can't
said
see
sir,
your
so
eyes.
it's not
Well, I
Admiral.
knew it wasn't you because it said sir, but I'll take this. I'll take this question. Don't worry about it.
He said ambassador.
Yeah. Okay.
There's only one ambassador on the stage.
All right. I was trying to get out of it again. No, thank you.
There's 5 excellent.
I'm from Ankeny, Iowa, a place you've never heard of. So to be called Your Excellency is for me is kind of like funny. My mom and dad still can't believe it. But you know, first of all, the United States, as the Admiral mentioned, I mean, we have capabilities that are currently not being deployed on the battlefield in Ukraine that are fearsome, that are powerful, and that you know can quite literally do serious damage at a place and time of our choosing, and you know that some of those are going to continue to be potentially moved to Ukraine for their use, and that's that could change the calculation. But obviously we haven't reached the point where Vladimir Putin has decided that the time is appropriate to negotiate, and you know I don't know. I mean the problem that Vladimir Putin finds himself in is that he cannot demonstrate weakness, even though he is incredibly weak. There's been several things I mentioned too. I mentioned the Tomahawks. They did react strongly. The French taking the Shadow Fleet ship, they did react strongly. And the third thing they reacted strongly to was President Trump calling them a paper tiger, where they spent a day trying to convince us they're a bear. Right? And isn't that funny? And I think Ruta said it best. Bears don't have to convince you they're bears. They just are. I think that's a really good point. And I think it is. I've said it before, but I'll share this with you as well. I literally, if you had a snail start from the border of Russia and Ukraine and continue for the last 3.5 years, it would now be in Poland. And they are not even 20% into the country. So I think that demonstrates just sort of how inept, how ineffective, inept, incompetent the Russian military has proven on the battlefield. And I just think, we need to prepare because they're reckless. They are certainly, as someone wants to describe them as a gas station with nuclear weapons. But whatever they are, we need to be prepared, but we need to make sure we're strong. And so they will never challenge us, not only based on what we've seen from them, but also just how we would fight this war so differently. The U.S. generals, and sometimes they're overconfident, and that has led us throughout our history into some unfortunate situations. But in this case, I think together with what the equalization that's happening on the European continent and our allies actually stepping up with capabilities, and I've seen it in Lithuania with the German tank battalion. I've seen it here in Latvia with the multi-country battle group, and I've seen it in Estonia as well, and the investment in things like HIMARS and artillery and the exercises that we do together. We are exactly where we need to be, and we're only getting stronger. We can do a lot more on counter UAV. We are doing a lot more on counter UAV. It's a blessing and a curse, it's been said, to live in consequential times. And this is a real moment.
Very briefly, I think it's important for us to recognize that 5 Tomahawks is not going to make any difference whatsoever, right? The reason why the Russians are scared and react to the possibility of Tomahawk showing up is because it would suggest a significant change in US policy, whereby a lot of other material goes in as well, including potentially technologies that facilitate and enable what Ukraine is building. And Ukraine is building a stockpile of long-range strike systems. You've seen the stuff around Flamingo, but there are others that can really start servicing enough targets in Russia to do strategic level damage, right? Or operationally significant levels of damage to the Russian capacity to wage war. And so it's not one or two Tomahawks, which is a political and symbolic act. It's what follows behind them and what they represent. And it's exactly the same reason why the Russians freaked out when a Shadow Fleet vessel was interdicted. Not because the loss of one Shadow Fleet vessel is significant, but because if Europe shows that it is prepared to start seizing them systematically, you do something pretty dramatic to the Russian economy, right? And so they are revealing their pressure points. But it's important for us not to obsess on the symbol rather than on the content behind it. And the reality is Europe more widely has a lot of things it could do that could help contribute to the effect that the Russians are scared of when they're signaling their discomfort with Tomahawk.
Minister, I'll give you the final word because we have run out of time.
I think we have covered largely the 3 main pillars that we need to be doing on the way to peace through strength, and that is making ourselves stronger. So that's national, but also making NATO stronger and having transatlantic relationship that is crisis-free. So making sure that we settle the issues if they arise and continue invest in defense. Making sure that Russia is weakened, because our problem is Russia, our problem is not Ukraine. So degrading Russian military capability, economy, income from oil, gas, not letting sanctions go, and so on and so forth. And third, most important, sustaining Ukraine's self-defense. And for that, we all need to keep doing what we have been doing and increase it. It's Ukrainians fighting, they're fighting for all of us. It's Article 51 of the UN Charters that they are fighting for. So we're all in it together.
Well, on that note, please join me in thanking a wonderful panel which covered a lot of... Thank you, that was great. You're coming this evening, right?
Thank you very much. This was a really excellent discussion that laid the groundwork ahead. And now the magic words, 20-minute coffee break. See you back in 20 minutes. back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the second plenary session of this conference, and it's focused on all things European security, European defense, and European defense industry. So Europe clearly has awoken, as was already sketched in the first panel, and there is serious momentum in both raising defense investment and strengthening the EU's defense industrial base at the same time. But the classic questions of overcoming fragmentation, overcoming cross-border barriers in Europe are still relevant. And of course, the question of how should European partners finance and structure defense investment to get the best return for the euro. And to tackle these questions, we will begin with a keynote speech by Commissioner Andrius Kubilius, the European Commissioner responsible for defense and space. Commissioner, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. Labdien to everybody. And really, it's a pleasure and honor to try to say a few words about really a very important topic about strategic investment in the European defense industry. But I would like to start from trying to speak a little bit broader, because definitely, you know, in the panel, financial people will speak very precisely about financial investments. I'm always saying that besides financial investment, we need to look into what I call intellectual investments and political investments into our defense readiness, into our defense industry, and to see a little bit all things in a broader picture in order to understand what we need to do. So I will try to run through my notes in a quite a rapid way. But I will start from very simple things in order to understand why and how we need to invest strategically. We need to again and again repeat ourselves what challenges we're facing. And definitely, it's very clear that Russian aggression, challenge of possibility of Russian aggression during the next 3-5 years is one of the major moving forces of our decisions. And that is opinion not of politicians, not of Commission, but of intelligence services, of big EU member states like Germany and other countries. And that is why our strategy is called Defense Readiness 2030. But besides this, understanding that Russia, with its war economy, with its battle-tested experience in Ukraine, can wage real war as we understand the war, aggression, we need to be ready also for what we have seen recently, more and more intensive provocations, what I would call below Article 5, but really very dangerous, with drones or with something else, what they will find to use. And definitely, again, here we need to be very dynamic in predicting, in moving ahead. And sometimes I'm saying, well, it's now a very popular topic, how to build drone wall after the last provocations. I'm saying that in order to build drone wall, first of all, we need to destroy old wall in our mindset. Because the question which I am getting now everywhere is very simple from experts, from media. So where have you been last 3 years when drones started to be used in Ukraine very, very intensively in the war, and we were not developing our defense capabilities inside of European Union countries? And really here, I can congratulate Latvia that you are, as I understand, today we had good conversation with Defense Minister, you are one of the front runners. But where were all others, So that's really a question which we need to also to have in mind. So that is why, in some way, we need to, that is why I'm talking also about political investments, about intellectual investments into our understanding what are possible threats and how we need to change our approach, our decision-making in order really not to be late in what is really very much needed to be done in order for us both to be ready to defend and to deter. Second challenge is a longer-term challenge, which we need to also to have in mind, is possibility that our transatlantic partners, the United States will start to diminish their presence on the European continent. It will start to shift to more and more towards Indo-Pacific. Well, we do not have, some kind of clear understanding what will be their decisions, but if you read their discussions, it's obvious that, from one side they're asking us to take more of responsibility on our shoulders on European defense. From another side, they are really looking how to mitigate Chinese rising military power. And I would say again here, we need to be rational, not emotional, and it would be good for us to have some kind of clear, practical and rational agreement with the United States about how we are and when we shall be able and how we shall be able to replace their capacities which they are now using to defend us. And that should be also our very important strategic direction. Maybe we can agree that nuclear umbrella will stay with the United States, but everything else we need to be ready to replace. And here comes a question about our investment priorities. And that is where I would say that investment into what is called strategic enablers, both space capacities, also heavy airlift capacities or command and control systems, which are very crucial for our ability to defend ourselves, and where we are, for the time being, very much dependent on American resources. That should be one of our priorities at the moment. So if we see those challenges, then I can say my own opinion what should be our strategic goals in defense. Again, a little bit broader view. First of all, ramping up our European Union defense capabilities, which, first of all, of course, always we're speaking about what I call material defense capabilities. But when we're talking about our defense capabilities, I am always saying that now it's our priority, material defense capabilities, NATO capability targets, production, procurement, financing of those capabilities, but also we need not to forget about the challenge for us to have also institutional defense capabilities, to see into the future, especially if Americans will diminish their presence, how we shall organize ourselves on the European continent inside of NATO, but with clear European pillar of NATO and things like that. Second goal is creation of conditions for peace in Ukraine. And the third one, I would say, long-term sustainable peace in Europe, looking into much longer-term perspective, how we can live without the permanent threat from aggressive Russia. So those are, in my view, some kind of strategic goals, strategic directions, which we need to keep in mind when we're talking in a broader way about our security and defense of Europe, and our responsibility to defend peace on the European continent. To describe shortly where we are with our strategic investments, I can try very briefly again to say that we, during this year, we are making good progress with our investments into European material defense readiness. And very soon, next week, we shall have an important strategic plan, the roadmap on defense readiness 2030. And during this year, we did a lot to create financial and legal opportunities to develop our material defense readiness. We created a lot of new possibilities, both we as EU, also NATO, with pledges of member states to spend up to 3.5% into real defense before 2035. We created what I call sometimes big bank of finances to be used to ramp up our defense production and procurement of new defense systems. We adopted omnibus on defense simplification. A new package on military mobility is coming. Also, new communication and important documents on transformation of our defense industry is also on the way. But we can see also still what we need to do. I will maybe later on, I will speak a little bit more in detail about this material defense readiness. But now I want to say a few words about issue of peace in Ukraine. and the need for us to have, again, very clear plan, European plan, how we can assist or how we can look into possibility of peace in Ukraine, not only waiting that President Trump, before he will get Nobel Prize, will do something important in that area. He's doing a lot, really. I am serious, but it looks like that those efforts are not bringing the outcome which we would like to see. So in order to look into this topic, peace in Ukraine, and what kind of investments we need to look for, we need to, first of all, to look a little bit back into what we managed to achieve and what we managed to do with our support to Ukraine during those 3 years of the war. We need to understand that, well, we did a lot, definitely. It's not nobody can deny. We as Europeans, as European Union, we invested into Ukraine defense capabilities 60 billion euros during 3 years of the war. Americans did the same. But if you will look how much it means per year, it's 20 billion per year from EU side and from American side. And it means that from EU side, we were giving a little bit more than 0.1% of our GDP. Americans were giving less than 0.1% of GDP. And I'm always repeating that, when we are pledging, and I hope that we shall achieve, that we shall spend 3.5% of our GDP for our defense, but we are still, investing only 0.1% into Ukraine defense. Something is wrong with our strategic logic, and that is why I see really it's very important to see that with a clear eyes, clear sight, what is the situation, and that is why I hope that possible European Union decision on the reparation law to spend, Russian frozen assets immediately to support Ukraine can be so important, sending a signal that Ukraine defense will be strengthened by the entire amount of Russian frozen assets, and maybe that can finally convince Putin that he will not achieve anything substantial in his war against Ukraine. Of course, besides that, we are looking also that member states will use opportunities now created by the mechanism of safe loans to use at least part of those loans to support Ukraine, and that would be also very important. Now, why I was speaking about the set strategic goal, what we need to do in order to live with sustainable peace, which means without the threats from aggressive and authoritarian Russia. Because in my view, even now we are suffering that we do not have any kind of longer-term strategy on Russia. And well, I will not expand here, while talking about financial investments, but that brings really a lot of hesitation and obstacles when we are talking even about our support to Ukraine. Because from one side, we are afraid that if we shall support Ukraine more, then Russia will retaliate, will escalate. And second is also, you can feel that in some capitals there is the fear that if Ukraine will be supported substantially and Ukraine would win, on the front line big battles, that can destabilize the Kremlin regime, and that will bring general chaos to Russia, and then the fear who will control nuclear arms is coming in, and that is what becomes an obstacle and brings hesitation on our side. So that is why really it would be very important for us to have much more clear longer-term strategy, but that we shall discuss maybe in different on different panels. Now, if to come back a little bit again to our strategic financial investments into our material defense capabilities, as I said before, a roadmap which is coming next week, and then I hope it will be supported by European Council, is really very important document. And when I'm talking about this roadmap, I'm always saying very simple things. In my view, till now, we were creating opportunities for member states to develop their defense capabilities. Financial opportunities legal opportunities, defense industrial opportunities. Now we are moving into what I would call delivery period. And in that delivery period means that we need to move into contracts, into production issues, into procurement, and similar things. Of course, into financial side also very much. But first of all, we need also to have in mind three questions when we're talking about delivery period. The first question is what to deliver. The second question is how to deliver in the most effective way. Who is going to do what about institutions, very important for us to understand. And the last question is how to finance what I would call big bang in delivery. On the first issue of what to deliver, the basic principle is clear. NATO capability targets recently agreed between NATO and member states are the basis for planning what needs to be delivered by 2030. But in order to understand what are those NATO capability targets, I can remind what NATO Transformation Commander Admiral Pierre Van Der have said. And out from his very simple numbers that new targets will be bigger by 30% or up bigger by 30%. But also the previous targets from 2021, we are not implemented also by 30%. Simple arithmetic is saying that now we are at the level of 50% of the new targets which we need to have in order to deter Russia. So job is quite clear and big job. And what to deliver can be again divided into three distinct groups of weapon systems which need to be produced or procured. First of all, production in a bigger amounts of legacy systems, what we are producing now. That's very clear. So, and here we need to look, do we have enough of production capabilities? So if we do not have, then we need to look how to increase those capabilities. Second, development of European new systems, defense systems, which are in general produced globally, but not in Europe. For example, deep strike capabilities. So from one side, we shall procure those capabilities from those who are producing, for example, from the United States, but from another side, we need to develop our own capabilities. And the third group is what I would call modernization or modern weapon systems, which need to fit into modern war doctrine. And here is exactly Ukrainian lessons are very crucial. Those are answers to the question what to deliver. And again, I would repeat, that among those broader, items of what need to be delivered, we can see again very important topic of strategic enablers. And second very important topic is flagship projects of regional or European scale, including Eastern Flank Watch and drone wall, which are very much needed for the countries, frontier countries, but also the same capabilities to defend ourselves against drones are very much needed in all the member states, because provocations can happen without big difference of where the country is located. On the second issue, how to deliver in the most effective way, really the challenge is to find the appropriate balance. What role in the management of big bang delivery should be played by member states, by Commission, by European Defence Agency and EAS and High Representative. And here I see one issue that member states have strong historic convictions that defense is a matter of national sovereignty, and they want to keep all the decisions on the development of European defense in their hands. But sometimes it makes it difficult to go for more centralized planning, for more joint procurement for European defense level, and which can be achieved only if European Union institutions will play a more active role in the delivery stage. So, and also what is very important, that more centralized and European approach is also very much needed in order to overcome structural problems of the European defense industries, which is very much fragmented because of fragmented defense policy, lacks single market principles, and makes European defense industry less competitive in the global market. So while developing our defense capabilities on national level, we should not forget issues, structural issues related with European level of our defense industry, where the challenges were very well described by the famous Mario Draghi report. On the third issue, how to finance a big bank of delivering defense, I'm suggesting, first of all, to look at what we have at the moment and what is coming in financial terms. Well, first of all, of course, now on our table is the issue how to implement the mechanism of safe loans. 150 billion euros were requested by member states, even more than we were expecting. So now, at least, we can forecast that starting from next year, those money will start to reach member states. There is a whole procedure, but I hope that really those money will reach member states very soon. National escape clause also, which was requested by 16 member states. Our forecast is that it will allow around of 650 billion euros of additional national defense spending to be materialized till 2030. And in general, I'm always trying to show to our communities the general picture of the finances, what we can foresee now. If all the pledges, all the good wishes which were declared would be implemented. So, as I said, only SAFE and the National Escape Clause is bringing 800 billion euros additional funding to be invested till 2030. And in total, it's very easy to calculate. It means that, till 2030, we shall have around of 2.5 trillion euros invested by European member states into defense. Of course, not all the money will come into real defense. Salaries and pensions are also financed from those, from those allocations, but quite a big amount of money will come. And if we are looking into a longer-term perspective, for example, next MFF period 28-35, so it's very easy again to calculate, forecast that around of 4.2 trillion euros will come into defense, if in average 3% will be spent by member states at that moment. So next MFF, we proposed 5 times bigger defense and space spending. So, and again, it's quite substantial. Of course, there will be discussions with member states about next MFF. I hope that defense really will feature as important spending, and that is again very important. But if we compare 4 trillion from national defense spending and more or less 50 or 60 billion for defense without space from MFF, so we need to see that national defense spending will be 80 times bigger than what we shall have in MFF. So again, what is the biggest responsibilities and biggest resources? And here comes again the question of EDIP, which we hope next week we shall finalize trialogue, because EDIP is exactly for us next MFF possibility to use MFF money for EDIP type programs and to incentivize member states to go for joint procurement, to spend more of their money, national money for European production. And I would remind that the whole chapter also in this EDIP is devoted to Ukraine. And also we need to remember that national defense spending is not regulated at all. So when somebody is criticizing that EDIP is too much, orientated to European production, they should remember that EDIP is taking quite a small amount of money. I will try to finalize my remarks on question, what are the opportunities for a region of frontier countries, of Baltic states? And I would say just several factors which I think are important. In my view, defense will stay as a key priority for European Union for the next 5 to 10 years. Strengthening defense capabilities on the frontier eastern flank countries will be one of the key priorities during that period of time for EU defense policy. Eastern flank countries have the benefit of learning from Ukraine and from doing defense together with Ukraine, and learning not only about modern defense technologies, but also how to build a modern defense ecosystem, which is crucial. And regional projects like the drone wall and Eastern Flank Watch will have I hope, will have a status of European flagship projects, and they will be developed together with Ukraine and learning from Ukraine on the importance of localized production of drones and electronic warfare instruments. And startups, of course, should be considered as engines of modernization, as we can see that in Ukraine. And we can, again, use recently established platforms like Brave Tech EU, which we established together with Ukraine, really to learn a lot from Ukraine. So Baltic states, frontier countries, have all the possibilities to be in the lead as promoters of defense modernizations. Perhaps tanks will continue to be produced in Germany, but production of drones, electronic warfare systems, can concentrate itself in Latvia and other Baltic states, because really in those countries we have a lot of capabilities. So I would perhaps finish my keynote remarks with a very clear message. Let's really prepare ourselves for defense. Let's do our homework very much, and let's see how we can strengthen not only our defense capabilities, but also our industries. And specifically in each region, we can develop some specific capabilities which can be very much useful for the whole Europe. Thanks a lot. Paldies.
Ačiū, Commissioner, for the comprehensive analysis and for the call to action. And now we will have a perspective from the financing side, an intervention from Karl Nehammer, who is Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Thank you.
So, dear Commissioner Kubilius, dear Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, it's a privilege to join you in Riga today for this important discussion on the future of European security and investment. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the University of Latvia for hosting us and for demonstrating how investments translate into impact. The building we are in, the House of Science, stands as a testament of EIB financing. The EIB supported the university campus with 2 loans, 30 million in 2017 and 25 million in 2024, to construct modern study and research centers. This is strategic talent infrastructure, a real-life example of how the EIB Group backs projects that matter right here in Latvia. Just as we invest in education and innovation to build Latvia's future, we are equally committed to supporting the country's security and resilience. The European Investment Bank Group is proud to be a long-standing partner to the Baltic states, present in the region since 1993. And we are here to stay. This year, we inaugurated our first office in Riga, ensuring that decisions, expertise, and funds move closer and faster. As Europe faces new challenges, the EIB Group is evolving to meet them. This year, our board of directors expanded financing eligibilities to include projects dedicated to purely military uses, such as barracks, storage facilities, drones, helicopters, radars, satellites, advanced avionics, propulsion systems, and optics, while maintaining strong financing capacity and a robust position in global capital markets. We are closely monitoring the market and have observed growing interest from the sector in our financial offerings. The eastern border of the European Union is especially exposed to the geopolitical risks and hybrid threats, making it all the more important that we channel targeted investment and expertise to reinforce security and resilience where it is needed most. This morning, we signed the Salonia and Kuldiga military base advisory assignment, Latvia's first defense infrastructure PPP. Our role is to support the Ministry of Defense and the state real estate company in structuring, preparing this landmark project, ensuring it is delivered
to the highest standards, and it is attractive to both public and private partners. We are doing this with the Cabinet's green light to use PPP in the defense in a decisive step for Latvia that unlocks private capital. Looking ahead, our ambitions are clear. In 2025, security and defense will represent at least 3.5% of EIB group finance, with a pipeline of over 30 flagship operations. We expect approximately 3.5 billion in security and defense signatures this year. 2.6 billion are already signed. We are closely coordinating to ensure that EIB financing complements the Security Action for Europe instrument, maximizing the impact of available public resources at the EU level. By working in tandem with the European Commission, we can mobilize even greater volumes of finance for Europe's security and defense priorities, ensuring that every euro delivers maximum value for our citizens. EIB support focuses on 5 practical avenues: infrastructure and mobility, like bases, barracks, border protection, cybersecurity; industrial scale-up, innovations through venture debt and equity; and sovereign frameworks for defense budget and PPP structuring, as with Selonia bringing private capital and whole life cost discipline. With Selonia, we are not just supporting a project. We are working here in Riga side by side with Latvian partners to deliver real results for Latvia's security and for Europe's collective resilience. More than ever, we need to join forces and adopt a coordinated approach. The EIB Group stands fully committed to supporting defense financing and collaborating with our partners here in Latvia and across Europe. You know, it is so important now in these times to deliver security, resilience, and shared prosperity. Today, at the Riga conference, by bringing together leaders, experts, and innovators from across Europe and beyond, we help shape the strategies and partnerships that will define our collective future. I wish the organizers and all participants a truly impactful and fruitful discussion, one that inspires new solutions and strengthens our shared commitment to a safer, more resilient Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niehammer. It is now time for the panel, which has everything: the regulators, the innovators, and the guys who actually have the money. So with that, I turn it over to the moderator of the panel, Dr. Edward Hunter Christie, who is Political Affairs Director with Hypersonica, and he will introduce the panelists. Thank you.
I'll very simply ask all the panelists to just join up here right away. I think we're a little bit late on the schedule. I'm going to very briefly introduce myself. I'll abuse the privilege of being moderator. Please all take your seats. And then I'm going to give each panelist in turn a few minutes to give their introductory remarks. Please be seated. Thank you very much. So just a few words about myself. So I'm Political Affairs Director for Hypersonica, which is a defense and aerospace startup in the Munich area. We are focused on developing hypersonic delivery systems, ultimately hypersonic missiles. So that's my main activity. And my second activity, I work for a new organization, a kind of strategic consultancy firm based out of Finland, which is called Economic Security Forum. So if anyone later on during the breaks, if you're interested in either of those, either striking deep inside Russian territory or making your economy more resilient, please feel free to come and speak with me. So we have a very diverse panel to talk about defense investment from different perspectives. We have a finance ministry, we have a multilateral bank, we have a major infrastructure company, if I may refer to LMT that way, and we have a representative from NATO, but specifically from the innovation side of NATO. And so we're going to come at the issues from different perspectives, and I'm going to let each speaker just go for your own perspective. I would also like this panel to be a little bit educational because the panel is diverse and the audience is diverse. So I'll ask each speaker to please briefly introduce yourself because you'll do it better than I could. But please also say a couple of lines about what your organization actually does. And maybe, if you feel like it, you can also say what your organization does not do in case you've come across misunderstandings in previous speaking engagements. So with that, I am going to proceed in the order of speakers that is given on the agenda. And I will start with Minister Ašerandens, who's Minister of Finance of the Republic of Latvia. You have the floor, please.
Well, first question is very simple. What the Ministry of Finance do? We financing all our efforts regarding defense, and I might say this is a central priority of government nowadays. And recently, government is finalizing work on a budget, and from next year, we expecting to 5% of GDP to be spent on defense, and of course. We're working on different financial sources how to finance it. One is, of course, budgetary spending, then different financial instruments in cooperation with the European Union, like a SAFE instrument, and another, what was already mentioned with AIB now, this is PPP project. Those are PPP project package, which allows us to finance all the necessary stuff. And we involve directly and indirectly. For example, Minister of Finance are responsible for building of infrastructure, like a border infrastructure and all kind of staff around it, and we will be part of the PPP projects as one of the operators there. Yeah, that is my responsibility.
Jeanette Vittas, please, from the Nordic Investment Bank.
Thank you. So Jeanette Vittas, yes, Nordic Investment Bank, part of the executive management team and also head of lending, which is our what we do, you could say. We are, you could say, a smaller sister organization to EIB, and we are also owned by the finance ministry, so including also the Latvian ministry. We were established 50 years ago. With a base out of Helsinki. We actually nowadays also have an office here in Riga, but we were based in Helsinki 50 years ago by the Nordic countries at the time, and during a time when these countries were concerned about having a hostile neighbor to the east and also concerned about an energy crisis. At the time it was oil embargo, but still it's interesting to reflect on that fact now looking back 50 years later where we stand today. So 20 years ago, the Baltic countries joined as owners of the bank, and we have, during the decades, we have focused on growing the prosperity of the region. That's our main mission. And that our focus has been on increasing productivity, competitiveness, and also environmental financing projects that also benefit the environment. However, after Russia's aggressions towards Ukraine, we have also questioned whether these investments are really sustainable. I mean, how sustainable are they if we cannot defend them? So we had a conversation with our owners. And we actually had a decision then made by our board of directors last year that we should be able to expand or move the needle to also finance the defense industry with the only limitation of weapons and ammunition. But it was also decided that we would actually, 12 months later, so June this year, we should review the policy, which we did. And it was decided that we can also now finance weapons and ammunition, however, only conventional and not controversial. So in that sense, we have, you could say, caught up with the larger commercial banks and financial institutions in the Nordic-Baltic region. But from a multilateral banking perspective, we're still rather unique. I would say it's a testimony of the fact that we have a very close cooperation and a relationship within the Nordic-Baltic region, where all 8 countries basically share the same concerns and also the same ambitions. We have a loan portfolio of around 24.5 billion euros. We pay out in loans around 4 billion or slightly above euros per annum, and sign around 80 contracts. So if you make a quick head count, you can find out that the average loan size would probably be somewhere around 50 million euros. Since we only finance 50% of the project cost, that leaves us with a project, on average, the project will be around 100 million euros. But that's the average. We have a very, very big span. And I think the first defense loans that we did earlier this year really reflect that. So the first defense loan signed was the one with a Finnish wireless communication company called Savox that produces equipment to create secure and efficient connectivity under very difficult circumstances or environments. We financed 5 million euros to support a 10 million euro R&D program, it's something that was very key to us to be able to do. On the other hand, on the other side, just shortly after signing the first loan, we signed a loan agreement with the Republic of Lithuania of 400 million euros, a loan facility to support the budgetary defense expenditures during some years to come. So we have that great span, and we also, in terms of risk taking, I would say that we have, or size, we have a great span. But looking at the risk taking, we're a AAA rated bank. We have a portfolio that it's supported by the asset quality in the portfolio. But we are moving into more risk-taking, and the opportunities we see also with the defense financing area supports this trend. For us, it's important, though, that we also find the right risk-sharing principles. So we are also an implementing partner of the InvestEU program, which is very helpful to us to also offload some risks from the smaller defense contracts. So that's something that we will also now in this the InvestEU program that we have will also be expanded to cover that type of contracts.
I'll just ask you for 2 clarifications, if I may, for the benefit of the audience. So one is you mentioned before conventional, not controversial, when you talked about weapons programs. But does that mean you finance projects that involve the development and manufacturing of kinetic weapon systems, actual weapon systems?
Yes, absolutely,
okay.
yes.
That's
So, I mean, we already heard also very well explained from EIB the different types of projects you can finance, as is either whether they are dual use or so. But we have basically, today, we have no other limitations than the controversial weapons.
What is controversial?
Controversial weapons, it could be, well, nuclear, of course, is part of it, yes, but also landmines, etc. And this is, of course, something that is being debated a lot, how to define this. And it's the Ottawa Treaty that more or less defines it for us today.
So it would only be something where there's an international law problem,
exactly.
Essentially. Okay, understood. I think that's very clear. And if I may ask for those in the audience that are maybe involved in the defense industry, what is your front door? If I'm a defense company in this region, how do I go and knock on your door and find out if I can work with you?
Well, the best way is actually just make contact with us.
Just make contact. Okay.
And it's also, I mean, again, everything is also publicized in terms of the transaction we sign, so it's also easy to go in there and see. But definitely the contact. But I would also like to point out that our role is not only to finance. We are, first of all, I already mentioned, we don't have that huge balance sheet, etc. And our purpose is never to finance the full project. Our purpose is to bring other private capital in as well. And what we also then try to do is to facilitate the dialogue. We work across these now 8 Nordic Baltic countries. We share the insights. We share our networks. We try to somehow assist in making the contacts between different parties. So I think the opening could either come by directly going to us, or via other partners that know about us. Right.
Very good. Thanks very much. I'm going to go back to the minister, to Mr. Ascher-Hadens, because you just introduced yourself, whereas, of course, Janet started with her full remarks. So I'd like to go back to you so that you can give your introductory remarks about some of the questions, perhaps your view. Just a couple of guiding questions, perhaps, would be: what is a smaller state perspective, Latvian perspective, on what can be done from national resources? What you expect from the EU level? Also, maybe a couple of other questions like how is cooperation between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense evolving in the Latvian case? Has it improved? But up to you, please. Take the floor.
Well, of course, already started with the different sources what we're trying to allocate for financing of defense need, and I might say there is 4, I would say, dimensions there. Of course, the armed forces themselves, equipment, infrastructure, stocks, and then we're coming to the 5th one, that's military industry. And this is a most complicated issue. And number one, what already Commissioner Kubilus mentioned, that is coordination amongst Europe to what, where, and how things should be done. Because there is a lot of ad hoc processes are going on, and we could say it is stabilizing now, and more coordination comes. But otherwise, that is very, very complex issue. And I might say is Latvia, if we define the specialization areas, for example, Latvia showing an excellence in drone area. And recently, last week, for example, Latvian companies show on Salonia training facility shown an interception drones, how they functioning, and understand from Ukrainian experts or others that's extremely well performance of extremely good performance of those things. And then common issues to again, how to Latvia leading with together with United Kingdom leading a drone coalition. We supplying systems to Ukraine. We coordinate. We taking our part in production, and of course. For us is very important all kind of European programs what are available, like a safe instrument, and with this we can provide financing for companies who are just arriving on Latvian land and wants to do things. And there are 2 types, traditional European industry, what is new emerging interesting process that is partly Ukrainians want to transfer their industry to Europe, and how to facilitate those issues, and as we reach the maximum level, what we can accept ourselves, that is 5% of GDP for armed forces. And now we really, if we want to do something additional, then we're looking for different partnerships. I'm very happy to hear as Nordic Investment Bank is on let's say around the table of negotiations. And of course there are different European financial instruments is very, very important for us to, if we want to facilitate our local innovators and to do things. And second, what is interesting, another where we will look for different European programs is there are interesting processes in universities. Yeah, universities are very deeply looking for innovations there. Again, drone industry, and recently Riga Technical University shown and their ideas and their recent developments there. And interesting as vocational schools, even looking for how to develop programs for let's say secondary level experts in such a technology industries, so they could provide, I don't know, any technical expertise in such things and so on. What I'll put it all together, I'm very happy as Europe is have organized and coordinated process. We're heading towards this, and second is industry is growing very fast now. Yeah, and there's every day are something happen, and we every day have calls to how to finance that, starting from real estate facilities until how to facilitate financing for starting up project, and then of course innovators are the most complex part of it. You never know how much this drone model will be valid for modern battlefield, but again we have to really look into risks, how to finance those newcomers.
If I may just ask you two brief follow-up questions that, and they're very different from one another. The first is much more political. Your country is moving to 5% of GDP on defense. I think everybody knows that in certain Western European countries, getting to 5% of GDP is going to be harder, and that especially the ministries of finance are an obstacle. I'm not going to name any specific countries, but that's how it's perceived. As a Minister of Finance yourself, and you're going in this direction that your government wants to go into, and obviously you're on board with it, and it's going to happen. How come you can do it and other countries supposedly cannot or don't want to?
Very, very complicated question, and I might put it like this. If you look from a macroeconomic perspective, 2.5% easy, that's what you have to do. And then if you come to 3.5% from GDP, that is you're obliged to do, and so on. If you start to going above, then it's become very complex, because then you're coming to the point how to finance in general, and then it's about long-term questions about long-term sustainability and questions about, for example, taxation issues. Our neighbors in Estonia has raised VAT, for example, for 3%, and this bites, to be honest. Yeah, and then it's an overall effect what we have in government spending. Let's say in order to how to say. Guarantee investment in defense, those 5% investment in defense, then you see the other ministries are really start show we have to decrease the level of funding for other ministries, and then it's come to the point where social stability in the country, when discussion appears immediately, education, healthcare, and all other issues are immediately popping up, and this is a very, very complex issue, and I'm very thankful to in the general approach in society. This investment in defense is needed. We have to manage it. We are trying to find balances between keeping economy up and running, not to threat the general economical growth. Right now, economy are on some kind of takeoff phase, and at the same time we trying to balance, let's say, societal needs for different areas and all kind of issues what is appear. And I might say this will be very challenging to defend budget in a parliament. And it's in middle October we will go on this, and I hope we will succeed.
Okay. And just my second short question is: do you have a view in the finance ministry as to the well-known problem of the valley of death? For entrepreneurs, for startup companies, there's often this problem of moving from having a great idea to actually producing at scale and making a profit, and that a lot of companies fail in that in-between space. Is that an issue? Is that a theme in the finance ministry of looking for instruments that can help bridge that gap as part of an industrial policy or what have you?
Yeah. There are two sides, and regarding startup ecosystem, Latvia have a quite good startup ecosystem and environment for financing. It is just, we might say, in a couple of years ago, we had a problem with good ideas. Now we have a hell of a lot of ideas, and now we have to facilitate and help to scale up companies. And I might say for Ministry of Finance, a bigger headache is arrival of let's say significant or big market players who said, okay, we want to launch a facility here in Baltics, and that's demanding X amount of financial resources, and how to solve this. But I might say that to support for innovative startups, that's not a biggest problem. But again, we recently had discussion, I already mentioned, on Riga Technical University, and they have a lot of ideas, but then it's more complex. Who will, the scientists doing their ideas, yeah? But then has to become this has to become a real product on markets. Then it's how to materialize that. That might be an issue for how to finance universities with that.
Okay, thanks very much. If you don't mind, I may jump to Ingmar's then and come to Nora at the end, because there was the minister just mentioned an issue of scale, and you're a major national company, and you're also in the Latvian context. So thought maybe it's maybe logical to come to you next for your remarks, and maybe if you could also explain what your company does as its overall portfolio, its background, and how it's moving into defense, and what are the issues that you're facing?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, yes, my name is Ingmars. I'm from a Latvian major, or the biggest ICT company, historically the largest telco company, and historically purely civilian company, and that changed kind of 8 years ago, where from a civilian angle we were approaching the coming of 5G technology, the 5th generation of mobile networks that were coming with huge promises, some people being scared from radiation and buying tinfoil hats and all that. And one of the problems for us as a company was that we were, the 5G was not needed. So everybody was screaming about it, but no one has seen it. So we actually, and this is the first wireless communication standard that is not meant for you as humans. It's more meant for industry, for robots, and so since no one has seen it, so we realized that for anybody to actually buy it and so we could get back our investment, we actually need to build strong innovation leg to actually showcase and experiment. So what is the use of 5G technology, which coincided with great happening back in NATO, which has for many decades has been intentionally abstained from usage of civilian technology in the military operations, which coincided with that in many theaters around the world that it was visible that adversaries are using very cheap technology to actually attack our forces. So the 5G is one of the earliest big motions also on the NATO side, is how to turn to usage of civilian communication technology in for the tactical and the military needs. So somehow we were lucky enough to jump on that train. So we have the oldest and biggest 5G military testbed in Europe. We are housing friendly both Nokia and Ericsson under one roof, and they are kind of brothers in arms, if I may say. So that has given also, we are housing the largest digital backbone experimentation together with our friends in NATO ACT, happening actually this year again at this very moment. And it's the ambition of NATO is it actually possible to if all the allies come with their own communication equipment, can you join it and make it as a single network for any particular theater or geography, which we are actually doing. So we can, the 5G technology is beautiful in the sense that that's a single brain that can control both private networks, tactical field networks, satellite communication, and doing all the beautiful stuff. So we've been conducting training managed from network here in Riga, but that is happening in Idaho, in the United States of America. So that's actually possible. That's the competence that we built from a historical perspective of a civilian company, but by having this technological ambition, and a very important ingredient was to embedding military officers within our company, hiring those officers and making them our colleagues actually gave us opened the portal to understanding actual vocabulary used by military as a customer. One additional aspect to that is also we realize that what is the benefit, also coming back to your question about small countries. Of course, we don't have that much money, but we are much faster. So why are we having this cooperation with NATO, ACT, or United States Department of Defense? Is because we are actually, I don't know, for instance, to conduct the jamming experiment. That would take a year in the United States to actually make all the agreements with Federal Aviation Authority and many others. So we can do this in weeks or even less. So that gives the speed. Plus, we also can export a lot of urgency. Sense of urgency is one of our capital, and of course, direct link to Ukrainian companies, which somehow feel that they kind of, and we do understand them, and they do understand us better. So there's also, we were seeing great flow of competence coming into our ecosystem from there. So that's very shortly about.
Excellent. And well, ACT was mentioned. So Nora, the path is wide open for you to tell us about NATO innovation. What is ACT? What does ACT do? What do you do? Yep. What is NATO innovation? What are the structures?
There's a lot of questions.
A lot of questions, yes.
Okay. So my name is Nora. I'm with NATO ACT Allied Command Transformation. So we're one of the two strategic commands. The other one is Allied Command Operations in Europe, shaped Mons. The difference between us is, I would say, that ACO is the one focusing on the current. Like, what do I have available? Like, what are our readiness? Like, how can I deploy? What are the regional plans? While us, as ACT, Allied Command Transformation, we look at the future, right? We're trying to understand what our potential capability needs, what would our allies or our nations need, what will our warfighters need, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of training, lessons learned, policies, everything to actually enable our warfighters. Because NATO, we're talking about 1.2 billion people that we're trying to serve and protect. And that's quite a lot of it's a big task. That's why NATO has so many commands. If you ever wondered why we do have places everywhere, that's why. And I think among this panel, I'm probably the person with the least amount of money, I have to point out. Because there's always the conception, especially from industry, if I'm announcing myself as NATO ACT, industry wants to talk to me because they want to have money. I can't give you money, at least not a lot of money. I think ACT is in a specific position where our currency is more information, and as you mentioned, DIBACs, for example, exercises, where we provide industry but also nations access, the opportunity to test their developed solutions in a quite operational environment. DIBACs, we have CWIX, Coalition Warrior Interoperability Exercise, where we really see how industry solutions fit into the overarching NATO systems, right? Because that is really complicated. We have 32 nations, all of them with different communication protocols, all of them with different data formats, all of them with different kinds of systems. And that's absolutely okay. But as ACT, we focus on how do we ensure that we can connect those systems, and that needs industry to play along and come and play with us. Other than that, so we actually, I would say as ACT, we're looking at all the TRL levels, so technology readiness level. We have the SDO organization, Science and Technology, who really focuses more on the future. What are the emerging technologies that will impact our current and future capabilities? So there we do low TRL experimentational validation. But then we have interoperability testing, so therefore you need a system that is already quite a little bit more mature. And that's also where Diana comes in, right? Diana helps those dual-use startups by providing small amounts of money, if I can compare it with you guys, to help them go a little bit farther in their TRL progression, but also guide them, because you mentioned the valley of death. And the valley of death is quite deep for every startup, no matter where they operate, if it's in the commercial sector or any other thing. But it's significantly deeper within military. What we see is that for startups to actually make it to a full-blown capability delivered to a country or to an organization, they need a minimum of 2 to 4 years. So if you, for example, you participate in one of the great exercises, DIBACs, CWIX, or Task Force X, that also has been initiated by ACT, that can be considered a sign for the industry. Oh, look, what I'm doing is working. So now the next step is automatically to get a big procurement contract. But that doesn't happen. It's not how it works, and that's why I'm putting back to the point that I'm saying as NATO, I'm not the big, or we are not the big spender. It's up to the nations again. And I think where we have to do better as governments and also the policymakers is to ensure that there is funding available to keep them afloat, but also ensure it becomes a capability and it does not stop at having a pilot or having a one unit fielded. Because that's not what industry wants, but it's also not what the military wants, because they want to have things to actually do their job.
If I may just ask you furthermore, just to say to the audience what calls or what activities are currently open that people can just look up on your website.
Yes. Actually, so because like you point out a good thing, as like industry or other nations or allies are wondering how can we actually work together with ACT? Well, first of all, you just, again, the same thing, just get in contact with us. If you go on our website right now, you find under contracting an opportunity for industry, which is a request for information on the topic that is in everybody's minds, which is counter UAS. So that's also why SACT Admiral Van Deer has put out the beacon projects, and one of them is also Task Force X CUAS, which will be focusing on looking at the whole kill chain from detect, disrupt, destroy, potential drones, swarm of drones, Shaheds, or potential other things, and how we as nations can actually deter against those threats. So this is out right now. You can Google it, ACT, NATO ACT website, and you will find it right away.
Okay, so I'm going to sort of try to spin that specific example into a hypothetical story, and we're going to go through the panel and see what is possible in terms of financing of defense, investing in defense, and where the gaps are. So let's assume I'm interested. Let's assume I'm a capable dynamic startup. I have things to offer in terms of counter UAS. I join the project. I do some very nice experimentation with ACT. I get a badge. I put out a press release. I say, look at all the stuff I've learned. It's fantastic. But there's not a lot of money, or maybe even no money at all.
I'm not allowed to,
right.
to talk about that one.
No, but it's an open call.
It's open call, so right now it's a request for information, and the next one we will see.
All right.
So
okay, fair enough.
Let me not comment on that.
But you did say earlier that you don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
But we've actually seen this before. I mean, let's take any technology, not that particular technology. Like also, maybe why I'm actually here is because being also a big company in any particular economy also gives you some kind of responsibility or opportunity to actually build out ecosystem around you, because you cannot do everything. So we have a tradition actually reaching out for smaller tech companies, taking them on board for different kind of ambitions we're having here. So many small tech companies which are grown into defense have actually gone through our test bed and actually get some initial funding for actually doing these particular things, because there's this valley of death in a classical startup is simpler. I totally agree, because you potentially have zillion of customers. Here it's just a single customer with super slow procurement cycle, which goes many years, and generals are also human, right? So they are not startup people, so they know what has worked before. So for them to embed these new technology in this 7 or 12-year procurement cycle is really hard. So therefore, this onboarding these small companies into actual testing and giving them possibility to show off is also showing to the generals and colonels and all the nice people that what is this actually doing, because generals do not tend to believe to PowerPoints very well, so they need some real gear.
Can I maybe add to that as well? I think in terms of, we have talked about today that there is capital now. It's more the industrial capacity and other things. And I think that the capital is there, but not necessarily for all parts of the value of the ecosystem, as you mentioned here. And I think what you just mentioned there about the incubators, so to speak, or the responsibilities, I think, or opportunities as well for the bigger players that also have the contracts with the national, for example, defense procurement organizations. I think the initial issue when we started trying to also finance this was that these that the contracts or the orders from those agencies were not kind of long enough. So how do you ramp up and scale up production and manufacturing if you need to finance that via maybe the banking system or so, but you need to show then that you have long-term contracts, that you can actually get a payback on those investments. And there I think, you know, the whole procurement chain is still kind of with those long contracts. You don't really invite these innovative companies and players that are, we have seen it in Ukraine, they are really needed because you need such quick turnover times as well. So to merge the two is, I think, super critical. And the banking system can basically help the combined package, not only the innovators. They need to find the contracts and the buyers. And yeah, so I think there are some other problems, not just about having capital, it's also how you actually disperse it.
Yeah, the fundamentals behind it is, as I think in every modern warfare, technology changing so fast. Yes. I remember at the beginning of years, companies has been looking for optical fiber. Maybe somebody could produce 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers. Later on, that was 50 kilometers, and that was just in 6 months. Now, as we see interception drones, it is the experts said in beginning of next year there will be drone fights between each other and so on. So that's going so fast, and of course. If you look at how the Latvia is structuring the financing system, one is Ministry of Defense, mostly providing money for sandboxes and incubators. That's number one. And then it's then we see some kind of viable product appears or service. Then it's we have the mix of blended finance and loan guarantees. That is some kind of risk sharing mechanisms for. Okay, you never know what will happen, but if the technology interesting, then we have trying to somehow share risks and blend finance. Then next block of instruments, that is bridging instruments between where we want to ensure continuity of funding between research and procurement, what's already mentioned, because again when it's come to procurement issues and taking account there is some conservatism around the procurement people, then they would like to have a strong evidence. This is serious or this is good. Then we really have to how to bridge this period, and of course innovation funds and accelerators. What already mentioned, that is from our startup ecosystem, and this is. Again, it sounds simple, but most complicated part is really accelerators, where you really have to help for companies to how to say scale up product. Yeah, that's the structure what Latvia have.
Yeah. But to be fair, I'll give you the floor in a second. But to be fair, there's still quite a cliff edge, right? I mean, until you get a large procurement contract from an MOD. There's still a difficult path along that. So I'd like to ask the panel just to address that part, because I see a lot happening for startups. I see, yes, accelerators, incubators, etc. But there's still that part before you get your first break, your first real serious MOD, DOD contract, and that's not simple. So maybe Nora first.
Yeah, actually, I want to point it out. I think we do have the innovation ecosystem, especially for the lower TRL levels and up to 6+, so fully functional or 8. There's military innovation accelerators in every nation, 32 nations. I think the US has over 180 entities focusing on military innovation. So we do have the ecosystem. But again, we're always focusing on, I have now something that works on the front line, or it works something that has been battlefield tested. But now what? Right, so there's the industry, they're out there, they're screaming literally, like, I've been tested, I've went to this exercise, and it works. So now what? And I think there we don't have, especially in NATO, we don't have the policy or the framework to continue. It stops there somehow, right? And that's where I think is the deepest cliff for those companies to actually get over it. And I honestly don't know, because I'm not from the investment side, so I don't know how venture capital could potentially help. Because at the end, it's still the nations that have to decide on which capability, which technology, which solution they procure. And also NATO cannot mandate any of that. We can make recommendations, we're already doing this. but we cannot tell a nation what to buy. So I think that it's up for the nations to find ways, policies, frameworks to accelerate this particular part, which is from one unit fielded to an actual capability, meaning the supply chain is secured, I have the capacity coming out of those startups, I have the logistics support, I have O&M support, so it's actually a capability. So I think there is a lot of things that we still have to improve. The Ukrainians do it really well, but they're under a lot of pressure for obvious reasons.
But again and again, I mean, therefore, this possibility for testing stuff, it's not it's not for marketing or it is for marketing, but of course, and for knowledge. But you actually that's a ground where actually actual military people meet actual innovators, because they need to see that. And also all these instruments, also Europe is having, also us as a large enterprise, we are also very active participant for European Defense Fund as an instrument, because also my shareholders, they are also not that patient. So actually, for us to build up this military muscle, we are very actively participating in EDFs, because for us it took like 4 years before we got our first contract. It's not easy for a startup. We are an enterprise; we can survive many years, but for a startup, that's not possible.
I fully agree, and I think this experimentation is crucial, right? It's essential. But what I'm saying, how often do we see contracting officers or procurement officers or legal at those exercises? Because they are not the decision makers. So I have the warfighters. We have the warfighters at DIBEX and CWIX, but we don't have the decision makers. So, and the problem is, everybody who's involved in making a procurement decision, that's contracting managers, that is program officers, that's budget responsibilities, then you have the people who own the requirements, and then you have actual operators. They all speak a different language. Sure. So if you can get those together quite early and then drag them through the process to experimentation, you can probably get there.
Just one odd little thing on this. You know what helps Latvians?
Yes.
We have a two procurement system present in here. That's Ukrainian and a NATO system, yeah. And sometimes Ukrainian, evaluation of the product helps a hell lot to make a decision.
We're going to have to wrap up very soon. I'm just going to take a couple of questions or comments from the audience. I think Artis Pabriks may have a comment or question.
Yeah, thank you, Artis Pabriks, among others, representing Latvian Drone and Robotics Industry Association.
Your microphone.
If there's a microphone, yes, there we are. Yeah.
Thank you, Artis Pabriks, among others, representing Latvian Drone and Robotics Association industry. There are a number of relevant questions. I will start with one easy one. Because you see, military industry from other industries is different because it cannot function in free market. We are dependent on government, and that makes this panel very important, because otherwise we simply would go to the shop and we would sell whatever we want. We can't do this. Now, some 10 years ago, European Union and member countries decided that because of energy crisis, we need energy reserves, 3 months, oil, gas, etc. Now we see that if the real war will start, or where we are in the intermediate war, we definitely need also strategic reserves for military industry. Obviously, Minister of Finance would scream if we would ask him also to sponsor all the reserves, what is needed for each and every country. So is European Union or somebody else ready to invest in this so that industry can keep strategic reserve for the necessary times? Because who will pay for that? That's a question. We cannot go to the free market for that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll maybe gather a couple and then we'll just go right through very quickly. No? Okay. No. Prohibited. Okay. Well, that was an extremely interesting discussion. Thank you very much. I think we should give a hand to the panelists. Thank you very much for your participation. And we go to the next session.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to hear this discussion. Yes, we're a little bit behind the schedule, but the good news are we have a coffee break. And as you know, it's the best time to have questions. Johansson, and I am a co-moderator together with Thomas Pildagovich. So finally I'm here, and I'm really happy to see you all, and a special thanks for those who are joining us online. It's really nice to see that so many people who are not here are interested in the topics that are discussed in here. And our next panel is, I'd say, quite practical, because we've been talking about Ukraine and war in almost every session and every speech, but this panel is very practical, and we are going to talk about that even in wartime, Ukraine runs its cities, its schools, its hospitals, and this panel is about how it is possible, how can we help that happen, and what it takes to keep it so. And I'm very happy to announce the moderator of this panel, and it's Alexandra Vakulina, and she's the Euronews war editor. So with a round of applause, let's join the panel. Good luck.
Thank you so much, and welcome everybody. Good afternoon. We know that we forced you to come back very quickly after a very short coffee break, but we hope to make it worth your time. And we're going to just dive in, given that we are running a little bit behind, and to have the most time with our speakers. Now, indeed, the panel we're going to have now is called Plans, Resources, and Will: How to Keep Ukraine Running. We're going to explore a critical and very timely topic, as the Master of Ceremony said, how Ukraine, in the fourth year of Russia's full-scale invasion, is still in a full-scale resistance, and how is managing to keep its country functioning under the relentless attacks that are happening daily. From power grids and fuel supplies to medicine, logistics, governance, and salaries, every part of the state machinery must keep running despite ongoing drones and missile strikes. Now, as Ukraine's financial needs continue to grow amidst these extraordinary challenges and these extraordinary attacks, this discussion focuses on the choices Europe could make to ensure long-term, predictable, and strategic support. We're going to dive straight in with our speakers, and it is my great honor to introduce you this panel. Here with us is Anatoly Kutsevol, Ambassador of Ukraine to Latvia, Mati Masikas, Managing Director for Europe and Central Asia at the European External Action Service. Thank you. John Swartz, Legal Advisor and General Counsel at NATO. Thank you. And Colin Smith, International and Defense Researcher at RAND. Great having you. Thank you very much for making it happen. We will try to have the opportunity for to open the floor to your questions. So please prepare them, and I'm going to make sure that we're going to get few questions from the audience. Let's go straight in. And Ambassador, let me start with you. The big question, and something that we announced at the topic of this meeting: how is Ukraine managing to keep running all the services and everything, all the daily life, maintaining the functionality and delivering all the essential services, given the daily relentless attacks? And we have seen that the attacks are only intensifying. There were over 800 drones and missiles recently launched just overnight. How is Ukraine managing to keep running?
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be today one of the speakers of this really important and timely conference, given the fact of upcoming challenges both for Europe and ongoing war for Ukraine, and the global challenges for Western against another side of this war countries. First of all, it's a real interesting question which I ask myself as well. How can we actually keep going? And always you just turn to Churchill's quotes, and if you're going through hell, keep going. And probably this is the same meaning, but in different dimensions, which every Ukrainian understood what to do, and got it personally in his own or her own way. But anyway, for the government, it was a possibility since the beginning of war to continue performing all duties because of synergy of all institutions. First of all, it's unity. Unity between the military, who became the most important part of the society to protect. Second one is a responsibility of society, is that each serviceman or servicewoman need to have at least 10 volunteers to help running the war. And that I'm really happy to say that these volunteers are not only Ukrainian, but all all over the world, including Latvian ones, which I really appreciate Latvian society for this contribution. And the third one is unity between Ukraine and our global partners, starting with G7, EU member states, and other partners globally, from covering all our needs which we have. And that one, the most problematic one, is budget deficit, and let's call it a war budget at all, which we've discussed several times in different dimensions and figures. So one would say, from financial point of view, you have expenditures like over 30% of GDP for the military, but in fact we can easily say that 100 of budget is dedicated to all the needs which the country has. And you absolutely rightly mentioned that we have permanent shellings and as well as drones flying over territory of Ukraine, and the consequences of these strikes is something which the government has to also to deal with, and our partners have to deal with. And so, all in all, you are coming to the figures that you are expanding everything in order to run the country. And luckily, us, we are doing it more than 3.5 years. We are around 4th year anniversary, and happily to say that this kind of example is a good example for other countries to follow. So it's not possible that you will be relying only on your state doing everything instead of you. So my key point here is society is a key responsible for governing the state.
Let me ask you, because Ambassador mentioned now Ukraine's partners and of course the importance of that, and the European Union is at the forefront of supporting. Mr. Masikas, let me ask you, how is the European External Action Service helped Ukraine to stabilize and adapt some of these essential services, as Ambassador has mentioned now? And what lessons from the EU support initiatives can be applied to further enhance this resilience?
Oh, thank you. First of all, happy and honored to be at that panel. We are learning and adapting all the time. Of course, the Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian, as Anatol rightly pointed out, also Ukrainian authorities, Ukrainian state is very flexible and adaptable. We do that as well. Let us take the example of energy. I mean, differently from the sometimes occurring perception, the EU can react pretty quickly. Like beginning of this year, Russia created a massive energy crisis in Moldova. In the run-up to the elections, thinking that the EU will not be able to come to help. We did, and it was managed well. For the last winter, 2024-2025, we supported Ukraine's energy systems with €2 billion. For the upcoming winter, we have mobilized 800 million. We know it's not enough. We are working on more, and the High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, is representing the EU at the G7 plus so-called Energy Rammstein. So intense work is ongoing there. At the moment, we estimate a 400 million gap, which we are determined to fulfill. There are other ways too. We are working with the international financial institutions also to provide financing to companies, Ukrainian energy companies. I cannot stress enough the importance of the synchronization of Ukraine's energy grids with continental Europe grids. Just like every Ukrainian remembers where he or she was in the morning of 24th of February 2022, everybody from the field of energy in Ukraine remembers where he or she was 14th of March 2022, when Ukraine's energy grids were synchronized, and that has helped us to provide electricity, and at better times it has also helped us, Ukraine, to export electricity to the European Union. In that field, also the physical protection of the energy infrastructure, plain and simple air defense, is also something that is very, very important. And also, this horrible war has made clear the point of also the need to decentralize Ukraine's energy production, including in the field of renewables, and that is proceeding well too, again with our assistance.
Thank you. John, what's your take on this from your perspective, from NATO perspective?
So, firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here. I mean, I've been sort of asked to say a word really on how NATO looks at the sort of legal and escalatory risks associated with providing assistance to Ukraine. I think the first thing to say is that it's very clear from an international law perspective that there's nothing legally problematic with providing assistance to Ukraine. It's the victim of blatant aggression. It has a right of self-defense, and it's exercising that right compatibly with international humanitarian law. But what's happening from the sort of allied perspective is that allies are choosing to manage that risk of escalation by avoiding getting drawn into the war. And so they're looking at the international law rules and the thresholds associated with those rules that govern war, namely the jus ad bellum, the jus in bello, and the law of neutrality, to give effect to that policy and that operational preference, not because actually doing more would be unlawful, but because of that preference that is being expressed. And the lines are pretty clear here. So assistance to Ukraine, including military material assistance, it's obviously not a use of force under the UN Charter, under Article 2.4, or under the jus ad bellum. So it doesn't fall to be justified by allies as collective self-defense. No, we're helping Ukraine exercise its right of self-defense. And equally, that assistance that's being provided, it's not an attack. It's not a direct participation in hostilities under the international humanitarian law, the jus in bello. And then finally, that old body of law, the law of neutrality, which formerly had it that third states must treat belligerents impartially. That's clearly not right in an era of the UN Charter and the prohibition of aggression. We can't be expected to treat unlawful aggressors impartially in the same way as we would treat their victims. So those are the broad lines that we're navigating. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin, what's your take on it? If we are to kind of set the scene and to get your view on Ukraine managing the resources that are rather limited because of the relentless and daily attacks.
Sure. First, I just want to say thank you to Yanis and to Lato for inviting me and including me in on this distinguished conference. I think you got to look at logistically what they've been able to do is quite impressive. Starting out at the beginning of the war, I think Ukraine early on figured out that they had to integrate the civil military logistics connection, that it just couldn't be separate. And so that was something that started almost immediately, and that did help facilitate as they were going through. The other is dual use planning. So how are they using their transport assets, their rail networks to both move civil and military, and then prioritize those needs based on whether it was military or whether it was civilian. And I think, as the ambassador already alluded, the meshing of those two things helped, opposed to it being separate, where the military needed this and then civilian needed this. And instead of competing for those resources, they were able to figure out how to do that. And I think that's something just broadly as a way for resilience is something that has to be practiced more than just what's in Ukraine. I think the other thing that, as I watched and all the partner nations that were donating all this equipment, the fact that they were able to amazingly use their ingenuity to repair and maintain so many different sets of equipment. It's not like every country donated the same thing. There wasn't 2,000 BMWs going there, and so you just had a bunch of BMW mechanics or something to fix. No, you had howitzers from 5 or 6 different countries that were different types of howitzers, different types of tanks, all this different equipment that some, I'm not going to say seamlessly, they were able to integrate, but the fact that they were able to keep that going with the partner help, I think contributed to their ability to keep fighting. And then as time has gone on, obviously there's parts challenges with that, and so they've been able to now selectively go, no, these systems work for us, and then the partners and allies are responding to that. So not necessarily sending this piece of equipment, going with what Ukraine needs most. And I think the last thing, and this is more on the tactical level, is what the military has been able to do is they realized pretty quickly they had to decentralize their nodes of logistics. Because if you look at how the US fought in Iraq, fought in Afghanistan, you build the Iron Mountain of stuff. Well, nowadays that's just a target. Precision munitions has made being able to do logistics that much more difficult on both sides of the war. And the longer range precisions, and now you have drones that are constantly flying, going after critical munitions places, where those logistics nodes. So Ukraine has, in some ways, masterfully been able to try and disperse those, hide them, because how else, given in an era where you have drones and satellites, you're still able to keep feeding and supplying hundreds of thousands of troops, and keeping those supply lines open, I think, has been pretty remarkable.
So that's again, in the other aspect of it, but still the aspect of adaptability and decentralization that in this kind of, it looks like a different aspect, but not really, because of course of the interconnectedness. Ambassador, let me ask you, there's one more thing about some of the mechanisms, some of the adaptability is that when it comes to Ukraine running its services and also reconstructing the impact and the damage of Russia's attacks, the rather unusual thing for this is that Ukraine is not waiting for the end of it. The reconstruction efforts and the adaptability, they start immediately.
Well, first of all, I would like to also give you comments on adaptability, and then what Matti also shared. It's clearly understandable that it's not only about military anymore. It's you have to run everything at the same time. And that's the biggest challenge ever for everyone who is working in the team. So sometimes the mining teams are working on energy infrastructure because it's not possible to move ahead, because before that you need to clear out the area. And the modern war, let's call it in that way, specifically done by Russians, they do a lot of things against civilians. And all those military which are trying to getting back territories, they're also demining the territories, they're clearing up all possible negative elements on these territories, on so-called collaborators, etc. But anyway, the system is affected at all. And they're fighting also against books, libraries, and you need to restore the life, and also to give some insight for people where they're able to come back. On your specific question, you might search for information what Ukraine does with this shelter initiative. We all know about really good examples of shelters being built in Finland or shelters being built in Switzerland. But what does right now Ukraine is something in a new approach with the limited resources. So you try to reset up educational system, because you cannot do anything within 3.5 years of war without people living in this area and contributing to economy. Without contribution to economy, it's not possible to run the state and to help the military. And that is linked also not only to labor, but also to people, families and kids who might live on this territory. So in one of the cities like Zaporizhia, which is near to the front line, they started to construct underground schools. It's the same approach in Kharkiv city, and so the reconstruction itself is at the same time could be called not a reconstruction but a construction of new sites at all, a new reality. And you need to understand that if you're also doing something, that should be a stable one, including what comes to energy systems. So decentralization, as Matti mentioned, is one of the key answers to this war. You cannot create big generation power plants because it's useless. One attack, or you need to have a lot of air defense systems or mobile groups to defend it. But by the end, you need to be safe on the side of generation. For that reason, you start creating smaller, probably most costly from perspective of how much the energy would cost you, and this is kind of reconstruction we are ongoing. So the answer to your question, yes, we do reconstruction at the same time, not waiting until the end of the war, because it's not possible to win the war without people.
Matti, may I ask you to comment on this, please? Also, given the EU's current framework, like, for example, Ukraine facility and coordination mechanism member states, what would you identify as the possible institutional reforms or some new financing instruments which are essential to guarantee efficient but also long-term support that could balance Ukraine's, on one hand, immediate wartime needs, but also the reconstruction goals, as the ambassador mentioned?
Indeed. That is what the EU provides. It's predictability. That's what has always been our aim. I recall very well how, when the full-scale war started, everybody, individual countries, EU member states, NATO allies, EU institutions, all did very quickly very big steps to help Ukraine. But those were obviously all ad hoc decisions. Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis very quickly came out with a emergency macrofinancial assistance and all those things. But when it was clear that this war will last, and it was clear at the latest, maybe in early summer 2022, the need for more predictable, more long-term solutions was clear. And the first of the kind actually was EU's macrofinancial assistance for 2023. 18 billion. I remember very well how it came into being. That was in September. President von der Leyen visited Kiev, and actually there were pretty heated discussions among the member states ongoing on the 2022 macrofinancial assistance. Nothing on the substance, but on some modalities. And then we are at that lunch with President Zelensky, and Zelensky says, we expect to run a budget gap of 35 billion next year, and actually we would like the EU to cover half of it. And von der Leyen took a deep breath. But it happened. The EU made it happen. Then, of course, it became clear with each and every day that the situation and Ukraine's needs are going to last even longer. Then the next year, 2023, the Ukraine facility, meaning a special fund of 50 billion euro, was set up to cover Ukraine's needs for the years of 2024 to 2027 until the end of the current EU budgetary period, and that again further expanded this predictability that we want to give. It is, as most EU money, it is conditional. It is conditioned against specific reforms that Ukraine is doing. But those reforms are not only to make Ukraine a better country or a better place, but also to bring Ukraine into the EU shape, to make EU compatible with the EU legislation that every candidate country must do. Anyway, so all in all, until today, since the start of the full-scale war, the European Union and its member states have supported Ukraine with 177 billion euro, of which 65 billion is military assistance. With that, we have become the biggest military donor to Ukraine too. For the EU's next long-term budget, 7-year budget, 2028 to 2034, the European Commission has proposed 100 billion for Ukraine. The discussions among member states are ongoing. For the years, for the coming years, you know very well that discussions on the reparation loan are ongoing, or the preparations to this are ongoing, to make use of the frozen assets of Russia, not seizing them, but making use of them. That should provide around 140 billion euro for the next years. So what we really are aiming at here, and I would say with some success, is to give Ukraine the predictability. The EU is a predictable partner.
Ambassador, I would like you to comment on that specifically, please, on the aspect of the reparation laws and the importance of that possibility for Ukraine.
Well, thank you so much, Matti, for mentioning. We partially have heard about Russian frozen assets at the opening of the conference today, and right now we hear the overall model of 140 billion project, which should be actually secured by frozen assets. It's also fine and a good idea to move ahead, and really important that we do not spend too much time on discussions, but we can move forward with it. Time is precious. I mean, we don't have normally conditions to discuss, whereas it could happen next year or in a few years. But the most important here is predictability, as Matti mentioned. So I do believe from the figures which we are publicly announced by IMF mission to Ukraine, this is really important to understand how we could cover the budget deficit of 40-45 billion for next 2 years, which we are looking forward. And then as well as this year, we are really grateful for European Commission for decisions to help us to cover the so-called drone deficit budget, and as well as this is the Ukraine facility instrument as well to cover budget deficit. This is a good signal to other partners as well. So this predictability and ability to cover deficits is also investment into Ukrainians' economy to continue running, and as well as to continue fighting. And without that, it's not possible to do anything. And for the sake of Russian frozen assets, expectations are that what Minister Brajat said today, all those should be used for sure for reparations, but reparations are quite bigger than this amount. If you look into our DNA, we already there about 500, 600 billion, whatever you would call, and if larger, it's about 1 trillion, unfortunately, all in all. So it won't be enough. So the discussion should be even larger and bigger about the reparations in future. But to talk about reparations, we need to win the war first, to stop it, and on some strong conditions. Before that, we need to make sure that the Ukraine army runs, and all our European partners are secured as well on their territories. I do believe this investment of 140 is investment not only in Ukraine's security, but in Europe's security as well.
And do you think, to what extent you're confident regarding the fact that you can convince all the members to?
The point is not about convincing partners, is to realize the fact where we are. So, and I truly believe that some examples of drones flying over the territory and the Russians trying to see what might happen to it. The military have to answer that question, what is going on. But in general, from political point of view, Russians are trying to test. So if they're testing and they don't see reactions, they would continue doing the same way or even to a larger number.
John, let's go into the importance of more predictable and more resilient support structure for Ukraine from the point of view of NATO and your expertise regarding what legal instruments or agreements could NATO propose or adapt to secure this more predictable structure for Ukraine?
Thank you. Well, I suppose I'm not exactly sure what you have in mind when you talk about legal instruments. And I think it is important to distinguish what NATO is doing to help Ukraine from some of these proposals that we've heard from the EU and certain NATO allies who are acting in a sovereign capacity around the sort of using of these frozen assets, although it obviously sounds very promising. But NATO is nonetheless doing lots, obviously, to help Ukraine. And we heard some of this from Ambassador Wissaker earlier on today. So one of the initiatives is getting that priority list of requirements into the hands of Ukrainians on the front line from the US inventories, paid for by other allies. NATO is also obviously playing a coordination role when it comes to broader forms of military aid and training. So that's the INSATU initiative. I'm afraid it's a bit of a sort of alphabet soup of acronyms. We've also set up a joint analysis center to help Ukraine and allies learn the lessons and implement those lessons from the war. That's JTAC. And we also have, and this sort of addresses your point about longer term planning, we have a more comprehensive assistance package, a sort of multi-year program, which is there to address broader defense sector reform and broader institutional changes. But beyond that, I would just add one other thing, which is we've also heard reference to the Hague 5% commitment to defense and security spending. And that is, of course, about strengthening allies' ability to resist armed attack, to strengthen their capacity collectively. But it's telling that when they did that, they also agreed that assistance to Ukraine could count towards that figure. I think that's because of the reality that we all recognize that helping Ukraine is going to help us defend ourselves as well. And I think ultimately that is going to be the best guarantee for assistance to Ukraine, that we know that it's the right thing to do, that it's the legal thing to do. But also there is that sort of self-interest of states because our interests are aligned.
Colin, what's your take on this? Also, I want to ask you something else. When we are talking about this predictability as well, we've discussed something prior to this session that, of course, there are so many instruments and important factors that are going into Ukraine's resilience and reconstruction at the same time with the war, but nothing beats in this case the proper defense to make sure the economy can be running.
Right. No, thank you. I appreciate that. You look at the resilience they've shown, but if we're talking about investments, we're talking about reconstruction, we're talking about the extreme dollar amounts that you're talking about going into Ukraine. If you can't defend against continued attacks, if you're starting to reconstruct or you're trying to improve the logistics, if you can't defend against that, you're going to have some that go, well, why don't we just wait till peace starts, and it's too late. As the ambassador said, the reconstruction is already ongoing, but you need to kind of defend those investments. I think some of the analysis I've done and looked at is I've been thinking for a long time is what would be a paradigm change? What would change the dynamics on the battlefield? Not necessarily just tactically. Drones have been just a new change in itself in how war is being fought. When you look at the front line. Maneuver warfare is at a pause right now. You've got 20 kilometers on either side of the battlefield where the only thing that survives are humans. Because if a tank or if an armored vehicle all of a sudden pops up, first-person viewer drones, they're coming at it immediately. So maneuver on the battlefield is kind of at stalemate. Not that that's what we want to hear, but Russia just keeps grinding and grinding 1 kilometer at a time. Not that losing 1 million soldiers to death and casualties is winning by any means, but they're not necessarily losing. So what might change it? What might defend this investment? And I think it's been mentioned before, but the only thing that keeps coming back in my mind is like a no-fly zone. How do you create a bubble, a defense over Kyiv, not necessarily over the front lines, because then you run into all the problems with NATO. You don't want to start a war that is necessarily, all the arguments were made before. I don't need to relitigate those that started in 2022 when Ukraine was asking for a no-fly zone. So how do you create something that's different? How do you get South Koreans flying, Australians flying, Japanese flying? It's kind of a coalition, a new kind of no-fly zone to create that defensive bubble. And as was talked about in the first panel, all those allies that would be participating. This wouldn't be a NATO no-fly zone. It's a coalition no-fly zone. And what that then does is protects the civilian population. It protects the critical infrastructure. All the things that we're talking about need to be improved upon or rebuilt, but you can't do that without something. And so, maybe now with President Trump finally saying that, there is the chance for Ukraine to win. So what might be that paradigm change? So that would be kind of an idea I would just throw out there. I know even Admiral Stavridis, former SACEUR, referenced it just several days ago. He referenced it in the NATO context. I'm kind of removing the NATO aspect of it because I don't want to give a narrative to Russia that says, see, this is what we've been saying all along. NATO, this is just the first phase. Then they're going to start shooting down planes, and then it's just an invasion. No, I want to kind of take that narrative off the table and make it a coalition narrative.
Ambassador, what do you think of this idea
of no-fly zone?
Of no-fly zone, closing the sky to protect investment, including the investment. Yeah.
Well, the best investment in creating the no-fly zone is to create enough air defense systems in Ukraine and to control the area by Ukrainians. This is the first one. All the rockets which you see and on a daily basis, you can see how they are flying, from which place they're actually flying. So the most important is that you use all possibilities to shut them immediately, not to wait until they get to the western part of Ukraine. Probably few of the airports were discussed as a possibility to restore the civilian air flights. And in general, yes, it has been an initiative since the very beginning in 2022 to have a no-fly zone. But how you can achieve that? That's the real question. And if you're talking about just ideas, it's one side. If practically, it means that you need to have enough Patriot systems, RSTs, MT, whatever you would like or HIMARS in Ukraine as well. So the one here is that, unfortunately, to ensure the stability and control over the flying zone in Ukraine, it's a joint effort, and the presence on the territory of Ukraine of quite big fleet. F-16 made a big difference, but we also lost a lot of time, and the number of the drones increased. So I would refer 3 years ago when the first time we saw drones flying, Shahids flying over the Kyiv city, there were a few of them. And the tactics to shut them down was totally different to what some of the colleagues present here in this hall, they witnessed it this year in 2025. It's not that easy. They are modernized and you have to use different technology. So it's a quite important run to have technologies that are based in Ukraine, but also to have enough of them. It's not only about discussions. If there was a peace deal, yes, but unfortunately we are in states that we need still to fight against the elements. No one can secure the civilian flights in such conditions, and especially if 2.5 minutes are needed to get to the western side of Ukraine and airport. So what kind of flight can have guarantees for the passengers to be on board?
Yeah, we heard earlier in the summer in Rome from President Zelensky that Russia is planning to launch 1,000 drones against Ukraine per day. So these are the levels that the way it's been increased and intensified. We're going to go towards some sort of conclusions before we'd like to open the floor for the audience. And one of the key questions for this session was whether the Europeans have fully grasped the strategic importance and consequences of their decision. And Matti, I would like to ask you on this question, because you've spent, of course, so much time and effort on Ukraine and on advocating and supporting Ukraine, if I may. From the perspective of the EU diplomacy and external action, how well do you think European policymakers understand the strategic stakes when it comes to their decisions on Ukraine?
Oh, we do. We do. I mean, look at the. I could list at least a dozen decisions that would have been unimaginable before the start of the full-scale war. And I start with the most important one. Before the start of the full-scale war, there was in Brussels and in member states' capitals, there was virtually no willingness to discuss opening the EU's enlargement membership promise to any other country that it had been done before that. Then, in the fifth day of the full-scale war, President Zelensky, in very dramatic circumstances, signed the application to join, sent it over to Brussels, and the EU promised the membership. And also with that, Ukraine opened the door for Moldova and Georgia and actually re-energized the whole EU's enlargement policy. The decisions on military assistance, financial, trade preferences, humanitarian, all that are groundbreaking, have been groundbreaking. And with that, of course, you ask whether we really grasp the importance of the situation. With those decisions, with those policies, the EU already guarantees much of Ukraine's security, with helping Ukraine to withstand and offering the perspective too. If you ask about the money, the EU member states' average defense expenditure are 2.1% today. There is a clear understanding. Should Ukraine lose, which will not happen, should Ukraine lose, it will have to double, triple, quadruple. So the importance of the situation, to the need to rise to the occasion is very well internalized.
Do you think there is even more of understanding and more of this grasping since we've seen the drone incursions into the European NATO member countries recently? I mean, things do, there is a bit of a different perspective once you have the drones spotted over Munich or Copenhagen or even in Belgium.
True. Still, I mean, I come myself from Estonia, and I think I can say that for the Estonian public, it is pretty much our war. Yeah. We feel that too. We feel, in a way, to be at war too. Not in all EU countries, maybe, fully like that. But it's coming closer to home, indeed.
So you think it is coming? Because, of course, I don't want to kind of, put a wedge between eastern part of it with a better understanding, given the closest to the borders with Russia and Belarus, given the situation and Russia's full-scale invasion and Belarus' involvement in Russia's war against Ukraine. And yet, indeed, we've seen some reaction, Colin, with the drones flying recently, as we discussed, Munich, Copenhagen, Belgium. That changes the perspective regarding what is at stake.
Geography matters, of course. Yes. But it matters less and less in today's world. So it's the realization is sinking in.
Thank you. Joan, what's your take on this when it comes to what kind of consequences might Europe face from their action, or sometimes lack of their actions in supporting Ukraine? And how does NATO advise European leaders to balance the risks when framing some of the policy decisions?
Well, we're kind of straying a bit outside my wheelhouse and away from the sort of legal side of things. But I think it is fair to say that everybody is aware of, what's at stake. They're sensitive to the risks, both of action and inaction, the need to balance commitments, as you say, but certainly aware of the importance to Europe of Ukraine defending itself, but also, speaking as a lawyer, to the international order, to the UN Charter. These things are at stake. And I think, the best way to maintain the prohibition on aggression, the best way to defend the sovereignty of individual states is to help ensure that aggression fails. And we do that by helping Ukraine. And for that matter, it's the same, if a peace deal does become possible at some point, it's about putting Ukraine in the best possible position, a position of strength, in order to reach a fair and lasting deal.
Colin, what's your take on that when it comes to the potential strategic risks Europe could face if it undervalues the importance?
Yeah, I think there almost needs to be a constant reminder. The further away you are from the front, the Baltics know it, they live it. And that's not to say that NATO members that are sitting there in the NAC, that they don't get it, that some of the military leaders get it. I'm not convinced that the further away you get, even back in the US, that there's a full grasp of the risks. And so to remind what the risks are of, Russian territorial expansion, military forward basing, what would come next if we didn't win the war? What about erosion of NATO and EU credibility? That has to be front and first and foremost looking at that credibility, because that's what Russia wants. Russia wants to fragment Europe. Russia wants to fragment NATO. Anything Russia can do to drive a wedge, and whatever it is, they're going to keep looking wherever there could be a fissure. And so that credibility has to be front and center. And I think it is amongst military leaders. I think it is amongst most of the political military leaders. I'm not necessarily convinced, but I don't live in Europe. And so I can say, though, but back in the US, it's it's not on the news every day. And so you do kind of lose track of that. I think the other risk is the rise in future conflict costs, as Matti just said. There's the dollar you're going to put into it today to try and help Ukraine, and then there's how many more dollars you would have to put into it if there's a loss. I think Matti framed it perfectly. What is it, 3.5 more times that you would have to be investing if things weren't to go the way we want them to go.
Ambassador, and finally, geography matters, and the closer you are to Ukraine borders or to borders with Russia or Belarus, the different feeling it is. And yet, even some of Ukraine's closest neighbors regarding the border are quite hard to convince on the continuous support for Ukraine in many occasions. And this is something that the European Union as a bloc, of course, also has to deal with and find solutions to overcome. How can Ukraine somehow improve in trying to convince some of the countries more, those who are not necessarily always showing the will, given their individual approach to that, and sometimes trying to bargain regarding the decisions?
Well, first of all, that's a true understanding of the situation, that if you want to help Ukraine today, that would cost you a lot tomorrow. And it's not only about few times, sometimes it could be dozens. We started our discussion with the fact how much Ukraine actually spends on the military. So the figure says 31% of the budget, but in fact, as I mentioned, it's almost 100. So because you have interconnected things. things. So I do believe that we have really good dialogues with all our partners and neighboring countries, and it's always heated debate because it's democracy and everyone has the right to say and to feel about the situation in the way they would like to. But in reality, it's the possibility to assess risks. And I do believe that our closest partners and neighbors are also sitting around the table with the EU member states, and they assessing risk in general, what it might mean for Europe if Ukraine loses. And I don't think that it's a case, and we truly believe in our victory. And but for Europe, it's not about then expenditures, just expenditures. I would like to once again to underline this: the threat is not just paying more. The threat is then to fight and to be involved in real full-scale aggression. So the most important is to stop the war on our territory, unfortunately on our territory, and to gently convince the global community that it's better that we stop it again. And here, and on eastern part of Ukraine and southern part of Ukraine, and there's still a possibility to get our territory in diplomatic way. But I don't want to actually to heat up the thing that there are some big troubles with the neighbors. So probably few politicians are afraid of the possible war with them in future.
Thank you. Let's open the floor for the questions. Can we first have the first question here in the middle? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. My name is Lolita Sigana. I am currently a seconded expert to EU advisory mission based in Kiev. And my question would be about supply side of this war. EU is discussing the 19th sanctions package currently that will attempt to target LNG that Russia is still exporting. That is going to target third countries that are re-exporting Russia's oil, and also trying to fight with the so-called shadow fleet. Do you think this has a potential to finally put a stop to this supply side for the Russian war machine? And while the panel is thinking about your answers to this question, million-dollar question probably, I would also like to use this opportunity and tell about an event that we will have at 7:30. We have brought together women leaders from civilian security sector in Ukraine, and full-scale invasion has really mobilized women leadership in this sector. So please come and listen to it. But now to the question.
Well, that was a good one. Okay, that was a good one. That's
thank you for
that.
Yeah, well,
I couldn't. I mean, no, I couldn't do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ambassador, would you want to comment on the possibility?
Well, first of all, it's an issue of sanctions. I mean, the unique instrument which is working over the Russian economy and the ability for Russia to continue the war is sanctions. And it's really good to mention that EU, together with our key partners, imposed quite a big number of sanctions, and 19th package should be additional element which will help us to fight against the Russian economy and also shadow fleet, which you mentioned. This is a really important step forward. In my mind, we should be discussing the overall closure of the Russian borders and the closure of the trade. Unfortunately, if you look into the components which are used for the production of Geran 3, for example, recently been shelling in territory of Ukraine, you will find out quite a big number of different components coming from different our partner countries. And this is a problem. So no matter how many sanctions we are imposing, then these components still arrive to Russia. That's a problem. So talking about Russian fleet, we should be aware that this is a possibility to run economy. And second one is still possibility to do some hybrid attacks as well. And that one should be considered from two different angles. One, security. Second one is for Russia to continue the war. I truly believe that for both Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, this is a big challenge of having a border. And for third countries to transport a lot of things through their territory coming from the Central or Southern European countries to not to Russia, but transiting Russia. And by the fact they just stopping somewhere in Russia. And this is the European Union and Commission at all should be focused on immediately, because it's a possibility to continue the war.
Would you want to comment on the next sanction package as mentioned?
The very fact that...
Because that's the first very time when it comes to LNG as well.
The very fact that the current package is the 19th tells you very much about this war and about the response. First of all, just like those who marched under the flags to World War I in the summer of 1914, they did not realize how long this is going to last. We started reacting. We didn't know how long it's going to last. We adapted. We are constantly adapting, seeing, and not only like, oh, we need to hit here more, but also adapting in a way that we see that we see Russia adapting too. So new loopholes to close. So very much as you may have seen, focusing on cryptocurrencies now. More and more working on the sanctions circumvention, and not entirely without success. You will see, and you also see that the geographical scope of EU sanctions is widening. We want to close that holds there too. But it is, of course, very much, and the shadow fleet is one example of that. It's a very much a pretty classic game of criminal and the policeman. They adapt all the time. The shadow fleet first went under certain flags, and then we started targeting them, then the flags were changed. Then protection teams were brought onto those vessels and etc. That also explains why there has been so many packages, and probably will be more.
There you have it. Yes, can we have the question here, please? And then I'm going to go there.
Thank you. Hello, thank you very much for the very good session. My name is Alina Rado. I am an investigative reporter from Moldova. And my question is about separatism. One day Crimea should be back, and one day separatist regions from Georgia should be back. We have Transnistrian region. Now, from yesterday in Transnistria, there is a difficult situation because Russian gas doesn't go anymore through Ukraine. Russia doesn't pump any new money there, so they do not have gas, little electricity, and little energy, many other problems. My question to you is, do you see, not only to Mr. Ambassador, but also to European and international guests here, do you see any good opportunity now to solve this separatism problem in Moldova and having a solution for the next time with Ukraine and the other regions? And do you see any solution to get Russian army out of our territory? Thank you.
So this is the solution to separatism that you mean, is actually kicking the army out. But, and Transnistria, of course, that's been over 30 years at this stage, as the first case of it.
Yeah, it was not solved. There was no political will. Finally, Moldova and Ukraine are cooperating very well on many matters. And it would be a nice occasion or a great occasion to cooperate on ending separatism and getting Russian army out of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I do want to ask this question to all the speakers on stage. Also, of course, given that Moldova just had the elections with absolutely unprecedented attempts to meddle with those elections coming from Russia. Who would want to start? Because that's such an important issue when it comes to... Colin?
Sure. I mean, I think if you're looking for opportunities, it's to try and just constantly keep remind the people in Moldova of what Russia has and hasn't done for them. And then where do they see more support coming for them to continue to support Russia, for those that do continue to support Russia or Russian troops there. I look at my time in Georgia, and just before the Sochi Olympics, the Abkhaz were promised this, you had reconstruction going on, and then as soon as the Sochi Olympics were over, there went the flow of money stopped. Then it just became, we're going to use this for a military base, we're going to use this for our own, and really just forgot all about the Abkhaz people. I look at it as a very similar situation, is Russia's going to use this situation to whatever advantage they can with what's going on with the war in Ukraine. But the reality is, in the long term, do they really care about the people there? And I would probably argue no. So yes, this is absolutely an opportunity to just keep remind them and make them the decision. It's their country. They live there. But look at what's happened in Crimea. Look at other places where Russia has invaded and taken over, and then ask those people, are their lives any better there now than they were before Russia showed up?
Ambassador,
well,
Moldova.
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate people of Moldova. It was a really great elections which they had recently, and I do believe this is an important period of time when you have, together with Ukraine, candidacy to join the European Union, as well as you have once again re-elected president and a new parliament, and you have a quite good European-oriented majority, Western-oriented majority, and this gives you all political preconditions to start your internal discussions. I do remember that in 2022 we had quite heated discussions and debates about who did what to support Moldova and Ukraine. But everything ended with a clear and normal solution. So Moldovan politicians should take care about all their internal aspects, and Ukraine stands there to help when Moldovan politicians would ask to do so. I truly believe that for Transnistria there is a peaceful way of resolution, at least what different experts are saying about it, and I don't think that it's about military solutions these days at all.
Thank you. We're going to have one more question coming from there, and we're going to have to finish and wrap this session up.
Hello, Robert Strasums, Latvian Armed Forces. So, as Clausewitz once written, there's no unlimited wars. And clearly, there is no matter what on the EU table. Ergo, there is logical question. If unconditional surrender of Russia is not on the table, what actually is? And I would like to direct this question to Mr. Massikas. You mentioned predictability. From EU perspective, what is EU's task, intent, and what's the most important, if we are considering long-term support, expected end state of the war?
Good. That's a simple one. Ukraine's victory and restoration of its territorial integrity in 1991 borders. Thank you.
Dear speakers, would you want to comment on the question? I mean, I know you just gave the line that I absolutely feel like I have to finish the session, but I will still give. Let's do a quick round. Thank you for the answer. Let's do a quick round of all the speakers with your brief concluding thoughts. Colin.
I just go back to kind of an old adage. If you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, then you feed him for life. Ukraine doesn't need to learn how to fish. They know how to fish. But we got to help defend them while they're fishing, if you get the analogy. They can take care of themselves and have been for 3.5 years, but they still need support. And they're tired. But you can't mistake being tired for not having a will to fight. And I think that sometimes people look at exhaustion. You hear about the exhaustion, you hear about the populace being exhausted, but that doesn't mean that the will to fight has gone away at all. If anything, it's still, the resolve is there. And so, I use kind of a sports analogy, is that when you're tired, you look to the rest of your teammates. You look to some inspiration, some energy coming from somewhere else to kind of pick you back up and get you back in the game. And I think that's what the U.S. and West can do for Ukraine all the time. They have to be providing the energy to Ukraine that is tired, that's exhausted, but has not lost the will to fight, to just keep them going. And then that will re-energize them and their own people. But the people need to see that Europe and the U.S. are behind them.
John, your brief concluding remarks.
So, we've outlined very clearly how crucial the support for Ukraine is, but just sort of coming back to that point about energy and sort of supply side challenges, whether it's the shadow fleet, whether it's secondary sanctions, or whether it's actually demand signals closer to home, I think it's really essential that we do turn off that spigot, because this is clearly contributing to Russia's war chest, and this is clearly financing Russia's war of aggression. So in addition to helping Ukraine, we also have to take measures along these lines.
Marty, finally. One brief thought, yeah.
The EU is there with the Ukraine, for Ukraine, and guarantees already much of Ukraine's security.
Ambassador?
Well, a few comments I really liked about fishing. So, first of all, I would like to everyone to understand we are in one fishing boat. Secondly, time is precious. And third one, believe me, there is no other way than to support the stop of the war on our territory. And there won't be any other type of discussions after it.
Anatoly Kusul, Ambassador of Ukraine to Latvia, Mati Masikas, Managing Director for Europe and Central Asia at the European External Action Service, John Swords, Legal Advisor and General Counsel at NATO, and Colin Smith, International Defense Researcher at RAND. Gentlemen, thank you very much for this conversation. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's go. Yes, I'm Gunda Reire. I'm head of the Chancellor, the President of the Republic of Latvia. And even though I love art, as Eva mentioned that, and it's a special event also for myself, because for the first time in my life, I'm interviewing an artist. And I must say that Andriy also, you also already made history, because it's the first time the Riga conference hosts on its main stage an artist. So I think it's worthy of applause again. Yes, but tonight we will be talking about art and war. And we know it quite well that in times of war, images can be as powerful as weapons. And I must say that our tonight's guest's work and art explores these truths very directly and vividly. As I see it, Andriy, your work explores the politics of images, and through your projects, actually, you challenge our perceptions of war, our perceptions of migration, and even our perception of truth in Europe. Therefore, my first question to you is about the power of art, because there is a famous quote about Winston Churchill, and that quote says that he mobilized the English language and sent it into battle. My question is it possible to send art into battle?
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. It's a huge honor, as I just find out, to be the first artist at the Riga conference. And also, it's a great personal pleasure to be in Riga, which holds a special place in my heart. And, well, about art being a weapon and sending art into battle, well, I mean, art is usually not something that goes into battle. Art is something that is, well, that has to reflect on what happened, to speak the stories of the battles that happened or are happening. And, well, ideally maybe also influence people and influence politicians in their choices. Well, in theory, it sounds good, but from the experiences of the last 3.5 years, being an artist from Ukraine, making art about Ukraine and about the war in Ukraine and about everything that was happening since 2014, well, I guess I've grown quite skeptical about this, especially if we are speaking about talking through art to the Western audiences, because the Baltic countries are a different case. I don't think that Ukrainian artists need or even can teach you here something new about Russian imperialism, about the erasure of national cultures by Russia, about the weaponization of Russian culture. But further from the border of the former Warsaw Pact, it's quite challenging, and I'm not really sure how much it's working. Just last year, when we were opening the Ukrainian pavilion at Venice Biennial, me and the rest of the participants, we had to talk to press a lot, and one of the most popular questions, especially coming from German journalists for some reason, was what can Ukrainian art teach us, our societies? And I'm not sure they liked our responses back then, and now...
What did you answer?
I'm getting there. Now, more than 3.5 years after the full-scale invasion, I think the question is, what did you learn? We've been speaking all of this time, trying to convey our experiences, our history, our culture. In many universities, it's the time you can get a bachelor's degree. What did you learn? I'm very skeptical about the answer.
Andrea, I have a somewhat provocative question in this regard about the European art institutions' readiness and maybe even willingness to, so to say, to confront this political reality and, so to say, the existential urgency of war that Ukraine is facing. And the question is, have you ever face the situation where actually this reluctant, so to say, attitude is exhibited that let's not politicize the art?
Well, first of all, I should mention that in the beginning of the invasion, the response, the immediate response of many European art institutions was very crucial and very helpful with organizing pop-up exhibitions about Ukrainian experiences with Ukrainian artists, with providing artists from Ukraine with emergency residencies. But ever since then, I think they never moved on in the long or middle-term perspective, and this format of immediate response has already exhausted itself completely and kind of became a sort of a ghetto way to make a special program, a special exhibition about Ukrainian experiences, which nobody goes to now, I think. And well, the institutions in Western Europe particularly, I think they failed to kind of move on and see Ukrainian art, Ukrainian culture as something more than related to one particular topic, than to see something beyond the war and the documentation of the war. And I guess the willingness not to politicize unnecessarily was one of the reasons that brought us here.
Thank you. And this leads to another question. If the situation is as you picture it, are there any images or stories that actually Europe is missing, therefore, of war?
Well, it's a very good question. When we started this conversation a few days ago via emails, I was puzzled at this particular question. I was going through this sort of checklist in my mind, trying to find if anything is missing, if anything hasn't been told already in the past 11 years and past 3.5 years. And Ukrainian artists, writers, movie directors, theater directors, I think they've covered almost everything. They've covered personal experiences, collective experiences, perspectives of civilians, of soldiers, of refugees, of women, children, queers, national minorities, right down to non-human agents, like the perspectives of animals, plants, landscape, and even as Oksana Karpovich did in her movie Intercepted, the perspectives of the occupiers, actually. And then it struck me, and I remembered all those conversations we used to have with Leah Dostleva, the anthropologist from Ukraine, and with Mariana Sadovska, the famous composer living in Cologne. And one perspective that is clearly missing still from the European art scene is the perspective of angry Ukrainians. Anger is one of those emotions that Ukrainians are definitely not allowed to have and show.
Oh, actually, we are moving into the field of psychology. What is allowed and what's not if you are regarded as a victim.
Yes, as one art critic from New York said about the Ukrainian pavilion last year, I would rather prefer to see traumatized but resilient people.
Okay, then let's move to the resilience topic. we are, well, we as human beings, we are not fully rational, as we know. Maybe one part is rational in our behavior, decision making, in our lives. We are emotional, we are irrational, and I think that maybe culture and art actually are quite impressive tools to approach people from this irrational and emotional side, let's put it this way. My question is, how do you think, how does culture, how does art boost nations' resilience, fighting spirits, our motivation, and maybe if you could answer this question like in two directions, how art can boost Ukrainian people's resilience and also European people's resilience?
Well, I'm sorry to be probably the most pessimistic person so far at the conference. But I mean, resilience is something that has been spoken a lot since at least the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And sometimes I feel that, particularly in Ukrainian context, it has become a bit of a buzzword, and it shifted towards this toxic concept of resilience, where it becomes the framework that it's placed upon the victim, that it's sort of a set of rules how they should look, they should react to look resilient, not to look broken, not to look sad, not to suffer too much, but build up your resilience. Look happy, a bit sad, but still happy.
And boys don't cry, and you must be brave, right?
Yes. And when I look at the institutions in Ukraine, which have been kind of partly force-fed this resilience-building workshops and everything, they are going through very hard times. They are fighting on the last energy. And
what type of emotions are you trying to show the audience?
Well, I'm trying to show the actual perspectives of people, not these clean, comfortable images of resilient nation, resilient individuals. It's something that people can actually experience when they are not forced to act in a certain way.
Thank you. In a few minutes, I will open the floor for questions to our special guests. But when I came here, I checked once again the program of the conference, and I saw that the title of our conversation starts with the phrase "beyond the battlefield." Do you agree with the idea that your work is beyond the battlefield? I personally see, when we are speaking about the hybridity of war and that all possible life aspects actually are involved in this, and we know that visual art is very powerful. Do you see and do you agree that art, and also your art, is part of the battlefield?
Well, yes, but it's a choice. I mean, art does not necessarily has to be in the battle. Every artist chooses whether to engage directly or whether to continue their own practices, and that's also valid. Ukrainian culture is way bigger than everything related to the war. There is much more beyond that, beyond the battlefield, literally. And well, if you choose to engage as an artist, you can choose any battlefield in front of you. I'm not talking about the literal battlefield, though there are a lot of artists fighting on the front line, and some have died already. Just recently, David Chichkan, a very prominent contemporary artist, unfortunately perished in the battle. But even if you don't go to the front line directly, you can choose, you can fight for reclaiming your own history, your own cultural history. You can choose to resist the pressure that is being created now by artists from Russia who live abroad in the EU mostly, and try to shift the focus of attention towards them and towards their self-proclaimed victimhood. And I feel that this is the battle we are losing completely. And other battlefield is to fight for a place for Ukrainian art, for Ukrainian culture abroad, to be able to speak, to have a platform for speaking. And the space has been long ago completely taken over by Russia. She excluded or appropriated national cultures from being able to speak out to the external audiences. And again, I'm sometimes not sure who is fighting on which side in this particular battle.
Please, now it's high time to engage the audience. Please, do you have any questions to the artist? Yes, please. I see the gentleman here.
Hi, John Barter from Globsec. A point and a question, if I may. Dre, I want to give you a boost, I think. I realise you're down and pessimistic, but I'd like to talk about the power of art. I went to Arabella Dorman's war exhibition, Children of War in London, and she'd taken the shoes from a school in Ukraine, the shoes of the children which had been killed by a missile strike. It moved me. It moved people with me. That moment forced us to really look into what was happening and produced a report which is Stolen Generations, which looks at the militarization of Ukrainian children in the occupied territories. So that was art which moved us. But the question is, don't you think that the essential part of your art is actually documenting history for the future?
Yes, very good question.
Well, first of all, thank you for your work. Truly appreciate it, and I think everyone in Ukraine does. Whether my art is about documenting, well, I prefer to think that my art is, well, it's kind of weird to talk about my art this way, but I like to think that it's bigger than just something reactive, that it's reacting to the events unfolding right now. I try to be a critical, political artist, whatever that means. Try to go beyond being someone who just reacts.
Would you agree that, well, as you said, maybe it's not so easy to talk about your artworks, but maybe it's a form of testimony that's actually, well...
I would rather leave that for future generations to decide.
Very nice. All right, we will take some other questions. Please, the lady in the middle of the room.
Thank you very much for this interesting conversation. Minna Olander, I'm an associate fellow with Chatham House. I've been struggling personally a lot recently with the sort of pervasive pessimism and this like really pessimistic narratives in Europe that give us no credit whatsoever, and like it's constant doomerism and so on. And I was just wondering how you as an artist view the future, because actually like visions for the future and some kind of an idea that where we're headed and that there is something in the future for us is obviously very difficult to think about right now, but I think that here art plays a really crucial role. So any views from you on that, on the future?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm not struggling with pessimism. I've embraced it completely.
That's a friendly laugh.
As for the future, the thing that keeps me going the most is probably that Ukrainian culture had gone through a lot. And however horrible is this war, it's probably not the worst thing that happens to Ukrainian in the course of history, even if we take only the 20th century. But Ukrainian culture managed to stay alive, managed to survive despite everything. Yes, with scars, but still alive, and that's our future. It will go on anyway. This will leave a scar as well, but it will be present.
Well, one more last question, and then we have to wrap up.
I think here.
I'm blinded by, those. Oh, yes.
Hello, my name is Aik Zhebelska, Electronic Communications Office of Latvia. And you mentioned that Ukrainian culture is more than the battlefield, and I completely agree with you, of course. But my question is, would you say that the war has opened a new chapter for the Ukrainian culture, self-determination in the art, and that there's maybe certain aspects that has not been seen before? And how has your art changed specifically?
Well, I think the war did more than that. It kind of obviously created this new way of talking about Ukraine, this collection of artworks about the war, but also it triggered many internal discussions about the past, about the history of Ukrainian culture without the imposed Soviet framework. And it's a still ongoing set of discussions, and I'm very much looking forward to see the results, because it's bringing out so many aspects we've never even thought about when I was kind of younger and coming into arts. My art did change, of course, but now I'm trying to switch back and to take a step back from being reactive, being an artist who speaks about the war, and speak about something else, something that interests me besides the ongoing events.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Andriy, for your time. And I truly appreciate your openness and readiness to share your emotions with us. And I must say, I think I will take your sadness with me, because it struck me. It's true. We usually love to think about heroes, about resilience, about bravery, but there is also a part for sadness in this whole story. Thank you very much for this. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава. Thank you.
to our special side event, which is titled Sharing Resilience, Civil Defense and Lessons for Europe. We've been talking a lot about hard defense today, military topics, a lot of weapons and financial aspects of defense. But in this session, we're going to talk about something I think that is equally important, and that, of course, is the dimension of civil, the societal dimension, as well as the topic of resilience. This side event is co-organized by the Heinrich Bull Foundation in Warsaw. We're very grateful for their support. My name is Adam Reichert. I'm the editor-in-chief of the New Eastern Europe magazine, which we also did a special issue on the Baltic Sea region recently with Heinrich Bull Foundation. So I do encourage you all to check that out. The topics of defense, but also civil defense, are touched upon in that issue as well. We have about an hour for our discussion, and I'm going to just briefly introduce our panelists. We have a really great group of panelists from wide perspectives to talk about this topic. And there are many dimensions that we can focus on. So I think we're going to try to keep to a few important ones that each of our panelists see, but we'll also try to draw out some of the important lessons from each of the perspectives. And of course, I hope that we will have time for some discussion with you as well. So just briefly to my left is Linda Ozola. She's a member of the Rīgas City Council, also a former member of the Latvian Parliament. Welcome.
Thank you.
Next is Ambassador Šota Gviniera, who is an expert in national security strategy, NATO integration, hybrid threats, and democratic resilience. He is also a senior fellow at the Delphi Global and at the Economic Policy Research Center, has over 20 years of experience in diplomacy, defense, and international cooperation. Thank you for joining us. And Marta Kubica, who is the Chief Executive Director of the European Leadership Network in the Warsaw office. She has over 20 years of diplomatic experience, including in the US and Israeli missions in Poland. So as you can see, we have a really nice broad variety of perspectives looking at this topic of resilience and civil defense. And I would like to kind of break it into two parts for the beginning before we go into the Q&A. And the first section is going to be kind of a bit of a kind of setting the stage, an overview discussion of how each of our panelists sees the current aspects of civil defense and resilience, what are the challenges, what are the gaps from their perspectives. And then I will in the second round, dig a bit deeper based on their discussions and get into some of the specific topics. And then hopefully we'll have time to interact with you because I'm sure you have some important questions and will help us also draw the conversation. So maybe Linda, let's start with you because you're from here. You're from Riga.
Welcome to Riga.
Thank you very much. It's very nice also to be here. So we appreciate the very welcoming feeling that we get here in Riga. How does the situation look like from your perspective, from the city of Riga's perspective, which I think it's fair to say is a frontline city in terms of NATO and the European Union?
Couldn't agree more. Shall I say also a few words why I'm here? Because for the previous 5 years, from 2020 to 2025, I was a deputy mayor in Riga, working specifically with safety, security, civil defense issues. So I was the one behind, in the political management, behind the way we developed our crisis management and civil defense system in the capital city of Latvia. So, and I think this discussion is very nicely linked to the previous one that was hosted in this very room. It was a conversation with the Ukrainian artist Andriy Dostliev, and he also touched upon the issue of resilience, saying, you know, it has become a buzzword. And it has. I mean, everybody agrees to that. And then that's a good question. What every person present here, what you put into this term, what it means to you, because to me, as listening to the Ukrainian artist, I was thinking like resilience. For me, it is being able to manage in various situations, easy, difficult ones, war times, peace times, and actually it equals to hard work at all times. Resilience is not it's not about hipstery attitudes, you know. It is about hard work. In Riga, working with civil defense, when the war in Ukraine started, of course, in our country, that was a window of opportunity to put this priority high on the political agenda. There was immediate, if it was absolutely neglected, but then suddenly there was an immediate demand for that from the society. And then actually the ball was on the side of politicians if they use this window of opportunity. And I'm really proud that Riga was a pioneer in Latvia out of all the municipalities, and also if we compare to our national level, by launching the work with gathering a team of experts, creating a dedicated structural unit, working with civil defense and crisis management. We started, officially the work in 2023. It took some time to prepare. And then to build the civil defense system from scratch. But it was possible because there was a politician behind seeing it as a priority. In peace times, there has to be a pressure or demand from society that you need a structural, systematic work with preparedness, resilience, civil defense, crisis management. And then in peace times, it is a question how you create this demand. The resilience, as I have always seen it, so we have three directions or three levels. Everybody on the individual level, on the corporate level, like companies, and the public sector. So I had a possibility to influence the public sector. Riga is a huge share of Latvian economy. It is a huge share of inhabitants living in the capital city. Whatever we do as a capital city can set the stage for whatever happens in the country afterwards. So we really dived into everything that had to be done within the civil defense system, cooperating with the national armed forces, making our municipal services ready for any crisis, ready to cooperate so that they know what to do in a crisis situation, and looking also towards our inhabitants and how to motivate, how to offer information for our inhabitants, but also how to motivate and get them willing to be informed. So in this introductory part, I will also mention that but I'm interested in a result. As a politician working in the executive municipality, it's all about the really executive power. I want to see the result. I want my municipal services be ready for any crisis situation and to know what they have to do in an emergency without the involvement of a politician. And I really want that individuals in our city are also ready and prepare and do their homework. And then our dilemma is, on the one hand, people want to be ready, they want to be informed, they want to be resilient, but you have to use some energy. You have to dedicate some time to learn something, I don't know, to buy some reserves that you need at home. And then how to create this willingness and readiness for people to really invest into it. Because I cannot come from the municipality and just plug in something and say, now you know everything what to do in an emergency. And then the question is, and I hope that this discussion will really also be about it, how to create this demand within the society to prepare for emergencies. And maybe I'll stop it here.
Okay, thank you very much. Very important notes and points, and I appreciate the insights also that you share with us from Riga. And I do agree that I think resilience is it's one of those things we all talk about it, but how to measure it, and it's not something we can just check a box on, right? It's something we have to continue to work on. So I think we'll explore this a bit more. Maybe Martha, I will hand it over to you now for your input. You also had some experience studying the Israeli context, which I think can provide also some lessons for us. So please, Martha.
Great, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here. So when I was preparing for this discussion, I was thinking, what can I tell you that you haven't heard yet? Because since full-scale Russian invasion, we had so many conferences where the word resilience, as Linda mentioned, has been the buzzword. Fun fact, in the Polish language, we had this discussion with Adam just before, there's no word for resilience in Polish. That will fill out the full scope of what we understand as resilience in English. But then I thought that probably my Israeli friends would tell me, stop thinking, start doing, because this is, I think, the most important difference between our European approach and the Israeli approach. And this is what I wanted to focus on during this introduction, and hopefully offer you some maybe best practices that will be easy to adapt. So first of all, resilience, I think there's a different mindset. In Europe, I definitely want to speak from Polish perspective. I'm based in Warsaw. But we work closely with our Baltic friends, with the Czech friends, with Romanian friends. Central Eastern Europe is where we work, and of course our friends in Israel. And there is a different mindset. So I don't know if you agree with me. This is my personal observation, but I have a feeling that at least in Poland we have this approach that if something happens, we'll worry then. And we can see it repeatedly. I'm not talking war preparations, I'm talking natural disasters. Every couple of years, we have big floods in the south. We never learn. I'm sorry to say that. And the Israeli mindset is something wrong will happen, whether it's war, whether it's natural disaster, whether it's a big car accident or a big accident in general, or a fire. So we have to be ready. And this is not something virtual. It's something that the society is aware of. And I think this is the biggest difference, and this is the biggest lesson for us in Europe to take from Israel. The mindset behind civil defense. And the mindset is, and I think this can refer to what Linda said, the biggest challenge is that real security starts with people. It doesn't start with the government. It starts in the bottom with the people, with the society. And if people have the mindset of and a sense of shared responsibility, then it's easier to conduct education campaigns on municipal level or national level. If we do have a feeling of shared responsibility for ourselves, our families, our communities, and our country, because it starts all the way in the bottom. So civil defense in Israel, it's not just a technical structure or a list of shelters. It is a social, it's a social construct. And I think this is where we should start. So it's as much as psychology and trust as it's about protocols and shelters that are equally important. And it is a part of life. It's not a construct coming from the government or from municipality. And I have a feeling that in Europe, when there is a crisis, we open a working group with many different experts.
Commission, maybe?
A commission, maybe. Not everyone can attend, so we'll move it to next week. And in Israel, when there is a crisis, they open a WhatsApp group and things are starting to happening immediately. So preparedness in Israel is a part of life. It starts from the very early age. Children learn it at school. Communities practice it. There are community leaders that are not necessarily officials that know what to do in case of a crisis before the first responders arrive. And I think that the heart of this approach is that we cannot control the threat, but what we can control is how we are prepared to face it. And definitely this is something that we can learn, even though we cannot copy-paste Israeli solutions. And I think we're going to discuss it later, from what I understand. But basically, the most important thing, in my opinion, is this shift from fear to agency. That if we're not afraid because we know what to do, And we know what to do because we practice it. Even if it might not happen. So we're not asking exactly what if, but we're saying, we know what to do when something happens. I know that many of you probably at this point think of October 7. How country that is so resilient with supposedly one of the best armies in the world, great intelligence, and prepared could allow October 7 to happen. And when you look at the transcripts of 911 calls, for example, or we definitely can say that October 7 was a big failure on many levels. But when you look closer at the civil defense, people did exactly what they were trained to do. They knew who to call. They knew how to organize themselves. When you look at the small villages near the Gaza border that were attacked, every single house there has a safe room. This is also part of a broader legislation in Israel, starting in the 70s, that every new building, every public building has to have a reinforced part that can become a shelter in times of crisis. So every single of those houses, they had a safe room, small reinforced. Usually those safe rooms are rooms for children because they're the most safe. But they were supposed to protect all the communities there from the missile attacks, not from physical infiltration by terrorists. So they don't have lockers inside. Because if a missile falls and the whole building collapses, you don't want to get stuck. So you don't have a locker. But when you have hundreds or thousands of terrorists attacking your house, you cannot lock yourself inside. So that was one of the lessons learned, that post October 7, the lockers in Israel, the safe rooms in Israel, they also have lockers now, just in case. Well, today, hopefully the deal will be signed and the ceasefire will enter on Sunday and all the hostages will be released. And the war will end. This horrible war will end. So we're really looking forward to that. I didn't expect that when I'll be sitting here on stage, those things will be happening as we speak. So it was great to get good news in the morning. But what I wanted to say that we do have a feeling that civil defense in Europe is something that's managed by governments, either national or local, while it's a shared national mission in Israel. It's not responsibility that's delegated upwards. So when something happens, people don't ask who's in charge. They ask who can help. And people know what they're supposed to do because, again, they do have their roles. They trained it. And I would like to just give very briefly 4 very practical lessons of this mindset. So first of all, education is key, and preparedness start early. I can elaborate a little bit more about that. Drills shouldn't be rare events, there should be routine, because then when something happens, it's less scary because you practiced it. Like you practice public speaking. It's less scary. The more you do it, it's less scary. Community leadership in every neighborhood is very important. And again, I'm talking people who have been trained to act in the first crucial minutes. I'm not talking officials. And last but not least, it's something that we cannot forget, and it's psychological resilience. Every emergency plan in Israel, whether it's on a national level or a smaller level, includes mental health support. Because the ability to function under pressure is what actually saves lives. So as I said, we cannot copy-paste this model because of many reasons. And also, I don't think we should try. We have different reality here on the ground, but we can adopt a way of thinking and adapt it. So preparedness equals empowerment equals societal resilience. So the more we're prepared, the better we can face whatever is coming ahead. So I would like to finish here, and happy to elaborate more.
Thank you so much, Marta, for that input as well. I think it's, in terms of mindset and individual also understanding, I think it's really key. I'm not going to ask how many people here have 72 hours of, food ready or supplies ready or their backpack ready for a go bag, for example. But this is something that we all need to start individually doing. And I remember when the drones came into Poland. I live in Kraków in the south, in September last month. And then I realized to myself, I don't even know where shelters are, and I need to do my own research.
We barely have any in Poland. That's another issue.
Well, there is a story of Robert De Niro is building a very fancy hotel in Kraków, and they're going to have bunkers, I guess, already as part of it. But that's years away. So, okay, Shota, I want to hand it over to you to get your input also on the discussion, talking a bit about the dilemmas and the challenges of resilience from your perspective.
Yes, absolutely, and. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I have been wrestling with this concept of resilience for, I think, 5-6 years now. And it is a buzzword with a lot of sub-buzzwords in it. What is national resilience? What is societal resilience? And then we have resilience word for everything. Hybrid resilience, economic resilience, information resilience. It all actually stops making sense if you go down that way. And first question I'll try to answer very quickly is, what is resilience? Why do we need resilience now? And then I will bring a couple of examples about how to implement it and operationalize it in real life. So first of all, this new security environment is very demanding. I'm sure a lot of you have heard that we're living in this most complicated security environment since the Second World War. But it's even worse than that, because now we do not have a monopoly of the state actors for defense and security anymore. There are non-state actors who are equally or more important in geopolitical settings of defense and security. We do have military and non-military instruments of power that are being used in combination to enhance one another. And the result of all that is that, as in Gerasimov's infamous writings, there is no clear boundary between the peace and the war. And it's not a figurative expression anymore. It's about inability to define threats clearly. And if you cannot define threats clearly, if you are a defense planner, you know that if you do not know what you are defending against what threats, then you don't have a defense strategy. And that's the problem, because now the threats are coming from every domain, from 360, from state and non-state actors. It's in information domain, it's in cyber domain, it's in military domain, political, you name it. And then, once you try to have a good defense strategy against all those threats, it just simply does not work that way anymore. So we need resilience because we do not know what's coming, and we're living in this really uncertain times. But now, so what do you do? How do you do resilience from that perspective? Well, I think there are 3 types of examples that we can discuss here. First is the Nordic example, which is a best case example, with a very shiny, glossy, and well-developed conceptual base. But I think in terms of the lessons, that's not very helpful, because it's not replicable anywhere else, because this is the result of a decades-long mindset and way of life, and people are basically part of that system forever, and they know, they understand how that works. I don't think that's actually measurable. We know that Finland is resilient, we know Sweden is resilient, they have this total defense strategies now modernized to fit 21st century in a better way. But do we know if Finland is more resilient than Sweden? Can we know if Finland, can we compare? We don't have the measurement metrics, that's why it's really, really difficult to learn examples from that. Then The second set of examples are examples like Israel and Ukraine, which are the wartime examples. And again, it's very difficult to replicate it elsewhere because when you are in war and when the main instinct that you have is survival, you can't push the limits of resilience because you just really have to. And that's, again, very difficult to measure and to understand what makes Ukraine or Israel resilient specifically, right? And there is this third types of lessons, which I think are the best way to learn about resilience, which is the failure examples. And here, unfortunately for me, tragically for me, I have to bring the example of my own country, Georgia. And, we have been under this hybrid warfare pressure from Russia for decades, and we thought we were resilient. We were resisting Russia's pressure when everybody was flirting and playing along with Russia. We were going against the tide and stubbornly kind of resisting all that pressure. And now all of a sudden we see that Russia has started this absolutely illegal, unheard of, crazy war in Ukraine, and everybody is now against Russia. And the only country that is really, again, going against the tide and is following Russia's pressure and has turned into a pro-Russian actor is Georgia. Why? Why that happened? I think we have quite a few specific measurements in there that can be basically learned as the factors that have affected Georgia's resilience in a negative way. First is the fear, second is the confusion. And in every pieces of literature that I have read on resilience, quite limited by the way, these are the two variables that are outlined as the most important, right? And if you live under this constant threat of Russian occupation and military pressure, and you know that your citizens are kidnapped from that occupation line on regular basis, and they have tanks there, 20 kilometers away from your capital, and they're crazy, actually, they can do anything they want. It's scary, right? And this pressure has been always there for Georgian society. And once this second element of confusion came in, and once the Georgian government started to play along with the Russian propaganda, questioning the credibility of our partners and the United States and Europe, and asking these crazy questions, do Europe and US want to drag Georgia into the war and open the second front against Russia in Georgia to make it easier for Ukraine, and this kind of crazy conspiracy theories, and once people are already scared because they remember the war in 2008, this is a PTSD society. They have this trauma still, very open wound of this war from 2008, and they're constantly being told and pointing finger, look what's going on in Ukraine. Remember what happened in Georgia. And this can happen again if you don't sit quiet. That's why basically Georgians are tolerating this government that we have in Tbilisi, not because all of a sudden 3 million Georgians became pro-Russians and then they started love Russia, all of a sudden. No, of course not. But this is the example of how by weaponizing fear and by weaponizing uncertainty, people have been driven into the point where they cannot take rational decisions anymore. And this is how, by the way, Yuri Bezmenov, who is a KGB officer who defected in 80s to Canada first and then United States, defines the first phase of active measures, which is demoralization. He explains the fait accompli of demoralization when the society basically is disoriented to the extent that they cannot distinguish truth from false anymore, and they cannot defend their own interests. And no matter, even if you shower them with the facts, and the propaganda channel is telling them something different, they cannot still absorb the facts anymore, and they lose the ability to actually defend their own interests from this perspective. So to make it even more specific, trust in government institutions is something that is absolutely crucial for the national and societal resilience. If you are not sure that your police your military and your political leadership will defend you, your community, and your society during the crisis, you cannot be resilient as an individual in this case. So it's also very symptomatic and very interconnected across the layers. So it's individual, community, organizational, national, and then multinational levels. So we try to measure resilience across these five layers. And now, finally, if that's about, the lessons that we can basically point out, there is another buzzword, which is whole of society approach. And now it's such a, fashionable term. Everybody likes to use it. So we're doing now all of a society approach. Really, seriously, how? I mean, what makes your approach all of a society approach? And then the easy answer is we want our government institutions, private sector and industry and civil society and think tank and academia work together. Oh, good, very good. But how are you actually achieving that is another problem. So this whole of society approach, if you really distill it, it boils down to readiness. And that's my most important takeaway and the positive lesson. So if people know who is doing what, how and why during the crisis, then there you have this all of a society approach, and they're ready, they're not confused, and everybody has their own role, and they know where to go, where to call, what to do. Your example, you don't know where is your shelter in your city, that's confusion, right? And there are a lot of people who want to do something during the crisis, but they just simply don't know how to participate in this. So preparedness, readiness, clarity, and coordination is the basis of the whole of society approach, which is the core of resilience in my understanding. And that's what Georgia's example is basically showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Shota, for these points. I think also, talking about the disinformation and confusion, creating confusion, we saw that, we see that all the time, in Europe as well, and on different levels and in different ways. And I'm based in Poland, so I'm going to bring a Polish example again. But when we had the drone incursion, we saw already, on social media channels, a lot of people confused, saying, even believing that these are Ukrainian drones, or not sure that these are actually Russian drones. And how these, these messages and these narratives started, I'm sure we can figure out where they're coming from. But again, it just shows that these, these coordinated hybrid attacks are really aiming at breaking down the trust in society. So I think that maybe comes back with the question to you about Shota mentioned, and you talked about, you touched on it, so I think maybe we can get a bit deeper. How do we build this trust in society? How can we work, how can the different sectors work together in order to strengthen the resilience of the society so that we can reach this whole of society approach? What are some thoughts that you have from your experience?
Yes, indeed, I think Shot finished where I began. So we have made a really nice round. Just to reflect also a little bit on what I heard about this individual level and how to make people work. I mean, you said that you haven't done your homework,
yes,
Adam. When you go home, do that one. But in recent months, University of Latvia, they had a survey on how ready people are in the Baltic capitals, in Helsinki, the Finnish capital, and some German cities. And when the question was are they getting ready, and what are the obstacles why they are not doing their homework? So in the case of Latvia, 41% of our people said that they don't feel the need, or they feel lack of threat in the current geopolitical situation in Latvia. 41% said that, and 35% said that psychologically it's difficult to think about it, which I can understand it very well. But against this background, Latvia is definitely a society where we delegate. you spoke about the shared responsibility in the Israeli example. We're definitely a society, we delegate it upwards. Let somebody do it for me. The municipal or national governance level, that's the best thing. And then we blamed them, so not ourselves. And in Latvia, we have, I'm really glad, on the national level, we have a great institution now, right under the Prime Minister, couldn't be higher, the National Crisis Management Center, and they have a really great team of experts. Just if anybody of Latvian colleagues are listening, I really wish all the best and endurance for them. But what I would like us to learn from all the examples and the failures in some cases, that we don't delegate everything to this one institution and don't expect that they will take care of everything. That's one thing, because everybody has to do its part. But I'm a politician, so I can address politicians as well. I have also a great wish for my government to stand behind this new institution. And when the crisis comes, and it comes one day, bigger, minor, major, we don't know, I can very well imagine that also the government, who will be pressured by the society, will say, now, has this institution done everything? And are they the scapegoats if something goes wrong? So my heartfelt wish for my society is that from the bottom and from the above, from the decision makers, we share the responsibility. Otherwise, we will fail, and that's what we want to learn from Georgia. When you mentioned about this confusion created by the government, so there is also the role of the decision makers and the politicians, and they were elected by the same people. And what they did, they just poured some more oil to burn to burn the situation. To boil the situation. So it is our responsibility, each of us, whom we elect, who are the decision makers, whom we allow to make the decisions. And of course, we are close. We have one elections behind us, one elections coming up in a year's time. A very heated atmosphere in my country, and we are worried, and we are willing to learn from Georgia, to take care of what politicians will be deciding, because the trust in governmental institutions also in my country, it's very low, not to speak about the political community, it's even worse. So how to avoid a tragedy? We don't want that. But it is realistic. We have active politicians working towards that goal. So, and then then I sometimes think, but can also the decision makers and politicians be also the answer to the problem? If we can split our society, it must be possible that we as politicians can also unite them. If we have such a power to split, must be that we have as strong a power to unite. And the question is, it is a question to my community I represent, how we perform, how we address society, how we behave. Do we remember that when we are on the stage, it's not only us, but there's also audience, our people. Do we engage? And I'm afraid that we, as politicians, decision makers, we forget. We don't think about that enough. So very willing to do my contribution and what my responsibility is there to motivate people, to demonstrate that I'm with. When I mentioned it's like how to involve the people and how to create this demand in society. I mentioned our National Crisis Management Center. Now I speak as a citizen. If I see that experts and the government, the politicians behind, that they are working hand in hand, and they are not throwing like, you're responsible, no, you're responsible, experts didn't do, no, politicians didn't tell us what to do. So when you like try to throw this responsibility as a ball to each other. So if they work together, stand side by side, so yeah, then I will trust them. And if they will say that I have to do my 72-hour bag, I will most probably go and buy that battery-powered radio so that I have it at home.
Yeah, it's so important. I agree. I think polarization is one of the things that can be exploited amongst societies. And I really appreciate your words about the importance of uniting the politicians in these difficult times. Marta, I want to come back to you briefly about areas that you see, because you do a lot of work in the region of Central and Eastern Europe. You talked about what lessons from your experience also working with Israel, but where are the areas challenges that you see right now and that can be focused on from your opinion?
Well, I definitely agree with Linda that a lot of politicians and officials don't understand the real threat. And this can be also shown in the society. I'm not saying that we should be scaring the society that Russia will attack Latvia tomorrow. But if there will be some kind of a shift in our thinking that, okay, what's the worst that can happen? And let's prepare for the worst that can happen. Hopefully we'll never use this knowledge, but let's be prepared, because when the worst happens, we know what to do. So I think the biggest challenge is still within the mindset. And but I can tell you that I see it changing. When Russia attacked Ukraine with a full-scale invasion in 2022, we as an organization, ELNET is a nonprofit NGO. We have offices across Europe, and our goal is to bring together like-minded people in Europe and Israel to get to know each other and to start exchanging their experience, because Europe is one of the most important Israel's partners. As we can see, Israel is also, when we put aside politics, when we look at economy, defense, security, intelligence, this cooperation between Israel and European countries is very strong and very important. Half of our European Sky Shield initiative countries are going to be protected by Israeli technologies. What we tried to do back then, we're not a charity organization, but when I saw what's happening in Ukraine, and when we saw the millions of refugees pouring into Poland in the early days of March 2022, I had a call with my board. Of course, I have a work plan, I have a budget, right? Like every other nonprofit and every other NGO. I called my board and I said, look, guys, we have to do something. We have to engage somehow. And it will probably put upside down our entire thinking, our entire budget. But I don't see like we can go to work as usual with this happening right across our border. And luckily, I have a very smart and very, very, very good board. And they said, okay, come up with something. So we had a brainstorming with our team, and we're thinking, okay, how can we bring an actual help, but also stay within our core mission, which is bringing the experts and the mindset and those countries together. Again, it was a different time in Israel in 2022, but still, it is a country that's basically grown from a big trauma. First, the trauma of Holocaust, then every 10 years there was a major war, so the society has been traumatized until now, and I don't know how long the trauma of October 7 will last in the society. It will be embedded for generations, that's for sure. So Israel has probably one of the best experts in war trauma, PTSD prevention and treatment. How about we bring them to Poland to work with the Ukrainian and Polish mental health professionals and community leaders? And that was mid-March 2022. Because it was a new program, I also had to raise some money. And I went to a couple of donors, and I was telling them about the idea of doing train-the-trainer program to really spread the knowledge as wide as we can with as few resources as we can, because we want to use the resources for more work, more help. And back then, a couple of people told me, oh, but mental health, like, who cares? It's important that those people have a place to stay, they have food, they have clothes, and they will be fine. They referring to the Ukrainian refugees in Poland. And I said, no, they won't be, because we don't know how long the war is going to end. Of course, no one thought it's going to last that long. And we, as a Polish society and other European societies, were also, we might be traumatized with a secondary traumatization by working, helping Ukrainians, hosting them in our houses. Like, this can be very important, and this can be very important and very scary thing for our societies. So yeah, we actually have to do it. Luckily, I found some good donors to found the programs. But moving forward, this approach changes. I don't think anyone questions right now that we need to be prepared, that we need to learn, that mental health preparedness is important. And I'm actually happy to say that we're working with Linda on workshops for Riga City Council and journalists and also the private sector. Here in November, we're going to bring one of the top Israeli psychologists and war trauma experts to actually introduce Israeli-invented SHIELD protocol, which is a protocol of first aid mental health. It's something that takes 4 hours to teach and 15 minutes to implement. In case of crisis, I'm not talking just war. I'm talking every other major disaster that can happen in a community or a society. And the risk of developing PTSD after this protocol is applied falls from 67 to 25%. So I'm very happy that that Riga and Latvia is actually open to that knowledge. We're going to work with other partners in the region as well on that, because it's something very simple that can be. This is one thing that actually can be copied, paste from Israel, because it's a protocol that works worldwide. Many armies in the world are using it, and actually right now the Swedish army was passing this knowledge to the Ukrainian army, coming from Israel. So there is a lot of things that we can do, but I think, again, it starts with the mindset and understanding the necessity and understanding that we don't know what to do, but we're willing to learn.
Yeah, thank you. Shota, I want to give you a chance also to respond to what we've heard here, but maybe you can also briefly touch upon the Georgian example. And I mean, my question in terms of that is there a chance to reverse this situation? Thinking about the society, I don't want to talk about the politics. And just a few minutes, because I do want to give a chance if we have some questions.
Right. For Georgia's example, actually, let me advertise tomorrow 6:30 we have a panel on Georgia. We will basically discuss all the details about that. But for the people who will not be able to attend that panel, the most crucial takeaway from that lesson, I would say, is that the resilience has two components: physical and cognitive. And in many cases, especially when it comes to national resilience and state response to resilience, these cognitive aspects are either overlooked or at least kind of underestimated, and we focus on critical infrastructure processes, pumping up the muscles. But when it comes to the ability of using those muscles in an appropriate way, in a timely fashion, in an effective manner, this willingness and ability is crucial. And the willingness and ability to use whatever tools you have in a proper way actually is the most important component of resilience, and that comes from the cognitive aspect of it. I wish I had more time to speak about the indicators we have there and speak about the factors that are affecting those cognitive aspects of resilience. But absolute key is to understand that there are this physical and cognitive layers in resilience, and both are equally important. You cannot overlook any of those. And let me finish by just saying that I've been fortunate enough to be part of a 2-year project within the NATO environment. And basically what NATO did, they asked us, experts from different countries and domains, to basically understand and distill the concept of resilience for defense and security specifically. Because in engineering, they have a specific formula. They know how to measure if this material is resilient to a certain amount of seismic shock. For mental health, they do measure, how much stress a normal person should be able to observe, and they know what's abnormal. They know how to help people to get back to the normal resiliency stage. In defense and security, there was nothing like that. So basically, we have developed this resilience reference curricula, under that resilience reference curricula, we tried to basically give more meat to the bone and understand better how to think about resilience not as a concept and an academic and intellectual discussion, but a security strategy. How do we apply in the real-time world? So if you have a chance, just have a look at it. It's open source. It's on NATO's website. The name is Resilience Reference Curricula. That's the finding from that curricula is also that, you need to be prepared, you need to be able and willing to use the tools that you have, and physical and cognitive aspects of resilience are crucially important.
Thank you so much. Yes, if we have a couple questions we can take. I know we're standing in ahead of the dinner, but yes, one here, and there'll be one in the back.
Thank you so much, Minna Olander. I'm an associate fellow at Chatham House. I just wanted to pick your brains a little bit on something that I've been, or I'm currently also thinking about a lot in terms of this whole resilience discussion, because I agree that there's a lot of conceptual buzz and also misunderstandings about this. And even in the societies that are very resilient, let's say in the Nordic Baltic region, I think we are now faced with this so-called, or what I have called, the resilience dilemma, that we have sort of like misunderstood resilience to be a deterrent, whereas it's actually a defensive strategy. And we have imagined that if we only build this deterrence by resilience as a form of deterrence by denial, Russia will sort of get bored with attacking us because it will have no effect. But as it turns out, Russia doesn't care whether it has an effect or not. It just keeps going. And the dilemma here is that in a paradoxical way, a high level of resilience has even created a sort of permissive environment for this kind of attacks, because they rarely lead to very severe disruptions. So there's also not much consequences for them. So just would like to hear your thoughts on this dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take another question. Yes, in the back.
Good evening. My name is Bojan Elek. I'm from Belgrade, Serbia. And I maybe wanted to kind of focus a little bit on the discussion, because it was very in conceptual terms. So maybe if there is any of the panelists, if could maybe specifically mention an example of an incident, of an event that happened, and who does what, who takes the lead, maybe to the deputy mayor of Riga, right? If there was an instance where this system was put into action, who takes the lead? Is it a civilian personnel? Is it military personnel? If there is a good example of a NGO or school that did some good training for preparedness, and were there any lives saved or property saved, something that is kind of more specific than these just general kind of preparedness, resilience terms, that would help us understand how actually, what works and what doesn't work. Thank you, Nola.
Thank you so much. Great question. Okay, so we have 5 minutes yet to finish up. I don't know if you want to start with the
Yeah, I can.
concrete.
I can try to give you a specific example. Also, before we had a crisis management system, really organized one in the Riga city. When I just took the office, we had a building collapsed. It happens from time to time in any urban area. People evacuated. Happened to be on the 31st of December. Well, as it happens with emergencies. And to my great shock, I saw that everything depends in the capital city of Latvia on the way the responsible politician acts, or is willing to act, or understands what to do. So if the mayor or deputy mayor says, you go there, you talk to people, you organize, I don't know, bus to evacuate the inhabitants. So there were no people responsible. It was so fragmented in the capital city. I say it was a disaster. Then I thought about a possible military attack. And if you don't have loyal or professional politicians and they don't know what to do, so what kind of disaster would that be? But to compare, so when we had a real civil defense experts hired. We have a team of experts, a structural unit working with that. It was, I think it was last year. We had a very specific fire in the city where the National Fire Brigade couldn't manage because you couldn't take out the fire with water. You needed sand, enormous amounts of sand to take out that fire. And then how Riga organized all the resources with tractors and sand. We have huge resources and did it professionally. If we didn't have a crisis manager, but it would be a mayor or another politician who would have to organize that, it would be a disaster for the capital city. Fortunately, it was really a real smooth resolution of that emergency. So this, when you approach it professionally, it doesn't depend on politicians. Should not depend on a politician. Those should be professionals working with those emergencies. So just to compare as an example.
Yeah, very interesting. Martha, Shota, your final thoughts on Mina's question about deterrence, as resilience as a deterrent or defense strategy.
So I will tell you a short story. I was attending one of the conferences about the security of the Baltic Sea a couple of months ago, and one of the very high-level admirals from the Polish army was standing there and telling us about all the accidents with the Shadow Fleet, and what actions were taken. And then his conclusion was, we have to make sure that our cables in the Baltic Sea are harder to cut for the Shadow Fleet, ships, which shows you exactly what you're saying. We should not be making things harder for Russia to attack us. We should make sure that we do everything that they don't dare to attack us. And this is another discussion, but I think it all goes back to the mindset. We do not live in a peaceful times. So we shouldn't have our mindset set on how to behave in the peaceful times, because the state actors that are fighting against us, that are destabilizing our societies and our countries, they are in the war mode. And there is not, there is absolutely no amount of level of resilience that will make us to be able, to stop them. Like, we need to do everything in our power so they don't dare.
Shota.
Yeah, so these are two great questions, and I wish we had more time for this. I will try to answer them 20 seconds each. First, on deterrence, I think it's quite simple. In my understanding, deterrence is the concept that can work in conventional warfare. It's designed for 20th century conventional warfare. It's a mathematical calculation that actually by the attack, you should gain more than you will lose through this, very calculated process of what type of resources you need for the attack and what will you gain in terms of the successful attack. Right now, because we are living in this VUCA, which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and unpredictability, plus H, which is hyperconnectivity, it's absolutely impossible to deter attacks in information space. It's impossible to deter attacks in cyber domain because we cannot apply enough pain on the attackers. We can, in many cases, even not identify who the attacker is, to let alone to impose the cost to deter it. So I think the deterrence in this new kind of hybrid warfare thinking is not possible. There are many other reasons why I think that deterrence is not possible if we're talking about hybrid threats. But again, main reason is the VUCA. And then quickly about the example, I think the best example of resilience, again, lies into this conceptual aspect of it. And what makes resilience different from resistance, robustness, or good response? Resilience is resilience because of the ability to recover from the adversity and to bounce back to the normal situation, however you define normal, And when there was a massive cyber attack on Ukraine in the beginning of the Russia's invasion in 2022, this cyber attack actually brought down almost most of the government communications and most of the government servers, causing a severe disruption at that time. But Ukraine showed incredible resilience because in the matter of hours, they were able to restore and rebuild those servers and communication systems in cloud in a matter of hours. So they were not able to oppose the adversity and counter or deter the threat or respond to it properly, but they were able to recover and restore normal functioning of the systems. And that's the best example of resilience in my understanding.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have a lot of work to do, but this is a really good discussion, and I appreciate all of you staying with us. And thank you to the Heinrich Böll Foundation Warsaw office for co-organizing this with us. And please join me in thanking our speakers. And the audience.